extend well away from where the storm itself will make landfall. So we talk about the eye wall having the strongest portions of the storm. The threats are far-reaching here from both rain and also wind, and then we have a tornado threat on top of that, especially for the northeastern portion of the storm, which we've seen it deliver for sure. Let's look at the current wind speeds right now. Venice is at a 56-mile-an-hour gust. We've got Fort Myers up to 53-mile-an-hour wind gust, and then we have a 61-mile-an-hour gust at Naples. Naples, as we've been looking at the water come up, we're talking about how quickly we see it come up, and it's gone up to about 3 feet in surge. So the Naples surge level at 3 feet puts us into a minor, almost moderate type of flooding situation. Once we get to 4 feet, we are in major flooding for Naples. The forecast is for 12 feet. That is why it is such a catastrophic forecast for these areas, is because the water is going to come in so rapidly and so deeply with the power of the storm. Looking at the location here of the storm, which is still about 60 miles off the shoreline. Do we have the location? Or let's take a look at the radar there where we see kind of the bands coming into Sanibel. We get a look at that? Yeah, there we go. Starting to see some of the outer bands there make their way onto Sanibel. That would be the eye wall. So you can see it just basically brushing up against Sanibel. A lot of lightning in the storm right there, but the yellows, oranges, reds there indicating that strong band just outside of Boca Grande, making its way towards Sanibel, but not a lot of movement to the east with the storm. So that's the interesting thing. We know that the eye wall is going to have the most intense, most powerful portion of the wind speeds, and also a lot of rain and lightning within that, which we're seeing very characteristically. But are we seeing a push easterly enough that it would bring a portion of the eye wall in? Instead, it looks like it's staying just a bit offshore, which will allow it to have the fuel, will allow the eye wall to stay over that very center of the storm, stay over that very warm, open ocean water. But you can see some of those early bands there brushing up just to the west of St. James City. This is just west of Fort Myers Beach. And we get a good look here of the outer bands making their first push there towards land. We would look for the center of the storm, though, the clear portion of the storm, to make its way on land before it would be a landfall. Right now, we're still about 40 miles outside of the beaches there to see that happen. A really powerful storm, though. It right now has wind speeds of 155 miles an hour, making it a strong Category 4 storm. Just 2 miles per hour would make it higher, would make it a Category 5 powerful storm. But at this point, category is really a bit of semantics, because this is really an intense hurricane that will have a long duration and far-reaching effect for these areas. Taking a look at some of the wave heights that we've seen come in, very impressive. They've gone anywhere from 18 to 24 feet away from the shoreline. So getting near the center of the storm, that's when you're going to start to see some very high wave heights. Get a little closer in, we've had 9 to 12 feet waves coming in to Pelican Bay. So some pretty high offshore waves there at this time. And as we look at some of the vantage points, other signs we've seen that give us an indication of how close the storm is coming in for the Tampa Bay area is we've seen the waters from Tampa Bay go out. What that means is that the power of the storm is doing a reverse surge, pulling the waters out, and it's an indication that the hurricane's power is about ready to sort of flip the switch and allow that water to come back in. That water will come back with the force of the hurricane waves, but it also will come back with the persistence of the winds. The circulation around the hurricane will continue to push those winds up against the shoreline. Unfortunately, we'll be looking at some high tide situations as we get into the evening hours here that will push those levels even higher. And the forecast, again, anywhere from a foot in surge to a foot, or anywhere from 12 feet to 18 feet. So the surge could go incredibly high, especially at those high tides. That's when we would see the peak of those. Live vantage point there from St. Petersburg. Camera shaking out a bit so you can see that the wind speeds have increased. The rain has been coming down heavy there, and that would be the outer bands of the hurricane influencing the weather there. And looking at the eye, let's see, do we have a forecast up for what the projection is for the forecast? Not only do we expect the eye to come inland eventually, but it could reemerge on the other side of Florida, make its way back into the open waters and take it up the Georgia-Carolina coastline. But what we have to watch for here is an eastward movement. And right now, watching the radar itself, we're not getting any indication that that's happening quickly. It'll allow the storm to stay offshore longer, paralleling the coast, and that allows intensification as well. Craig, going to send it over to you and take a look at what numbers you have coming in. Some of these surfline cameras, though, losing visibility because the rain is coming down so hard. It's difficult to see from the beach out to the open waters. At least some white caps out there. That's all you can make out.
Yeah, no kidding. And then in some places, we're seeing some of the water recede. I want to give you a shot of Lakewood Ranch, Florida. Amy, and a wind, a major component of the storm as well. The storm surge, the flooding, major, but the wind is a big story as well. And we are getting an extreme wind warning coming on in. Sanibel, Florida, here's what we're looking at live right now. This island, by the way, about 12 miles long, 3 miles wide, and its widest point. Right along Charlotte Harbor there on the other side there, Sanibel, Florida, getting flooded out. You can see the mailbox on the left side of your screen. It kind of gives you a gauge as to how much rain has come in and just how much flooding is happening right now. Of course, as we talk about the wind is also a major concern here. Here it is. Here's the extreme wind warning until 12:45 for Lee County, Florida there. This does mean we're going to see some sustained winds of 115 miles per hour or greater from some of the storm coming through. And it does include Fort Myers, Cape Coral, rather. There's Sanibel. We saw all the flooding. So the deep blue, Bonita Springs, all the way to just outside of LaBelle, up Interstate 75, which is one of those routes that most people were trying to use for their evacuation routes. Here's what we have with the wind and the rain. Now we're looking at the eye. Amy was talking about the center of it. Within that northern half there, boy, we have some lightning strikes, a pretty healthy storm. As we look at the winds going toward and away from, look at these winds, 88 to 100 miles per hour with the winds there right around close to the eye, right on the northwestern side of it. A lot of that wrapping around, headed right up into the bay there. Fort Myers Beach, all the way up in North Fort Myers, Bonita Springs as well. That is going to help to bring more in the way of the water up, the storm surge up as well. And those winds dragging, really pushing all of that water inland is a major concern there. So again, extreme wind warning. Pretty rare for us to get these. They are in place for Lee County until 12:45 for the area there. That does include North Fort Myers with the storm. Major impacts with the wind. Again, we talked about how much rain has fallen. Easily going to topple some of those trees. Power outages a concern. Some of those could fall down on structures, also a major concern. When you look at the rain, estimated rain for the past 24 hours alone, in and around the area, especially south of Tampa, Tampa Bay, the yellow, 2 to 3 inches of rain, but those shades of orange, easily 5 to 8, maybe even locally up to a foot with those deeper shades of red, all the way down to the south. So a good portion of the state now dealing with those strong winds as we just saw coming on in onto saturated ground. That is a major concern with the winds as well. The flash flooding, as you look at that live shot from Sanibel, Florida, as the rain continues to come in. Sanibel also right about here, dealing with the chance for flash flooding. The extreme is where we are, level 4 out of 4. And that does go all the way north of Orlando, down through Tampa, over to Naples, and right along the Atlantic side as well. In and around to the north of that area and to the south of that area, we're looking at a level 3, very likely to see some flash flooding. Up to Jacksonville, possibly going to see some flooding as well. Flood watches are in place through Friday evening. They do go all the way up into Georgia, Brunswick, Georgia, down through Florida, through the Keys as we go through Friday afternoon with more rain coming down. Look at the camera on the right side of your screen from Punta Gorda, Florida. The winds howling as you get closer to the bridge there. Rain forecast for the next 5 days on top of what's already fallen. We just talked about some places getting 3 to 5 inches of rain, up to 8 locally. When you look at these numbers for the next 5 days, we're looking at another 5 to 8, up to 12 inches of rain. Daytona Beach, Leesburg. A lot of these storms, remember, their heaviest rain, rather, is going to be on the northern side. The chance for tornadoes, again, a possibility, as we saw yesterday. Daytona Beach, Orlando, Melbourne, all likely to see some tornadoes. But we do have the good chance for some of that all the way down to the south as well. So we've got to watch for that. As you know, yesterday was a big concern because people were trying to evacuate. We were talking about tornadoes. Today, maybe you're hunkered down. You're in your safe spot, but you've got to be alert and get to your safe spot if you got that tornado warning. Make sure your Fox weather app is charged in case you do lose power, so you get your notifications and you know what to do and how long it's going to last. This is the Fox model as we look at 3 o'clock this afternoon, Orlando there. Look at the heavy rain on the northern side of this, all the way to Daytona Beach, 7 p.m., and it doesn't stop. And as we go into the overnight hours, this is now midnight. into Thursday morning. Still seeing some heavy bands of rain with those shades of the red there down through Polk City. That will be a major concern. Then as we go into the afternoon, pretty consistent with the rain. While it's not as heavy, but it's still coming down, heaviest rain starts to move to the north of here by Thursday. Nonetheless, we still have some rain coming in, which will add to the flooding. You factor in some of these rivers and lakes, and with the rain coming down, high tides closer to the coast, that'll be a concern as well. Orlando, look at this, impacts. For, as we're looking ahead to the next coming days, 8 to 12 inches of rain, the strongest winds coming in now through Friday. Wind gusts over 75 miles per hour, probably not going to happen, but we do have some impressive winds out there as well. Steve Bender takes it over at this point. We've been talking about the extreme winds, the flooding, a chance for tornadoes. It's all coming together here.
Yeah, and the worst of it is now pushing through portions of Sanibel Island, right? And so we're looking at the northern aspect of the eye wall now hitting that area. And so, Craig, you were just talking about tornadoes, right? The tornado warnings we've seen. You need to treat this like a tornado warning. We have an extreme wind warning from Bonita Springs up through Sanibel Island, those barrier islands to Boca Grande. So this is going to include the I-75 corridor by Bonita Springs. That's where wind gusts could get up to 115 miles per hour. So that's why we're saying get into an interior room, create that barrier, as many of them as you can, between you and the threat. Right now, it's that wind because of the northern eye wall that is moving in. This is Sanibel Island and is moving just north of here. Last time they've seen this was actually 18 years ago for Hurricane Charlie. They only reserved this type of warning for extreme events. And so what we're watching right now are those wind gusts really start to enhance. There's the northern eye wall. This is going to be extended until 12:45. So you're looking at 2 hours basically of this high wind pushing through right there. Now, we got radar going, showing you the onset. This is where we also had Robert Ray. He had left an hour and a half ago to avoid this. And that's what we're looking at right now. Over 400,000 people impacted by this tornado, or by this extreme wind warning that we're seeing right now. And something that we've seen out of the counties in this area. Charlotte County, you're looking at areas like Cape Coral. They have ceased their rescue operations. It's not safe for first responders to get out there at any point. Why you need to seek shelter. If you didn't evacuate at this point, it's now time to get into that interior room. So what we're looking at here, and I'll be working with Jordan, this northern eye wall. What is the wind impact that we're seeing? Because we're getting plenty of the electricity conducive to those dynamic thunderstorms. There's the eye of that storm. I'm interested to see what some of the radar estimates are when we're looking at the wind.
One thing we're seeing too, if you look at that loop, the lightning is picking up just in the past 5 minutes significantly. I mean, that is a lot of lightning we're seeing just on that northern eye wall that's moving right in. These are destructive winds that are just minutes away from coming on shore, Steve.
Yeah, and so that's what we've been worried about, is just how the eye wall has been expanding, right? But the entire time while it's expanded, it's still kept all of that energy. So we're going to be looking at this swirling back around. We got a new advisory that we want to get to. For that, I'm going to toss it over to Amy.
All right, the information coming in with the advisory is the storm's located, the center of the storm, about 45 miles to the west-southwest of Naples, so closer to the shoreline with the center of the storm. We're about 50 miles. Florida and Charlotte County have both ceased their emergency management response, which means if you're in places like Port Charlotte, Minnesota, Charlotte Harbor, no emergency response available. So police and fire not available now. You are on your own in those areas. Storm surge warning has been issued, of course, for the mouth of St. Mary's River. We've got the hurricane warnings that are maintained. Most of these warnings remain exactly the same as far as that goes. The eye of the hurricane, though, located right there, just a little bit closer, about 15, 20 miles closer to the shoreline in the last hour. So it's moving very slowly. Right now at 9 miles per hour, it's slowed down just a little bit, but that makes a difference because the slower the storm, the better access it has to fueling up and really becoming stronger, more intense, and larger, quite frankly. It can grow in size when it's slow like that, and sort of move a little bit first. On the forecast track here, the center of Ian is expected to move on shore within the hurricane warning area within a few hours. Again, we're waiting for the storm to give us the evidence of that movement onshore. Hard to project because right now it's slowing down and going parallel right against the shoreline. Maximum wind speed sustained same at 155 miles an hour. So it remains a strong Category 4 storm on the Saffir-Simpson scale. The top of the scale would be a Category 5, and that just takes 157 mile an hour wind. So you can see we are right there on the verge of seeing that happen. So again, important information. You should be streaming with us here on Fox Weather because your lights go out, your power goes out. You've still got the stream on your phone. Punta Gorda, Charlotte County, your emergency management has been suspended. Power has been knocked out for the entire area in portions right along the coastline. And we've seen a lot of people that have had to move onshore. We're going to go out to Fox Weather's Robert Ray right now. Robert had to move away from the coastline. He was in an evacuation zone. We've seen those eye walls get out of the way. You're at a new location, but this one looks like you've got some fierce weather setting up, Robert.
Yeah, Amy, actually, yes. We left Fort Myers Beach, came across, we're now 12 miles inland in Fort Myers, the downtown area, and you see the bay here. I just, listen to this wind. It is whooshing and whirling through downtown Fort Myers right now. And as these bands come in, you see the trees, and look at these boats that are shored up here in this bay. You know, you have to think that potentially some of them may have an issue here at some point later today as the surge will continue and these bands go. But power is spotty in this area. As we drove in, you know, we could see some areas that it was clear that there was no power, and then some of these big buildings, if Rick takes a look, they seem to have power here right now. And also on our drive in, you know, there is a ton of downed trees in this area, big palm trees, and many of them are down along roads. There's also standing water on a lot of the roads. I actually just sent in some video to our folks in New York, and we can get that out soon of some of the things we saw. But it just wasn't safe for us to be down there by any means to lose a vehicle. But this is just amping up here. You could see, you know, winds just kicking around, and this is going to be a very long afternoon and evening. I just hope everyone is safe and that this storm surge does not create this catastrophic event that it potentially could, Amy.
Robert, you know what? It looks like we're hoping people have taken those warnings because we've got the emergency management teams in some areas already stopping down. And DeSantis giving the information out here that 5 different FEMA teams have been deployed just in case things go wrong. They've got about 600 boots on the ground and then 5,000 National Guardsmen. 2,000 of those have come from out of the state of Florida. So from some other place, and then they've got 5 air and rescue teams. Have you seen anyone around, or is it look like people have taken these warnings?
It's very few people. I will say when we pulled up to this marina, there was some gentlemen here that were shoring up their boats. As a matter of fact, I see one in the distance there. I don't know if Rick can see that, but if he turns and pushes in way in the distance, there's a guy that's standing on his boat way out there.
Oh, dear.
And also, you know, you could see that. Yeah, I know. I'm not sure what his thought process is out there. I mean, these are, you know, clearly not cheap, these vessels. So maybe he's just making sure that it's all set up. But, you know, what's amazing too, Amy, Rick, if you could just zoom out a little bit. I know I'm asking Rick, our photographer, to do a lot, but I don't know if you could see how fast these counterclockwise twists are coming through here, these clouds. They're really just, you could actually visually see how fast they're moving. And, you know, you look at that, and then you look down at the trees, and they're equal. It makes sense, some of this that's going on. And the audio here, as the wind whips between some of these high rises and through these boats as the water gets churned up, is just tremendous. And it is amping up. And see, and this is what happens in these systems. You stand here and you think, okay, it's all right for a couple minutes, and then boom, here comes the wind again. We're not really having any rain right now, which is great, but it is certainly a heck of a blow out here in downtown Fort Myers right now.
Robert, another piece of information I'll give to you, because as we watch these numbers, this is important to know. Hurricane force winds are now extending further. They're extending 45 miles outside of the center of the storm. So that is putting you at a 74-mile-an-hour wind if you are within 40 miles of the center of the storm. And you're looking at places like Naples and Punta Gorda that are certainly within 45 to 50 miles of the center of the storm. So that eye wall expansion of hurricane force winds has grown here with the last update. So that's another indication here that we've got a very powerful storm, and those outer bands also packing quite a punch. A lot to watch for. As far as the storm surge goes, what is the projection for where you're standing right now? Do you know what the projection is for your surge?
Well, I know this. I know where we were was anywhere between a foot to 18 feet. But from what I understand, this surge can come inland 10, 11 miles. And by the way, we're surrounded by water. This is a harbor here. This is all just, there's water everywhere. It's not just the Gulf of Mexico. So indeed, yes, it could happen here from my understanding. And on the power outages as well, I will say, I spoke to some people down in Naples. They live in a complex called the Dunes, which is right on the Gulf of Mexico by Vanderbilt Beach. They lost power about almost 3 hours ago at this point. So I know Naples is dealing with power loss, and clearly it's happening up here as well. It's just, I think we're going to see just unbelievable numbers. Thankfully, there's over 30,000, utility workers waiting to come in when this is done and try to restore all this. But you can't do anything when there are wind gusts like this. Certainly can't. It's just not safe to be out at all for anyone.
You're right. They are on standby, those crews. In fact, 26 states are lending some sort of effort towards what's happening with Hurricane Ian in Florida, and power companies are one of those. We'll be checking back in with you there in Fort Myers. Fox Weather's Robert Ray. Right now, we're going to get the latest information on what the storm is doing. We're going to bring in hurricane specialist Brian Norcross. Brian, as we're tracking Ian, we got that latest information. The storm center of it still about 45 miles off the coastline.
Yeah, and developments this afternoon, developments right now, this morning, is that this storm is going to make landfall sooner than expected, and it's going to come, it looks like, right over Fort Myers. This is a dire situation for people that have not left the islands that are going to be overrun with water and the coastal areas. And where Robert is there in downtown Fort Myers is forecast to get in the 6 to 8 feet of storm surge range, which means above the normal high tide. Now, the slight amount of good news is, let's look at the satellite picture and I'll show you what's happening. The storm has kind of leaned to the right and is making a beeline for Fort Myers. And the other thing that's happened is that you notice that the eye here is clearing out. And when the eye clears out like that, that's often a sign that we have a very, very well-developed hurricane. So all of this is bad. But I started to say that the little bit of good news is that because the storm has suddenly hurried up, that's really bad for people that have delayed their departure and so forth. But it's going to be low tide in Fort Myers midday, and so that takes about a foot of difference off the storm surge. So that's a small difference when you're talking about a storm surge of 6 feet, 8 feet, something like that, on up the Caloosahatchee River. So, I mean, this is a frightening situation because there's a large area in Fort Myers so there you see Fort Myers here. Now let me just describe where some of these places are. You've probably heard of Sanibel Island there. This is Captiva Island here. The way this is going, large parts of those islands will be completely covered in water. And then into Fort Myers, you have the Caloosahatchee River that goes up like that, and then downtown Fort Myers is just on the south side of that river, and that's where Robert was. Now, if we look at the wind directions, the speed exactly doesn't really make a heck of a lot of difference, but the wind directions, we see they are not yet on shore. The winds are still coming in. This is now at the Fort Myers airport. The winds are still coming in like this and wrapping around into the center. So that's not forcing the water in. Now, up in Punta Gorda is up here, this body of water to the north. This is called Charlotte Harbor in here. And this little point you stick out here, that's Punta Gorda up there. And there are two rivers up here. One of them goes off to this way, and it's called the Peace River. The water, because of this wind, is being pushed out of the Peace River now, and the water is very, very low. Then at some point, the wind is going to switch, and it's going to come back in a big way, and that's when we get the big flooding. We're not getting the water out of the Caloosahatchee River, which is the one that goes through downtown Fort Myers, because the wind isn't coming so much in this direction. In Naples is down here. Now, the wind, they have been getting some storm surge in Naples on the southern part of the city, especially because they've had kind of a south wind there. And here you see up at Venice, it's coming well offshore. So there is not a big storm surge threat up there. The headline here is this storm is making a beeline for Fort Myers unless it somehow stalls and starts drifting in some other direction. This is a horrendous situation for folks there. There's the radar, and we've seen the storm, as you were talking about, develop into a larger eye. So the eye right now is estimated at 35 miles across. That's as opposed to 7 or 8 miles with Hurricane Charlie. Well, the larger the eye just dramatically increases the amount of water that gets pushed on this side of the storm. It's just a much bigger scoop of water being pushed this way into the coast. And I drew it to the south, but being pushed up this way toward Fort Myers. So right now, the water is being pushed up next to Captiva Island, so it's kind of filling in the river. So it really kind of depends. Storm surge is so sensitive to the direction of the wind. It depends on where the center of this eye goes. Does that center of the eye go here so that the push is all inland in Fort Myers? Or does the center of the eye, I didn't want to do that. Let me do that, go back. Or does the center of the eye come over Fort Myers, and then we don't ever get the strong push of water in? Now, we've been talking a lot about the water, but the winds in this eye wall here are, as we know, estimated at 155 miles an hour. And there are no homes, or essentially no homes in Southwest Florida, that are rated for anywhere near that. So this is a kind of situation where you're going to have violent winds that it's going to tear roofs off of homes and collapse buildings and so forth, plus have this incredible storm surge problem. A little bit of good news, I guess, is that we can see that dry air is wrapping in on this side, so it is not a horrendous rainstorm. The rain is going to kind of be to the north. All right, let's talk about that. So once this storm comes ashore, and the forecast has been for it to come ashore this afternoon in this area here, and Fort Myers or someplace a little to the north. It looks like it's leaning to the right side of the cone, so it's going to come something like that. And then move inland and move in the direction of Orlando. So what's expected to happen in Orlando and these other Central Florida areas, Winter Garden and other areas that are kind of right in the path of this thing in the cone? Well, in Orlando, I was just on the air on Fox 35 in Orlando, and what I said there is anybody that was around in 2004 for Hurricane Charlie, they should be thinking Hurricane Charlie, but a much larger area with torrential rain. So Charlie went by in a big hurry. This is not going to go by in a big hurry. This is going to take all of today and tomorrow to clear the Orlando area. So here's the rain corridor that's going to develop, and here you see it right there in the bright reds. And notice the dark red with some of the heaviest rain is there in Central Florida, extending over to around Daytona Beach. The details might move around a little bit, but what's going on here is there's a cold front that's draping across Florida, and so Ian is pushing moisture up against that cold front, and that combination is going to lead to torrential rain. It will not be surprising to see rain over 2 feet in a number of places there. This is an ultra heavy rain scenario for Central Florida. The other thing to talk about in the inland sections is the winds will die down. The sustained winds. You know, when we rate a hurricane, we talk about sustained winds. Right now, 155 miles per hour over the water. Inland, the winds are going to die down from friction, but the gusts are going to go up. So we expect in Central Florida, let me go back to the wind speeds. You see 60-mile-an-hour winds are forecast during this time. It's in the Orlando area with gusts maybe to 80 miles an hour, something in that range. So that's why the hurricane warning is in effect in South Florida or in Central Florida. Now, one more thing for North Florida, if the storm goes out like this as expected, now we're going to have the winds coming around like this, and we have a Hurricane Irma scenario with storm surge flooding from the Jacksonville area south for a few counties and north into Georgia and South Carolina, because we have a long fetch of air coming inland related to that cold front and the hurricane together ganging up on that part of the coastline. So that's a whole different kind of problem. Heavy rain with storm surge on the North Florida coastline up into Georgia and the Carolinas. So there's the rain that we talked about. I was going to show you the models there. For some reason, that's not working. But here, I'll just end here with the flash flooding, heavy rain scenario. The red area is an extreme flash flooding threat. So this is today, essentially. And you see from the Fort Myers, Naples area across to Melbourne, on up to Daytona, and back to about Port St. Richie, north of Tampa. That zone is an extreme threat for flash flooding today. And it may not be the whole zone, but anybody in that zone needs to be ready for extreme flash flooding today. And then we get to tomorrow, and look at this. Orlando is still in it, because Orlando is right near that boundary, and it expands up to Jacksonville, Gainesville, Ocala, Lakeland, on down to the Melbourne area in Central Florida. So this is a daunting scenario. This is an incredibly hazardous scenario, life-threatening scenario for Southwest Florida, and for the rest of Florida. Everybody needs to be, ready to stay home and away from parking cars, away from trees, and just acknowledge that the weather is going to be really terribly bad over a large part of Florida for the next 2 days.
And Brian, I think when you talk about Punta Gorda, you remember Hurricane Charlie, just 2004. So I'm sure that memory is still fresh for so many people in and around that area as well.
Yeah, so Hurricane Charlie, didn't go too terribly far from where Hurricane Ian is going to go, but because it was so small, it only really affected the Punta Gorda area, Charlotte Harbor, Charlotte County. Yeah. It was like a tornado, essentially. It was like a wide tornado that went through there and kind of left Fort Myers alone. But Brian, this is so much bigger that it's going to move so much more water, and many more people will be affected.
Brian, we also want to bring in Acting Deputy Director, National Hurricane Center at this point to talk more about the storm. Thanks for being with us this morning on Fox Weather here. Michael Brennan.
Michael, as we're having this discussion here with Brian Norcross, we're making a lot of references to past storms, which is one of the main reasons why storms are named, so that scientists can refer to them. How beneficial or how much should people be aware when you mention reference to another storm? I mean, each one is individual, but is it a reference point for people when they hear comparisons to Charlie or Irma?
It can be, but again, every storm plays out very differently. The hazards come at you in a different way, and especially compared to Charlie, as Brian noted, Ian's a much bigger hurricane, and it's going to be moving a lot slower across the Florida Peninsula. So, and in addition, you think about people that lived through Charlie. That was like a generation ago. You have a lot of people that have moved to Southwest Florida since 2004, and maybe going through a hurricane for the first time don't have any memory of that. So, as you noted, there's going to be multiple life-threatening hazards from this. And again, every storm plays out on its own. We were able to make a lot more detailed types of forecasts of the hazards than we were, say, in 2004. So hopefully we're able to give people a lot more information to be prepared now than we were 18, 20 years ago.
Michael here, accessible for us. Any questions that you have for him or any information that we want to find out here from the National Hurricane Center that would be important for forecasting right now?
Mike, it's Brian. Really nice to see you. And so I'm looking at the high-resolution satellite here, and it looks to me like the storm is making a beeline for the Fort Myers area, maybe a little faster than the original forecast. Is that your analysis of what's happening right now?
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to tell with each of the eye will sort of wobble around here, especially as it starts to interact with the coast. It can take a little pause and then start moving again. But since about yesterday afternoon, the forecasts have been pretty steadily pointed at this Port Charlotte to Fort Myers area. So that's sort of consistent with what we're seeing here, and we're now just starting to see the eye wall start to impinge on places like Sanibel Island and Captiva, where we're seeing those winds come on shore now.
And Michael, we're getting some.
When we've seen.
Go ahead, Brian.
Oh, go ahead, Amy. Sorry.
I was just going to say.
Well, I was going to say we've seen with hurricanes that come ashore, as Dr. Brennan was mentioning, that the eyes can actually tighten up because you get friction with the land. So I mean, we don't have any expectation, do we, because of that dry air that we see that is wrapping around the side a little bit, that's going to make any significant difference. I've seen some reference to that, is why I ask you, Mike.
I think it's sort of running out of time.
Maybe this will help us.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's sort of running out of time in terms of being able to weaken the storm significantly as the core is starting to move on shore now. I mean, the dry air is starting. You can see there's some breaks in the precipitation over portions of central and southeastern Florida, so maybe that'll help tone the rain. Is going to be along, and as you mentioned, across from the Tampa Bay region over to places like St. Augustine, Jacksonville, the Space Coast, through Orlando. So it's just going to be just a widespread, really hazardous couple of days across the Florida Peninsula.
Michael Brennan from the National Hurricane Center, Acting Director, thank you so much for taking the time to be with us. We'll let you go. And this just coming in, too, from the hurricane hunters. They were out for a 9-hour flight. The turbulence was so bad, became the worst flight in his career. So they actually turned around on how intense the flight was there near the eye wall of the storm. So continuing to track a major Category 4 Hurricane Ian, and winds right now at 155 miles an hour. It's moving north-northeast at 9 miles per hour, about 45 miles off of the shoreline and targeting Fort Myers. We're going to go ahead and get down to Fox Weather's Nicole Valdez. She's in Tampa, Florida. She's got the latest there from Tampa. What are the conditions like, and how have preparations been here the last couple of hours? Sort of getting right down to the nitty-gritty, Nicole, with the storm approaching so close.
Amy, well, wind has definitely been strengthening. We do have a break in the rainfall, which is definitely good news, as we were already starting to see that flooding begin across areas of Tampa Bay. So that's going to hopefully calm down for the most part. But I need to show you the scene over my shoulder here. I'm going to step out of the way because we've been talking about the threat of that storm surge, and you're seeing one of the effects and really the beginning of what could soon become a very dangerous and fast moving situation. All of what looks like maybe sand or mud there used to be water there. That is how low the water level is in the bay here in Tampa right now. And you're seeing that for, go on for quite some time. That is what we know is the beginning of that storm surge phase. And unfortunately, a few minutes ago, we just missed them. 2 kids were standing on that, playing in that, clearly getting stuck in that very wet mud, as it usually is covered in water. We want to make it very clear that we do not want to see anyone else doing that. That is absolutely dangerous, because you do not know how quickly that water is going to rush back in, because again, that storm surge will start. That water is going to come back, and it can happen dangerously fast. So we're happy to see that they have now left that area, as we're starting to see conditions deteriorate here. Again, you're looking over, you're starting to see that wind blow. Over to my right here is Tampa General Hospital. They were not evacuated. There are still doctors, nurses, patients in that hospital, and you'll see just how close to the water it is. So as that storm surge may begin later on today, that's where where they may be at risk. Of course, the hospital has their own procedures. They have their own safety plan in place to keep their employees and their patients safe. But knowing where it sits in this situation absolutely makes us concerned for what we know could be coming here in just a matter of hours. Again, this is really some of the better weather conditions we've seen all morning, Amy. So we're going to really be keeping an eye on the sky, finding out and really taking a look at, how quickly things are going to start to deteriorate here. Thankfully, most of the bridges to all the barrier islands in Tampa Bay have already been shut down today. They've been restricting that access. Thankfully, once more, that storm surge threat is a little bit lower as we start to see Hurricane Ian approach the Gulf Coast. So things right now, Amy, looking a lot better than maybe we anticipated for this hour, but we're just going to have to wait and see how quickly things change here.
Right, and as we've been looking at the radar, some of those heavier rain bands do look like they will be on the north side of the storm. So Nicole Valdez in Tampa for Fox Weather will continue to check in with you throughout the storm. Craig, let's get to you. We know that the winds are going to be fierce, and in some cases we have seen gusting winds already creating problems. We had a 78-mile-an-hour wind just southwest of Fort Myers and Sanibel, so that was a very strong wind coming in there, and the storm's just getting started. Also inland, we have that front that's going to interact with the rest of the tropical moisture. That could create even some tornadic activity. It's typical to see tropical tornadoes.
Yeah, exactly. We were talking about that earlier and the amount of rain that will be squeezed out of that as a result as well. Also seen a 78-mile-per-hour gust from Naples there, the Mesonet station that we were just talking about. So another location. Want to talk about power outages right now through Saturday. Widespread outages you can see for a good portion of Central Florida expected from all of the rain, all of the wind toppling power over. When we're talking about Florida, we're tracking a little more than 11 million customers, 11,200,000 plus customers. So far, it looks like we have 277, almost 278,000 outages. Those are just customers. Remember, a customer is a household. It could be 5 people in a household, 4 people in a household. It is just a customer. So that is how many customers are without. Who's at risk? And we're talking about Hillsborough County right now. 723,000 is what we're looking at. And this, as we continue to look at the counties in the path of Ian, population that we're looking at 24.9 million people. Taking a look at Sarasota County, you're talking about 565 million customers. Lee County, 460,000 customers. Manatee, 265,000 customers, and Charlotte, 251,000 customers. Remember, it's important to remember that you could lose the power. You need to get your notifications. You need to know what's going on. So if you could, just make sure you've got your Fox Weather app charged and ready to go. Your phone is charged and ready to go. You can make phone calls if you need to. You get your notifications on your Fox Weather app as well. Meantime, here's what we look at. The power outage tracker. There's the storm. We've overlaid it with where we're seeing most of the outages. You can see a lot of them where you'd expect all the way down the coast from Sarasota, just south of Fort Myers here, where the strongest winds have been coming through, circling around in direction. And remember, as the storm passes, the winds will change direction as well, which would also impact some of those trees, some of those power poles that maybe are a little bit loose, won't take much at all. As we look to the timeline, we'll start at 12 o'clock, and then as we went through the early morning hours, look how quickly those outages just skyrocketed, especially after 6 o'clock in the morning. Between 6 o'clock in the morning and now, we're talking about all these outages, 50,000 plus, again, 277,000, almost 280,000 customers in the state of Florida without power at this time. When we look at the top counties, that would be Collier County, 21% of the outages happening right there. Sarasota at 17%, Lee County 14%. We highlighted the area with the storm on the radar. Manatee 13%, and 8% of the outages coming in from Charlotte County there. Total outages, there you go, 278,000 customers at this hour. That number continues to go up as we've got more in the way of the wind coming through, which will be a major concern not only today, but for several days to come. You can see just looking at your screen there from Venice, Florida, the surf is high, the waves are choppy, the skies are dark. Power, not only visibility will be a big issue with some of these storms as they come through as well as we go into the afternoon. So we'll continue to track these outages here as we go into the afternoon. Power has been knocked out for many locations across Florida. And again, as the storm continues to track up to the north, the bulk of those outages probably right through central Florida as we go into the coming days to the north north as well. We could see some of those, especially with the winds starting to wrap around. Could see some of those outages extend all the way into Georgia and portions of the Carolinas once the storm passes up overhead and those winds switch in, coming in from the north. And we'll see those as we go through the afternoon. Of course, we'll bring you the very latest. Amy, make sure you are charged and ready to go so you get your notifications and you know what's going on with the storm even after you lose the power.
We're getting some live vantage points from in and around the area where the center of the storm is closest to shore. One of those is Naples. You can see the water rushing back into the harbors here from our EarthCam vantage point. A live view of Naples, Florida, gusting winds and the hurricane just offshore. Ian, a Category 4 storm, a very strong Category 4, practically a 5. It's 155-mile-an-hour winds. We'll have the latest when we come back on the storm as it approaches Fort Myers.
Hi friends, Richard Karn here. Now I'm known as the guy who can fix just about anything, but the technology in most appliances requires very special training to fix. My point is, even I know when I've met my match, and that's why my family has Choice Home Warranty. So we won't get stuck with high-priced repairs.
A plan from Choice Home Warranty can pay the expensive repairs on your air conditioning, water heater, dishwasher, garbage disposal, refrigerator, and over 20 more appliances and systems, no matter their age. Just call before they break down. Plus, every plan comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee.
Imagine for less than a cup of coffee a day, Choice Home Warranty can help protect you from expensive major system and appliance breakdowns that your homeowner's insurance doesn't cover. But you have to call now before it's too late.
Choice Home Warranty is the best warranty we've ever used.
Now, homeowners insurance won't protect you when your home's major systems and appliances break down due to normal wear and tear. But Choice Home Warranty will. They can help cover repairs and replacements.
Call Choice Home Warranty today and get your first month free. We make appliance or home system breakdowns easy. Call 24/7 and our service center will dispatch one of our 25,000 repair technicians to come to your home. And if your covered appliance or system breakdown can't be repaired, Choice Home Warranty will help you replace it.
Washing machine, dryer, refrigerator, air condition. If I had any issues arise, they were able to take care of it immediately.
So, do what this old DIYer did and call Choice Home Warranty now before something breaks down.
Call Choice Home Warranty to get your first month free. For a limited time, as a special bonus, call now and we'll double the offer and add a second month. But wait, call in the next 5 minutes and you'll also receive free limited roof leak protection. That's huge savings. Don't wait until a breakdown happens. Call Choice Home Warranty now. 800-491-7630. That's 800-491-7630.
It's time to hunker down and prepare for this storm. This is a powerful storm that should be treated like you would treat if a tornado was approaching your home.
Welcome back to Fox Weather. We are tracking Category 4 Hurricane Ian. Some live Surfline cameras from Venice, Florida. You can see the conditions there of heavy rainfall coming down. Also the winds blowing the trees around. We've seen some increase in the wind speed closer to the shoreline, and the eye wall is moving onshore now, and that's creating some very heavy rain bands. We are expecting the eye somewhere near Fort Myers, in the Fort Myers area. The latest here on the storm and the center of the storm, which is what we're watching, is that the eye itself has stayed offshore. As it's stayed offshore, it's been able to expand, the eye getting bigger and larger. Typically in a strong category, any category storm, quite frankly, you'll see an eye wall around 20 miles wide. This one has gone to 35 miles wide, and a larger eye like that basically means that we could see a dramatic increase in the storm surge and the amount of water that is being pushed along the shorelines. And that is the reason for the intense concern, quite frankly, over the potential for storm surge to be anywhere between 12 to 16 feet. The storm perhaps may move onshore a little quickly, more quickly than we previously thought. And if it does, that means more quickly in time frame, then that takes the center of the storm out of the ocean. The longer the center of the storm stays over the ocean, the more intense it becomes, the longer, of course, it can stay as strong and grow in size. Looking at some of the conditions that we've got coming in, we know that we do have about 25 million people within the cone of uncertainty, and right now about 275,000 of those are already without power. There is the the potential anywhere statewide for Florida to lose power. And we've already seen almost 250,000 people, a little over 250,000 people losing power. Some of the information coming in from the governor is that we do have National Guard, about 5,000 guardsmen. About 2,000 of those have come from out of state. There are also 5 different air and rescue teams that are ready to go. But on the flip side of that, the local emergency managements from Punta Gorda and Charlotte, which would, of course, be Port Charlotte, have stopped or suspended their emergency response teams. That means that you call 911 and there's not a guarantee of anyone going out. In fact, the ceasing of that means that they will take the call, but they're going to get to you when the conditions then are safe for the first responders to get out. So you're on your own there in Punta Gorda and Port Charlotte. Also, Orlando Airport, just after 10:30, stopped their flights going in and out. So all passengers that were leaving or coming have stopped for Orlando. And they'll be waiting till we get better conditions, of course, when this storm makes some progress. That's the latest. We'll also wait and watch and see what happens. We know that the latest from the hurricane hunters coming in, that the ferocity of the center of the storm was so intense that they decided to come out of it and land. We also know that the National Hurricane Center has pretty much kept the details the same within the last hour, 155-mile-an-hour winds and a north-northeast movement of about 10 miles per hour, pressure remaining the same. So those are the latest information. We're going to get some more details. Let's go over to Craig Herrera, tracking what's going on. The rain forecast for these storms is not just for the coastline. It's kind of a myth. We know the eye wall is the strongest. It can really create big storms. But rain is going to happen inland. Much of Florida is under the threat of flooding.
Yeah, exactly. And as we watch the flooding, also talking just real quick, Amy, the latest storm surge coming in from Naples, approaching record right now at about 4.1 feet. So very, very close. So we're watching this closely. Water well above the ground here. Major story coming in out of Naples. But look at the winds whipping around that. So we'll get to that in just a moment. Want to bring in Brandy Campbell, who is in the Fox Weather Beast right now. She's been out in the elements. And Brandy, kind of walk us through, Orlando, what you see from the Beast. These cameras on top of the Beast there. We see you inside.
Well, good afternoon, Craig. This afternoon, or really this morning here in Orlando, it's just been very rainy, but people, they're still getting out and about. We're in downtown right now. Not as active with vehicles, but there are people still walking around. But we do know this is an area where a lot of people have actually evacuated to, especially from the coast of Florida, even though we will still feel the impact of Hurricane Ian. So a lot of hotels getting bookings because of this storm. They actually, my hotel stated they expected to be pretty busy because of conventions in town, but they were canceled because of the storm. And now they're back busy again because of Hurricane Ian bringing people into this area. So right now, again, we're in downtown. We're behind a fire truck right now going to its station in this area. Places I've noticed some are actually boarded up, not most places, but there are some gas stations starting to board up their pumps or wrap them up, to protect them once this storm and those winds that we're expecting, those gusts of 70 miles per hour or 75 miles per hour come in. They have to protect that. So places are getting ready. Some actually even closing down already. We went to get some coffee, and they said, we're about to close up after you guys leave. So things are happening down here in Orlando, but it's slowly happening. And I anticipate to see it get even slower as Ian gets closer to us. Back to you.
All right, Brandy Campbell, be safe out there. Of course, we also mentioned Orlando International Airport closed at 10:30 this morning. You can see the emergency crews out there as they get ready. Brandy Campbell from Orlando, Florida, in the Fox Weather Beast. Also want to mention just a reminder for you. You can watch Fox Weather on our YouTube page. It's free, of course, and you can do that right now through Saturday evening as we continue with continuing coverage of Ian, including the aftermath. Of course, our Fox Weather app is also free. You can download it free. Just go to foxweather.com. We're on there as well live. Want to get to the latest storm surge we were talking about just before we went to Brandy Campbell. Naples is one area to watch. Those winds are just howling, pushing all that water up against the coast. Right now, the latest number coming in from Naples, 4.1 feet. That is approaching the record. The record, by the way, 4.2. So very close to the storm surge record in Naples. Very close. We approach that, and as it changes, we'll bring that to you. Of course, with the winds howling through the area, could be an area to watch for sure. Meantime, we have the extreme wind warning in place for all of Lee County here till 12:45 local time there for those extreme winds of 115 miles per hour or greater, and a lot of those continue to whip up from the south up in this direction here. Again, the extreme wind warning could cause more in the way of power outages as well. Trees coming down could do damage to some of these trees that come down on structures and buildings. Hurricane Ian right now, the latest information still has it at 155 mile per hour winds, a very strong and healthy category 4. 2 more miles, you get up to 157, you're talking category 5. Moving north-northeast at 9 miles per hour. And notice it's getting very close to the coast here. And a good reminder for you that the National Hurricane Center will actually determine when this has made landfall. Even if it's moving along the coast, this usually happens when the center of the eye moves over on shore. But that's up to the National Hurricane Center to push that out and let us know when it's made landfall. Still expected to happen later this evening. Hurricane warnings are still in place from Tampa down the coast all the way down to Marco Island. You take that up over portions of even the Everglades, areas that maybe not populated, but well up to the north into Orlando, Tampa as well, where those winds could easily be 75 or 74 miles per hour and stronger. Tropical storm warnings to the south of there and to the north, where those winds will easily be 39 miles to 74 miles per hour as we go into the afternoon and evening. The track, it's still kind of wobbling a bit. Where does it go at this point? Expect it to go anywhere in this cone. Fort Myers to Tampa is likely where this would go over. Continues to track over central Florida. Lose intensity, of course, as it moves over land. It doesn't have the warm water, the fuel to give it the energy it needs. Nonetheless, it has a whole lot of rain. You've got a cold front up to the north, and that cold air is sinking down as well. Brian Norcross was talking about this, but then you talk about all that warm, moist air that's moving up in this area. So that moist air is going to lift up and over the colder air, going to squeeze a lot of moisture out, and we could see some heavy rain coming out of this area. We're also watching for tornado warnings. We do want to bring in meteorologist Britta Merwin with more on some of the tornado warnings, which are coming up since yesterday, a new one right now.
Yes, and this is to be anticipated, right, Craig? Whenever we have a landfalling hurricane, we always have tornado warnings, and it pops up in that upper right quadrant of the storm where we do have the most friction and shear present. We currently are tracking a tornado warning for DeSoto, Hardee, and Highlands County. This is in effect until 12:15, so we have another 30 minutes left. And if you live within Hardee County, DeSoto County, Highlands County, very important that you seek shelter immediately. That means an interior bathroom or a closet in the lowest level of your home. The important thing here is to stay away from the windows and also just look up above your head. What do you see? You want to shrink the space above your head, because when we see injuries during these quick spin up tornadoes, it's because something is falling into you. So if you get yourself into a tight interior space, that's where you're going to protect your body. Here's a look at the timeline, because this is a fast moving thunderstorm. It's embedded within these rain bands, and it's moving to the northwest at 45 miles per hour. So it's going to be in and out before you know it. And that's what we see with these quick spin up tornadoes. They are quick, and you have little time to react. So again, if you live in DeSoto County, Highlands County, and Hardee County in Florida, it is imperative that you get to your safe spot right now. You're not going to see it coming. You might hear it coming, though. If you hear something that sounds like a freight train, most likely we actually have something on the ground, because keep in mind, this is Doppler indicated. We have heavy rain across the area. It is fast moving. It is going to be hard to see it coming. We do need to make sure that we treat all these tornado warnings as if the tornado is on the ground, but most of them are Doppler indicated. Looking at our radar and seeing the rotation within radar, it's a little broad, but it's present. You're looking for the interaction of red and green, showing you the winds that are going towards and away from the radar. So if we see both directions, obviously we're sensing some rotation there. And we do have a little rotation present. Again, this is a fast-moving thunderstorm. It's booking it at 45 miles per hour. So it's really important that you just find that safe spot. And if you live off to the north and west, make sure you're thinking ahead of this warning. But you can clearly identify that spin that we're showing you on our velocity tracker. Again, showing you those winds going towards and away from the radar. So right now, this is our only tornado warning working. It is up until 12:15. So we have another 30 minutes left on this tornado warning, but it's not the last one. So if you do live in Florida, especially, from Orlando moving out towards the Atlantic, it's going to be a lot of inland spots that have to deal with these warnings. You want to think ahead. think about those safety items that you can put in your safe spot. You want a pair of shoes. You want a way to cover your head to keep your body safe. And also, if you are riding this storm out with kids, put some comfort items in that interior bathroom or a closet, a favorite book, a stuffy, a game to play. It's all about how you approach this. If you go into this tornado warning and into this hurricane with positivity, I know it's hard to do so when we're talking about such conditions, but the kids are going to read off of how you react. So having those items with you can really make the experience of going through one of these quick tornado warnings easier to get through. Also, it's a fast-acting thing. So having those items already present in your bathroom, in your closet, all you have to do is worry about getting your body there. So again, tornado warning up for DeSoto, Hardee, and Highlands County in Florida until 12:15 local time. Craig?
All right. Thanks, Britta, so much. In the meantime, Hurricane Ian has already created damage to Florida, some homes and some offices. And one company works on creating structures that are resilient to some of these powerful hurricanes, just like Ian. Royal Palm Company's Chief Design Officer, TJ Sabo, joins us now. TJ, thank you for being with us from Miami here on Fox Weather.
Great to be with you, Craig.
Let's talk about building back more resilient, stronger, because this area, as we know, with things changing, these storms are coming in, they're getting bigger. Let's start with building codes. How have they changed? Have they changed? What are you experiencing?
Well, as a native Miamian, I've lived through over 20 storms, so I've got a little experience in this. And certainly Hurricane Andrew was a game changer and taught us some things. They were tough lessons, but we at Royal Palm Companies are trying to create what we refer to as 21st century hurricane-resistant structures.
And let's talk about those structures. What makes them more resistant? I know you do a lot of testing on the materials and just the way that you build it. Let's talk about the infrastructure.
Sure. Well, two great examples of them are in Miami World Center, which is the second largest development of the United States. We finished a 58-story residential tower called Paramount, and now doing a hotel called Legacy Hotel and Residences. Both of these incorporate these strategies, and they're significant. It's much more than fancy words. We're talking about steel-encased pilings that go over 150 feet into the ground, which create footing for a foundation that tends to be now 10 to 16 feet above sea level. And we're using a higher density concrete. We're using 200-mile-an-hour glass, which becomes very important when a storm comes in at 155.
Incredible. Also, the technology. There's a lot of technology that goes into the design. Surely you've worked with several engineers. Talk about the technology. You talked about those pilings, which is so important. Give it the footing. What else are you incorporating in the design?
Well, the remarkable thing, Craig, is we've gone from using pencils and blueprints to now doing 3D modeling using artificial intelligence and even doing wind tunnels testing to make sure the structures are going to be as hurricane resistant as possible. We believe what we're doing today, and many other developers in Florida, which perhaps should be the model for the world, is saving lives and certainly saving homes.
Yeah, TJ, so important when you think about these storms. Because about the winds with the hurricanes, we're looking at Category 3, Category 4. You're talking catastrophic damage. What can people do once these storms pass and they want to prepare, especially people who are new to Florida? What can they do at their homes to help them protect themselves from some severe weather like this?
Well, of course, we always advise people to listen to their city officials when there's mandatory evacuation. It's time to get out. Take your most valuables with you. If you have a portable safe or fire-resistant safe, take it with you. Take care of your pets. Many people forget that and should not. And in these newer structures, thankfully, there's not as much to worry about as previously. Your home is going to be there when you get back. But should you choose to stay, I would say, between flooding and rainstorm, try to create a more impermeable area in front of your doors. We see sandbags coming out throughout South Florida and other things if you're in a low-rising structure. And then stay safe. Keep your doors closed. Don't allow the pressure to change in the building. That can wreak havoc on systems and elevators. And really stay safe, get comfortable, and typically these storms go through. Bermuda was a great example of how good structures survive. Canada was an example of how a place not as prepared had some difficulties.
It is so true, and I think we prepare more as we see these storms pick up and build. And you've experienced several storms. We appreciate you coming on to Fox Weather, talking about the technology and rebuilding. back more resilient. TJ Sabo, thanks for being with us here on Fox Weather.
Thanks so much, Craig.
Britta.
And Craig, we just got some info in for the Naples area that is making history. Right now, the storm surge in Naples is up to 4.8 feet. That surpasses the record that was set back during Irma in 2017 of 4.25 feet. So this is a pretty extreme storm surge, and unfortunately, this is just a drop in the bucket. The forecast for Naples calls for 8 to 12 feet of storm surge. To put this in perspective, because so many times, Craig, I think people hear these numbers, 4.8. Well, I mean, that's kind of like a swimming pool. How bad is it? Well, I'm 5 feet 8 inches. So if you think about 4.8, you'd only have my head above the water. I mean, that is not a safe situation to be in, that's for sure. And it's definitely to the level where it becomes life-threatening. And this is a prime example of why evacuations were called for so many people, because that potential was present for almost the majority of the Gulf Coast of Florida. And that's why you have to evacuate so many people. You hide from the wind, you run from the water, because you cannot survive this type of storm surge. So again, right now, Naples is having a new record storm surge at 4.8. It's going to be surpassed as we go throughout the day, because the forecast is calling for 8 to 12 feet of storm surge, which is a life-threatening storm surge for anybody that did not heed these warnings. Now, the potential here, if you look at the entire coastline from Punta Gorda all the way to Bonita Springs, that looks to be the potential for the highest storm surge. And the National Hurricane Center is suggesting that we could see some areas where we could have the potential of 18 feet of water above normally dry ground. That would be historic for this coastline. And unfortunately, this is a coastline that is very prone to storm surge. In fact, Southwest Florida is probably likely the most prone area across the U.S. We have a very shallow topography underneath that water. And because it is so shallow, so far out into the Gulf of Mexico, it allows for the water to really pile up. And so this is an area that is going to be hit harder by storm surge than any other area across Florida, but definitely notable to bring you that we have broken that record. Here's a look at the high and low tide times. This is crucial for Fort Myers because, unfortunately, because of the angle of attack here and when we're expecting this landfall, we could see the highest potential for storm surge lining up with high tide. Keep in mind, storm surge is a surge of water on top of the tides, and that just adds insult to injury here. And if that wasn't enough, we also were undergoing king tides in Florida. So the high tide that we are expecting is going to be coming up at 6:45 this evening. So at these times, we're expecting to have that possibly lethal combination of the highest storm surge at the same time as having our high tide cycle take place. And this is going to be something that we see just play out across Southwest Florida, because of course, although that high tide time changes from, position to position, it's all going to be happening this afternoon and this evening across the coastline. And that is right when we are expecting the most potent onshore push. And it's really that southwest wind that is driving in all this water. And because the wind field is so massive with Ian, it is able to push even more water into coastal areas of Florida. So this is really kind of the worst case setup. So again, the next time frame that we really have to look out for is 6:45 p.m. for Fort Myers. That's where we could see the highest impact when it comes to that combination of storm surge and the high tide. Stay with us here on Fox Weather.
Britta, thanks so much. I love the illustration you gave with the storm surge because, that water is 4 feet high and it's moving water, right? You've got the wind as well. Just great explainer. We're looking at Sanibel, Florida right now. 10 inches of rain expected in some locations. The roads are already experiencing some flooding locally. Winds continue to howl. By the way, this just coming in from Pennsylvania. Governor Tom Wolf announcing that 45 members and support personnel are going to go to South Carolina. That's from Task Force 1 later today to support response operations in the aftermath of this hurricane. Sanibel, Florida, boy, just getting hammered with the wind and the rain. This island is about 12 miles, about 3 miles in its widest part, about 12 miles longer. So here's what we have with the radar right now. We do have a tornado warning. Look at those bands moving up towards Sanibel. There's Sanibel, the island, and we saw the rain coming in just to the north of there. Boy, you've got some extensive rain coming down, pretty heavy at times. The winds pounding up against Sanibel at about 86 to 102 miles per hour. Here's another shot from Punta Gorda, Florida there, a live shot right now where the cameras are just shaking as the wind continues to be a major story for us. That is going to push a lot of the water onto the surf line, onto the lower line areas, go well above us. Let's go into this tornado warning. DeSoto County is included within this one. Hardy County, Florida as well. Zolfo Springs just on the other side of this as these storms continue to move up. You can see a little bit of, there we go. They've got a couplet right there where the green and the reds are coming together. Continues to move off to the north and northwest at about 45 miles per hour. Again, these pick up, they move quickly, and then they're out of here. Tornado warning, as we look at this, you're looking at Buchanan at about 12:06, headed your direction. Bridges, 12:14. We'll see Fort Greene Springs, 12:26. Fort Greene, 12:27, as the storm continues to track up to the north. These little spin-ups, as we can see, happen quickly, and you've got to head to your shelter quickly as well because they don't last long in some cases, and then they pop up. Estimated rainfall for the next 24 hours is impressive. We're talking about 3 to 5 inches of rain easily for central and southern Florida. Those shades of orange that you see there, 5 to 8 inches of rain, locally up to 12 inches of rain in some cases. Major concern with all of the rain coming in, and the flash flood threat is there from Orlando to Naples. We're going to see that as extreme flooding, the threat rather, level 4 out of 4. This is right through tomorrow morning. Flood watch extends all the way up into Florida, Georgia, Brunswick included in that, with that rain continuing to move on through. For the next 5 days, remember we've got that warm air bumping up against the cold air. You've got a lot of lift. The northern side of that storm producing some intense rainfalls, 8 to 12 inches of rain over the next 5 days from Orlando to the north, Daytona Beach, Leesburg. Just look how wide this is with the amount of rain that's coming down for the next 5 days. In the meantime, tornado threat continues as we go through the afternoon. Very likely to see more in the way of those tornadoes from Daytona Beach all the way down to Melbourne. You've got the chance extends all the way down to the Keys as well. This is for Wednesday. This is our Fox model, and take a look at Orlando. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, here is your time frame. The rain does pick up. It will be heavy at times, and you could see some of those heavy bands up to the north of this storm as it continues to move through. 7 p.m. Guess what? It doesn't let up very much. We're going into the midnight hour, but as we go into Thursday, still coming down pretty heavy with the rain, which is why you can see those totals, 5 to 12 inches of rain, in some cases up to a foot. 7 o'clock in the morning, still seeing the rain come in. By the time we get to tomorrow afternoon, maybe not as heavy, but it is still going to be coming in as we go into the afternoon. The impacts for Orlando, 8 to 12 inches of rain, the wind gusts 40 miles per hour plus now through Friday. Major concern here as we continue to watch this. Britta, look at this, though. We're looking at Sanibel, Florida. You got all of the flooding that's coming down. This is one of the areas that's coming in. Of course, we'll wait for the latest information coming in, but we talked about storm surge already reaching records there in Naples, just going over 4 feet or so. So we're seeing these record rainfall totals and the storm surge a major concern as we go into the next coming days.
And Craig, it's really scary because this is just the beginning. So those rain totals and also the surge totals, those are actually going to possibly double, if not triple, by the time we wrap up this entire storm. There's a look at the eye, again, getting closer and closer to landfall. That technical landfall happens if you draw crosshairs right across the eye itself. The center of that crosshair has to be on land, and that's when we'll know that we have actual official landfall. Now, we have a lot of power outages going out. And we have a lot of people that are in the path of this. In fact, just under the cone itself, we're talking about 24.9 million people within that cone. That is an amazing amount of people. Just in Hillsborough County, which is where Tampa is located, 300,000 people. Sarasota, over 500,000, just under 500,000 for Lee County. So these are very populated areas that are dealing with historic surge, tremendous winds, and an amazing amount of water falling from the sky. Ian literally is putting everything on the table. So many times a hurricane is either a surge maker, it's a wind maker, it's a rain maker. Well, Ian is definitely putting all three on the table. Here's a look at the power outages across the area. Collier County continues to be up at the top. They're sitting at 25% of the county without power. we are seeing these numbers continuing to increase. And because the winds are well above 40 miles per hour, crews can't get out and fix anything. So they're not going to be able to send people out to fix the power outage problem until the weather improves.
Yeah, just incredible. All the people without power out there. Yeah, Britta, continue to watch. And boy, just almost more than 500,000 people without power. And we talk about the tornadoes as well. You've got to have your app ready to go, your notifications turned on. We talked about, I heard you talking about yesterday having the money. Hopefully you had money in case you need to buy something as well. Just important to have all these with you.
Absolutely. And unfortunately, the preparation time is done.
Yeah.
Craig, the thing that I would love to know is what was the mood this morning when people woke up and they realized how close this is to a Category 5 hurricane?
Yeah.
You know, they went to bed last night and they were thinking, oh, I'm going to wake up and the winds are going to be around 120, 130. Yeah. It's at 155 miles per hour, and it is a game changer for the impacts that we're going to see because of that. We were knowing that this was going to be a big deal, but now that heightened awareness is even at a higher level.
Incredible. We want to go out to Fox Weather's Will Nunley, who's been out in the elements as well. Will, tell us what you're seeing right now, where you're at, what your location is, and what you're seeing out there.
Yeah, Craig, good afternoon. We are in Fort Myers. We have tried to make sure that we are out of this storm surge inundation zone. We've positioned ourselves between really the waterfront there in immediate downtown Fort Myers and I-75. So we have such a tremendous amount of the area that is under this significant flood risk, this storm surge risk, that we really have to take a lot of measures to get out of the way, and we hope that people have done so as well. The emergency alerts are sounding on our phones. We're saying the time to get off the streets is now, the time to shelter in place is now. Very urgent messaging coming from emergency officials at this hour. And it is mostly deserted. As we have gone through just about an hour ago, we took some video, took some time to go through downtown Fort Myers, and there was not really a car to be found, not even police. They have gone out of the way. We know that that is a very likely inundation zone, and so there are not a lot of people there now. As we have traveled out here today, this is a major road here. This is Colonial Boulevard that's in front of us here. The gas station stores all long closed. What we're going to be expecting is for, these street lights, although they're well built, well constructed, have concrete posts, those are some of the first things to go oftentimes in situations like this when we have the type of wind that we are talking about and sustained wind. We're noticing a change, of course, in the direction of the wind and the power of the wind as well. We had trees start falling here well beyond 7 o'clock this morning when we were out doing kind of our first surveys of the area. So we've been dealing with these constant power outages. We know that this is just the very beginning, even for this area. And we are a considerable distance, again, back away from the waterfront. So we have an incredible few hours ahead of us, really an incredible evening ahead of us as we are preparing for the worst. And we keep hearing that messaging from not only local authorities, but people who live here that just keep saying this is a worst case scenario. Over and over, we keep hearing that. And so this is just an incredible historic moment that we're about to face. We hope that everyone is sheltered in place and has a plan at this point. Craig?
And well, this is Britta. I just wanted to ask you, in the time that you've spent this morning, have you run into anyone? I mean, I saw a couple cars behind you, but did you have any opportunity to actually speak to someone?
The only people that we have talked to have said, how soon is it going to get bad? And our answer has been now.
Right.
We have run into some rescue teams in some of the garages and some that are staging. But so far as people out, even sightseers, onlookers that we would normally see in situations like this, we're not seeing them, at least in the immediate downtown area where we have been.
Well, that's encouraging news because that's what we want, right? We want people out of the way of this monster storm.
Yeah.
And I can tell by what I'm seeing on camera right now, Will, that you're starting to get into a little bit of a band here. So heavier rain, strong winds. So go find yourself a nice, safe spot. Try and dry off a little bit, and we'll check in with you in just a moment. Let's get you updated on the current conditions with Ian. It has been tremendous to see what's been happening this morning. I mean, look at this. This is Manatee County. This is the bridge going over the water. I mean, the shot is shaken so much because of the wind. And look at the waves rolling underneath the bridge. Typically, you would see a very calm body of water, crystal blue, nothing going on. It is tremendous how churned up the water is, and also the level of the water. Of course, once you get out on the open span, this is an elevated bridge, but on the causeway, you can tell how close the water is coming to the bottom of that bridge. And just looking at the structure of this hurricane, it is a massive hurricane. You can clearly identify the eye. The winds right now are at 155 miles per hour. That's a very strong Category 4. So for a Cat 5, you need 157. We're just there. So it's really just an academic thing at this point. This is really the worst case scenario, especially for Southwest Florida. Looking at the differences between the past advisories, we haven't seen any change with exception of the forward motion. We're down by 1 mile per hour, which might not sound like a lot, but unfortunately, that's probably the beginning of a very dangerous trend. In the forecast, we have always seen that once we got through today, we were going to see that forward motion slow down. And as it gets closer to 7 miles per hour, 5 miles per hour, that prolongs the time that people are having to experience an absolute nightmare. Hopefully, I really hope most people got out of the way and they evacuated, but if they did not and they made that choice to stay, it is going to prolong the amount of time that they are dealing with these tremendous winds, the high surge, and the very heavy rain. Emergency crews cannot get out to save anyone until the winds come down, and because we're facing a long duration of time, we're talking about maybe even 6 to 8 hours of winds that are just too high to get out in, it means that they can't send anybody out to do any sort of rescue work. Jordan, one of our meteorologists behind scenes, has been watching this unfold all morning long. You know, Jordan, you and I walked in here around 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning, and it's been tremendous what we have seen happen in the last 12 hours with this storm.
It really has been. And I mean, if just taking a look at the conditions that we're seeing, this is a strengthening hurricane. It's continued to strengthen all the way up until landfall. Like you said, we woke up, this was hanging out on a Category 4 storm at like 120 mile per hour winds, now at 155 miles per hour sustained winds within the storm. And the storm surge has been tremendous. In fact, if we want to take Max 6 really quick, we'll take a look at Naples. We talked about Naples. That record storm surge was 4 feet. Now the latest readings we have right now, 5.2 feet. Again, this is well now. We've basically blown the record. And we're expecting up to 12 feet of storm surge in Naples today, maybe even more. So again, just an absolutely devastating situation happening and unfolding in Naples right now, Britta.
It is unbelievable. And to think that, you know, to put this all in perspective, right, it's unfortunately going to get worse. The forecast for Naples is 8 to 12 feet. Which is why it is so important to heed those warnings and get out of the way before we get to this point. Jordan, thank you for the insight there. We're going to bring in Bill Reed. He is a former director of the National Hurricane Center. And Bill, it's great to hear your voice. I'm sorry it's underneath these circumstances. Bill and I were actually on the same team of meteorologists in the Houston area. Bill, it is tremendous to see what has unfolded this morning. I did want to ask you about the rapid intensification that we have seen within Ian. It was tremendous. What I saw happen between 3 o'clock in the morning and about 7 o'clock this morning, it was 35 miles per hour that we gained with the wind speed. Talk about how incredible the dynamics are to create that type of an increase.
Yeah, there's, of course, you have the environmental considerations with the really warmer than normal Gulf waters in the East Gulf. It had tremendous outflow. The thing I noticed on the satellite loop was the incredible outflow mechanism that was going on there. So it was able to realize all that energy was picking up from the ocean very quickly. And unfortunately, it's happening a lot like what happened with Michael a few years ago as it approaches landfall. So terrible situation.
It is. And looking at the surge impact that we're seeing specifically in Naples, so right now we're just about 5 feet. Put that in perspective for people at home. Obviously, you know, that's almost approaching the top of my head. I'm 5 feet 8 inches. But how do we get from that to 12 feet? Sometimes it can be hard to really realize, how is that even possible?
Well, the gauge is out on the beaches there. It's very flat land at Naples. In fact, the entire area from where the eye is coming ashore southward is very low elevation with very little slope. The water is going to be driven by much higher winds coming up in the next few hours, and we'll see that same accelerated climb in the tide, probably even on the Naples gauge, which is going to be south of the eye wall. But I'm really worried about that whole area from the Fort Myers, Cape Coral area up into Punta Gorda and Port Charlotte.
And Bill, you know, you were director of the National Hurricane Center. You have seen so many storms over your career. Where does this stack up when you think about storms in the past? Obviously, you got to be careful making any sort of comparisons because each storm is unique. But what are some of the impacts here that you're seeing that really are quite unique?
I was often asked, and I think you probably even asked me once before, what are your top 3 or 4 worst case scenarios? And probably on the top of my list has been Southwest Florida for a long time because you have so many people living in the surge zones. Demographically, it's skewed towards people my age, and I can attest people my age are stubborn and don't want to do what we're told. So getting people out of harm's way there is difficult. It takes a long time. So it is one of my worst case scenarios.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that most people just heeded the warning and got out of the way. Bill, while I still have you on here, I do want to go back to that conversation of rapid intensification. This is a very unique thing that we've seen with the Gulf of Mexico, especially in the last 10 years of tropical development. It's something that continues to come up. I was looking at the data for Harvey and Michael, and we saw large increases with both of those storms. Why is the Gulf of Mexico the spot that we typically see this? I mean, I know it can happen in the Atlantic, but it seems like it's always with these Gulf hurricanes that we see this process take shape.
That's a pretty good question, and I don't think the research has really defined exactly why, because and I'm not sure it's actually true. We don't have the flights going on in a lot of the storms farther away from land. And it's been a fairly recent phenomenon that we've seen an increase in the number of rapid intensifications we've seen each season, which again is still being studied to try to come up with the why.
And Bill, as we move forward through today, and you know, we're going to be watching those impacts for Southwest Florida. Let's talk about the impacts for inland locations. I mean, now that this is almost a Category 5 hurricane, that changes what folks are going to experience in places like Orlando and Jacksonville, and then pushing up into Georgia. For viewers that are watching us in North Florida, what do they need to know? What is heading their way?
There's several big things. I think the wind gusts are going to be tremendous for at least the first 5 to 10 hours after landfall while it's trying to spin down over land. But again, it's flat land. It's not going to eat it up like a mountainous terrain in the Caribbean. So you're going to see a lot of wind damage in the form of trees, power outages, and structures that are older that weren't built to the modern code. Could see a lot of damage to their properties. Further up the coast, it becomes a little problematic as to how much of the storm's left. But Hurricane Center is forecasting a significant tide on the northeast coast, which would jack the level of the St. Johns River up 3 to 5 feet. And then you have the rainfall, which is forecast to be in the 10 to 20 inches rain. That much rain, as you well know, on a watershed causes severe flooding.
Well, Bill Reed, former director of the National Hurricane Center, such a good opportunity to bring in this insight. Thank you so much.
Yes, nice talking, Britta.
Great to talk to you. Take care.
Great insight. Thank you, Britta. Also, life-threatening waves, storm surge, all making its way into Florida. Fox Business reporter Ashley Webster joins us again live from St. Petersburg, Florida. And boy, winds just keep picking up every time we check in with you.
Hopefully I can't hear you, but I'm going to give you a report anyway. We are on the North Shore looking south towards Tampa Bay. And as you can see, these wind gusts and this heavy rain squalls have really picked up in the last hour. Gusts to 35, close to 40, and we're expecting the wind to continue to pick up into the afternoon and into the evening, possibly up to 80 miles an hour. I think flooding and a storm surge later on today could be an issue. Right now, the bay behind me is actually seeing water funnel out to the ocean, which is interesting. It's what happens when a strong hurricane is approaching. All the water gets pulled out to the ocean, but things will change and that water will all come back in, and that's where there is concern about a surge, possibly 4 to 6 feet. We'll have to wait and see. But I think it's the winds knocking down trees, power outages. Those are going to be the big issues here, and flooding waters cutting off certain roads and neighborhoods. Maybe 10 to 14 inches of rain now is what we're hearing for this particular area. But let's not forget, just 3 days ago, this area was predicted to be possibly getting a direct hit. We are not. But that said, as you can tell, the impact of Hurricane Ian spreads out far and wide, and we're certainly feeling it here. Expecting you to feel it for the rest of today and into tomorrow. So don't be expect about 200,000 people without power. That number, according to the governor, could reach into the millions before all is said and done. Guys, back to you.
All right, Ashley Webster, thanks so much, live from St. Petersburg, Florida. Just deteriorating conditions out there. We do want to check in with our hurricane specialist, Brian Norcross, right now. We bring him in, and you've been watching this closely, Brian. What are you thinking now when you see all these winds and the rain, storm surge, major concerns out here?
Yeah, it's a horrendous situation. I mean, this is a frightening situation, having lived through this, seeing a relentless hurricane come up to the coast and then seeing the aftermath of it. This idea of having a 155-mile-an-hour hurricane, forgetting the storm surge problem, the 155-mile-an-hour hurricane coming over the west coast of Florida and the destruction that the winds will do. And then we add to that this storm surge threat of 15 feet or more of water into a populated area. And it boggles the mind, not to mention the whole rest of the state. And up there in Tampa, you saw all that rain. That's the precursor of what is going to be on the north side of this hurricane, all the way across the state, and up to 2 feet of rain. I'll be surprised if we don't have some rain amounts more than 2 feet before this is over. That would be in central to north Florida. Okay, let's look at the satellite picture. I mean, it's one of those mesmerizing, horrific scenes here, is that you see the eye so clearly. And in the eye, you can almost make out there are little swirls going around the eye like that. And it's those little swirls that cause mesovortices, that they are the ones that do most of the damage. The sustained winds do damage, but it's these are extra strong gusts that enhance the wind when one of those little vortices goes by. And that's why sometimes one neighborhood gets blasted and the other neighborhood is just damaged, and there's no way to predict it. Well, we see that, so here's Marco Island, here's Captiva Island, here's Fort Myers over here, and we see the storm is going to move right over the Fort Myers area, and it's going to happen today, and it's slowly happening. The storm is actually slowing down as it went. I said earlier that I think this is going to barrel right in. Now it does indeed seem to be on the Hurricane Center forecast timing, which brings it there this afternoon. Now, high tide is right about now, or low tide, I'm sorry, low tide is right about now, is a little bit good, but it's only about a foot tide swing in the Fort Myers area there on the Caloosahatchee near downtown Fort Myers. So when we look at the wind speeds, we see that we've lost Naples and Fort Myers. This is not a valid speed here, and this is completely died. But up here at Punta Gorda, now Punta Gorda is on that little spit of land right there, still getting a west wind there. So that's driving water out the Peace River. There's a river that goes up here, the Peace River, driving water out the river there and into Charlotte Harbor. So and it's going to continue to do that as long as the wind is kind of coming in this direction of some fashion. But then once the storm gets by, and that may take until tomorrow, it's going to come slamming back in the other way. And so this storm surge is not all with the beginning of the storm. A lot of people are going to experience storm surge with the backside of the storm. So this is going to take a good while for it to materialize. Here, the radar shows us the same kind of thing we saw on the satellite. And these enhanced areas in the eye wall sometimes can be representative of those mesovortices that we saw were little swirls in the eye wall. This one here. And you see they're kind of rotating around. We also see there is some dry air. So to the south, Marco Island, and even down to Naples, rain is not so much the issue. When I zoom out here, let me get rid of that and zoom out, and what you're going to see is that the band of rain up around Tampa is substantial. And this is the way this system is going to be structured all the way along, it looks like, is the areas to the north and east are going to get the heaviest rain with this thing. And this is, as we just saw on the camera from St. Petersburg, an intense line of rain with these embedded cells in it. See the red cells here? And those red cells are where you're going to have tornadoes if we have tornadoes. We had one a little while ago in this band. Right now there are none being highlighted by the National Weather Service, but you never know when one might well develop. Just to widen out, I want to show you there's another band that's already affecting farther north. So again, just more evidence that this storm is going to be east side and north side loaded, so especially north side. So as it comes across the state in some kind of fashion like this, it's going to keep this bad weather in Orlando and then in Ocala and Gainesville and points north in Florida, because all this is way north of the circulation, as you already see here. All right, so there's the cone, and it seems to be on track a little bit to the left of the cone, so somewhere in there. Now, we don't know that it's not going to go up the middle of the cone, but it really doesn't make any difference. Again, remembering that the worst weather is in some kind of arc like that, and that includes tornadoes, that includes torrential rain in the foot to 2 feet range, and that includes winds gusting to 100 miles or gusting to hurricane force. I don't know that they'll gust to 100 miles an hour, they might, but gusting to hurricane force, 80, 85, 90 miles an hour seems likely at this point. So there's the rain corridor, and I want you to notice where the dark rain is. So this is widespread, 12 to 18 inches. Isolated areas 24 inches or more, and that's in the Orlando area, in the Central Florida metropolitan area where millions of people live, and also up in the Jacksonville area. It's part of that slightly east side, north side loading of this system. So here's another way of looking at it is, where was this likely to cause flash flooding, which of course can sweep you if you're near a canal, or near some kind of low area where the water is flowing, sweep you off the road and so forth. And there it is in the red area. So you see Naples, and then over to the Melbourne area, up to about now looks like St. Augustine, and over to about Newport Richey. So north of Tampa, including Tampa, Sarasota, Orlando, the big cities in the central part of Florida, all under this extreme flash flood threat today. And then tomorrow, look at this, continuing in Orlando and pushing up toward Jacksonville, Gainesville, Ocala, Daytona Beach, New Smyrna Beach, all these cities, and continuing down here to the Melbourne area on the East Coast. So, and then still likely some flash flooding in the Tampa area. So this is a situation where we really have to divide the hazards, and we talk about them one at a time, but in fact, they're going to happen all at the same time. So we have two storm surge threat zones. One, the most incredibly damaging, is going to be here in the general Fort Myers, Naples metropolitan area. The other is going to be from from just north of Daytona Beach, let's say, on up the coast all the way to the Charleston area in South Carolina, because this coastline up here, as you know, looks sort of like a catcher's mitt when we look at it here. Like this. So when we're going to have two kinds of wind pushing water in here. One is going to come from the northeast like this, which is related to the cold front and high pressure to the north. And then the other is going to come from the circulation around the hurricane. So those two are going to converge in that convex shape there. And as Bill Reed was talking about a few moments ago, that pushes the water into the St. Johns River, and St. Johns River kind of flows like this. And it goes inland a while, then it turns down, it goes by Palatka. And look at the area where this intense rain is forecast to be. In this area here, well, the intense rain near the St. Johns River all runs into the St. Johns River. and then that has to flow back north. So we have water flowing back north out the St. John's. We have two wind machines putting water into the St. John's and the surrounding area going that way. So that combination is why a flood threat, significant flood threat, exists for the St. John's River inland and the areas around the coastline, north and south of Jacksonville and all the way up into South Carolina. Guys, back to you.
And Brian, it's Britta here. I had a question for you regarding what we're expecting a little bit farther into northern Florida with the intense rain in the forecast. Do you think a lot of folks are ready for what's going to be happening later tonight?
Well, this is a tomorrow thing. I mean, it's going to start tonight. You know, as we saw, those bands are already pushing into northern Florida. You know, are they ready? I don't know. They have experienced this. They experienced this very similar thing in Irma 5 years ago. So it's not so much like in Orlando. Orlando's last big experience was with Charlie in 2004. Of course, legions of people have moved to Orlando since 2004. Charlie was like a tornado. It came through, it just kind of blasted through, did a lot of damage, knocked down trees. I mean, it was very, very messy, knocked power out for a good period of time. But this isn't going to be that way. This is going to be relentless with the winds, maybe not quite as strong as Charlie, but approaching that. But going on for a good day and a half with torrential rain. So I think the folks in Central Florida are the ones that are more likely to not have experienced extreme weather on this kind of level. Not to mention, of course, the Fort Myers area in Southwest Florida. That's a whole different thing. There really is no exact precedent for this. You have to go back to 1873 to find a hurricane on this track, and Fort Myers was barely a village in 1873, let alone the metropolitan area that it is now.
The historical context to this is fascinating and so important to pass along. Brian, thank you so much.
So good. Great information as well. And it's just exploded population across Florida as well. I want to get you going with the latest. Brian Norcross, great information out there. Also a reminder, Orlando International Airport closed this morning at 10:35. Disney World and all of their theme parks all closed as well today and tomorrow. They say they do want to keep their cast members and their guests safe, so they have also closed yesterday and today. Charlotte County, by the way, suspending their emergency response. So if you dial 911, there's no guarantee you're going to have somebody to help out right away. It's just too dangerous of a situation. That, again, Charlotte County. Punta Gorda included within Charlotte County. So just some more information for you, by the way. And Governor DeSantis did say that 5 FEMA teams are on the ground, 600 people in all. They've got engineers. They've got canine teams, 5,000 National Guardsmen out there as well, 2,000 coming from other states. You have 5 air and rescue teams ready to go. Power restoration teams from 26 states have all gone to Florida. You're talking about 40,000 personnel that have all moved to the state of Florida to help out with restoration. All right, Britta, we want to send it back on over to you.
Yeah, and we're going to head outside, take a look at the conditions in Tampa. Nicole Valdez has been riding out the storm there, really taking us from the whole process of getting ready to actually being in the storm itself as this is really starting to unfold. Nicole, what are you seeing right now?
Well, Britta, I'm not sure if you can hear the wind behind me, but I'm sure you can see the trees reacting to the strength of some of the gusts we've been feeling over the last maybe hour or so. We had a little bit of a lull in the rain as the wind slowly started to pick up here in Tampa Bay. And Hurricane Ian, again, as it moves more towards the Tampa Bay area, we're just seeing conditions deteriorate. And it's happening sometimes quicker than even we think. You'll take a look around and you'll see the trees. But I got to be honest, I'm seeing cars still drive by in the distance. I'm seeing people walking around here. And Governor DeSantis has already warned Floridians that this is absolutely the opposite of what you should be doing at this point, knowing that this Category 4 storm is going to start hitting and you're going to start seeing the impacts here as the day goes on today. He told people no longer is it the time to start trying to evacuate. It is not safe to do so now. So walking around, getting in the car, trying to check out the scene is not where people should be right now. We've talked a lot about about the storm surge threat for Tampa Bay. And while we're not seeing that happen just yet, what we are seeing is somewhat of a precursor to that storm surge. And it's all the water in the bay being sucked out away from the shore. So you're seeing a lot of dry spots of what looks like kind of sand and mud all along Bayshore Avenue, to be specific, which is where we usually see a lot of the flooding when these storms move over the Tampa Bay area. So right now it looks almost eerie. It looks like there is nothing left. The water levels are so low. Some of the boats that are sitting in the Bay Area, of course, tied to a dock or a marina or something, are almost on the ground. That's how low the water levels are now. But we know how quickly, dangerously fast, I should say, that can change. I mean, really quickly, if that water starts to move back in, if that wind starts to push and somewhat create waves, even in the Bay Area, that happens really quickly, and it can become catastrophic. That's when you'll start to see flooding on the roadways. That's when you'll start to see that water go up into homes potentially. And while you might have sandbags out, that might not be enough to protect your home if we see 4, 6, maybe even 8 feet of storm surge here. So all of these are still very much conversations. We just heard from Tampa Mayor Jane Castor not too long ago. She still expects to see catastrophic flooding. She knows we have not really seen a huge, or maybe some of the worst impacts like we have seen coming out of Sanibel and Naples and Key West. But she says, look, that doesn't mean that we're not going to see that here in Tampa. It may only be a matter of time. So keep staying in your safe place. Stay geared up, stay in your shelter, whether that's your home, your family's home, your friends, a hotel. At this point, do not move out of there, because what we don't want to happen is you think that the coast is clear. You go out there, try to maybe see if everything is over, and then something catastrophic or deadly happen, Britta.
Yeah, Nicole, I mean, the last time we saw this happen with the Bay was back in 2017 with Irma. And, you know, I remember back then people actually tried to go take pictures, and that's exactly what you want to warn people to not do. One thing I do want to ask you, Nicole, if you can lay a little bit of the land of where you are, just so everybody knows at home the thought process behind where you're positioning yourself. You've found a pretty protected spot to really give yourself not only an opportunity to protect yourself from the elements, but have a way out if you need it.
Thankfully, yes, Britta, we are in downtown Tampa, but we are at the Tampa Convention Center, which is one of the largest buildings here. And we've got very good protection from not only all the wind, but some of that rain, so we can make sure to not only protect our gear, protect our team here, but we still want to make sure to give you as good of a look as possible on how these conditions are impacting the Tampa Bay area. So you're taking a look now over downtown Tampa. Across the way from me, beyond the camera here, is where you'll start to see that bay where we've seen the water, the ripples in the water, even though the bay usually you're not seeing waves form because, again, it's not really on the Gulf. So it's been an interesting day to be able to see different perspective, different impacts of all of the winds that we've seen so far, all the rain that we've seen so far. But thankfully, we're in a safe place and we are on higher ground. So if and when that water does start to come onto shore, we thankfully are several feet above ground here. And of course, we'll definitely need to get out of here if things get far too dangerous. But for right now, we're in a really good place to make sure that we give you the best view here.
And Nicole, we appreciate your hard work, and we'll check in with you soon. Craig, we're looking at images from Naples right now. Take a look at those waves.
Wow. And there's a record storm surge now, Britta. You were talking about earlier, 4.8 feet. And the old record from Irma, 2017, 4.25 feet. But just impressive. The sea and the water just looks angry out there. Want to bring you the latest from Hurricane Ian right now. Also mentioned Walt Disney World closed their theme parks. Also want to mention that Universal Studios Florida has also closed. Their hotels, by the way, are at full capacity, and they're asking their guests to stay sheltered in place. Here's what we have right now. Live shot Punta Gorda, Florida there. The waves and the wind really picking up. Right below me, you can see Hurricane Ian, still Category 4, a very healthy and powerful Category 4 at 155 mile per hour winds. Right on, 2 more mile per hour winds. You're talking Category 5 or so. But we've had some impressive rain bands really whipping around this entire storm. There you can see the eye very close to the coast there, Fort Myers. As we go into the afternoon, continues to move up. It's been moving over these warm waters, really intensifying. Hurricane warnings are in place for some of those winds, 74 miles per hour or stronger. It does include Tampa, all the way down to the south, Marco Island, all the way up into a good portion of central Florida. You can see to Orlando as well. That That does mean those winds are going to be a big problem, especially when you think about power outages, the trees, power lines down, damages to homes, tropical storm warnings down to the south and to the north of there. Those winds 39 to 73 miles per hour. Looking at the forecast track as we look ahead to the afternoon, notice by the time we get to later in the afternoon, maybe the winds come down to about 120 miles per hour or so, continues to track over central Florida. On the northern side, you've got some heavy rain coming in. Then it goes up off the coast. Those winds continue to whip around in this general direction, bring more storm surge right over into the Carolinas and into Georgia, close to Florida as well. So you can see some big storm surge there. Once it goes up into the land, of course, it does lose its energy. It's not over the warm waters. 2 o'clock this afternoon, you can see those bands of heavy rain. Also, we're talking about the chance for the tornadoes later this afternoon. 6 o'clock, notice on the back side of this, you've got some pretty strong winds. The heaviest rain again to the north of Tampa and Orlando, Cedar Key as well. Then as we go into the overnight hours, and this is closer to midnight, 11 o'clock, from Orlando to Tampa. Boy, those rain bands are going to be impressive. Flash flooding possible. And then as we go into early in the morning hours and look at the wind banking up against the coast just south of Jacksonville. The heavy rain, storm surge will be a concern. That's 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. We could see some flash flooding for sure. It will last likely for several hours, if not longer than that, as that band continues to track in the same general direction from about 6 o'clock in the morning to almost noon. As we look at the storm size, and you're looking at hurricane force winds, those 75 mile per hour winds are stronger right near the center. Of course, the strongest winds are always near the eye. Then once it goes over land, it still has those strong winds there. As we get to the outer bands, you're still looking at 40 mile per hour gusts all the way down to almost Miami and then well up to the north to the Bend there. This is going to be through Thursday, early Thursday morning. Then we go into Thursday at 7 o'clock in the morning. We still have some impressive winds covering a good chunk of real estate, hurricane gusts possible here. What about as we go to the afternoon? Well, once it goes out, possibly over the water and then swings back to the north, you still have some impressive winds really hitting places like Jacksonville, close to Savannah as we go into Friday. Once we see that little turn, it goes up to the north. The winds continue to be a major storm. Fort Myers, Florida is what we're looking at right now. Look at the winds that we've been 5 hours ago, and they had a couple of spikes here. And you go up, up, up. It continues to go up as well. Meantime, Fort Myers Beach, Florida, those wind gusts 80 plus to 60 right through about 10 o'clock in the evening. Steve Bender joins us right now because, Steve, we've been talking about so much with the storm surge, the hurricanes, and the tornadoes as well, all important factors with this storm.
Yeah, so many layers to this storm. Craig, and I want to show you some video out of Punta Gorda, Florida. You can see the blustery conditions there as the palm trees continue to sway. Some of those palm fronds barely hanging on. And we've heard reports from Robert Ray saying some of the coconuts from those trees are flying around as well. But this is what we look at with the wind direction. Remember, wind direction drives 95% of storm surge. So it's all about the direction. And here in Punta Gorda, you could see earlier, there's actually negative storm surge, something that we talked about in Tampa Bay, where the water is receding because of the wind direction, but then it'll move back in. I want to show you what Punta Gorda looks like right now, show you that live visual. And this is over the interstate there. Off in the distance is actually a bridge, no longer visible as hurricane-force winds batter this area. If you look at the interstate itself, I'm going to show you this here. The water's just spitting up off of the ground because it's coming in at such a velocity. And so everything is shaking there, and that's what's going to be driving this water inland. Once we start to look at that wind direction change, remember, there's a slow crawl with Hurricane Ian to the north right now, and that gradual change is what's going to change the coastline as well and really exacerbate that storm surge, because we're talking the high tide is coming in late this afternoon through the evening time, and that's going to push it inland. Remember, we talked about historic levels for Naples. That was at 4.8. Now they're at 5.8, and it's because of the acceleration of that wind coming in, and you'll see it's pushing it onshore. So this surpasses the record back in 2017, Hurricane Irma. Now I want to show you this. This is Fort Myers. The number may not seem impressive, right? 0.4, closing out a half feet, but it has to go over Sanibel Island, the Caloosahatchee River. Then eventually, as it moves miles inland, it will get to this point. That is what we're looking at right now. And so we're looking at the wind starting to steer that back in, and we'll bring you the live visual of Sanibel Island as well. Sanibel, again, is this barrier island. They're taking the brunt of the hurricane force winds, but all this water has to be driven over that to get into the Caloosahatchee River, and that's what's already happening before high tide even starts in. Now let's look at what happens in Tampa. You climb up I-75 just a little bit, and you'll be able to see how the winds now are coming in out of the northeast, pushing that water out of the bay, and why we're not seeing any of those numbers that are registering there as well. And so what we're looking at here is the water getting pushed out. This will change, though, as Nicole had talked about before. We do not advise you being outside during this at all. Police are gathering people, making sure they go back inside before then. But to show you how widespread this impact is, because this is a major system underway. Yes, we've highlighted Naples, but look at the other side, east coast of Florida, Virginia Key. You're getting up there where you're looking at nearly 1.5 feet of storm surge that's climbing up towards Lake Worth Pier. And so this is significant, and why that wind impact is quite broad. And we talked about the power outage concern. I mean, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis had said this is going to be looking like millions of people maybe without power by the end of this system. The greatest threat, though, right now we're looking at is that storm surge. And as we zoom in, the focal point is from Punta Gorda through Fort Myers and Bonita Springs, where you could get up to 18 feet of that storm surge pushing in at the peak of this, which will be later on today. So there is Charlotte Bay, and that is where the wind direction, once this lifts north, is going to start pushing it into that region as well, and a major concern underway. So we've talked about the developments throughout the morning, but we are going to be looking at a new mission that's going to be underway. So I'm going to come back into Weather Command here. I want to bring in Jordan, who's been tracking this with me for hours now. Yes. Hurricane hunters play such a key role. They got a mission that they're coming into this storm now.
Yes, just so we have a mission that just took off. We actually have it on the maps right now on Max 6, and you can see how they're about to make another iPass. So this is some very critical information that we're about to see: an updated wind speeds. We're going to see an updated pressure. Again, with 155-mile-per-hour winds, and they're just about there. They're about to make their turn into the eye. Maybe one of the last passes that they get, because keep in mind, hurricane hunters do not fly over land. They have to stay over water, and this is moving on shore. So this could be one of the last passes we get, Steve. But that camera, Sanibel camera, that storm surge is just absolutely impressive right now.
Yeah, and when you're talking about water that's getting driven by wind, it's going into every nook and crevice, right? This isn't just tidal flow. This is getting pumped into this. Let's talk more about the hurricane hunters, since we've been tracking them through the morning time. I think it's important because we wait for advisories. The new one's going to be coming in at 2 p.m. Let's say the hurricane hunters see significant wind growth. They'll issue that special advisory, something that we saw earlier today.
Yeah, so what they'll do is the hurricane hunters will send that information, kind of what we call vortex message. The National Hurricane Center looks at that info, and then they'll determine, okay, what did we see here? What is this compared to the current advisory? Then they'll issue a special update that'll say, all right, we now have winds at this speed and this pressure based vitally on this information from the hurricane hunters.
And I think something, Jordan, surprised me this morning is how healthy that eye core is, something you and I had talked about, because we're talking now, this thing is right on the edge of the coast. Some of that eye wall actually went over Sanibel Island. We're showing that live visual, Captiva Island as well. When you're looking at this here, what are you seeing out of that eye wall?
Yeah, so it's a strengthening eye wall right up until landfall. It shows no signs of letting up. We've already seen wind gusts of 80 miles per hour. That's just going to increase because the eye wall is moving onshore right now.
Yeah, and so this, again, is creating some major impacts there. When we look at Hurricane Ian, looking at this mission right now real quickly, the reason why the millibar pressure is so high is because they're coming in just to the cusp of the system. They're going to be flying in to the northern eye wall. And if we have visuals of that on radar, we can show you oftentimes that has been the most healthy portion of the eye wall, where you've had significant lightning throughout the morning, vertical lift out of those thunderstorms of 40,000 feet, and it's led to those visuals that you're seeing there on the edge of your screen, where you can barely distinguish anything because of the battering winds. But this is what we're talking about. They're going to be flying into this right here. When you look at that bright red, remember, colors are telling you everything with this. We got the rain gauge, where now you're starting to top out on the higher end of this. So this is crawling to the north, and we're seeing this still stay offshore, which means it's feeding off of the eastern Gulf. This is also very shallow water, but it has enough energy that is driving all of that on land, as you see there from Sanibel, Florida. And again, this is only the beginning, something that we have to emphasize, and why so many of the first responders and rescue crews have come out and said, hey, we have to suspend those type of rescues because it's just not safe for us to come outside. We heard that from Charlotte County early in the day. And these are things that are being done. And Naples up towards Fort Myers, that's the concern moving forward, is that if you are trying to ride out this storm, it's not safe for anybody to get out there to try to help you as that storm surge continues to climb. So yet again, we're looking at the cusp of the eye wall. There is Captiva Island. That's the footage we're giving you from Sanibel. The very edge of that is starting to impact those islands, and you're seeing that on the live visual there. And as we had mentioned, usually this is the worst portion of the storm. And now that is lifting north along the coastline there. So areas like Punta Gorda and, Port Charlotte, yeah, you felt some of those conditions. Looking at Cape Coral, look at all of that water that's right there. This is actually a spot where you're looking at just downstream of the Caloosahatchee River, and Fort Myers is not too far away. So this is one of those areas that could be north of 12 feet of storm surge, getting up to 18 feet. So the concern is that those homes there that you see off in the distance, that water may be pushed up into their yards and towards their property line. And even 2-foot homes become a concern when you're talking about that much water content. And then when does it recede? It doesn't have an opportunity to, because then we have a high tide coming in hours from now, along with the winds continuing to accelerate in out of the southwest. So again, we're watching this. The concern moving forward too is the Caloosahatchee River and these waters that feed inland could encroach on some major interstates as well, I-75, and that is why they've advised you to stay off of the roads. Again, we do have 2 different extreme warnings. One has been lifted. Now there's one just to the north, extreme wind warnings until 2 p.m., and this does incorporate portions of Charlotte Bay and to the north. I believe there's 40,000 people that are impacted by this one, but you'll notice how it coincides where the eye wall is. So again, dire conditions right now from areas of Sanibel Island and just to the north of there, but this is going to expand as we move throughout the day. Craig?
All right. Thank you so much, Steve Bender. All right. We want to bring in our own Will Nunley. Fox Weather's Will Nunley. I can see him out there in Fort Myers. Boy, things are really changing quickly. Will.
They are. We're getting some powerful gusts here, Craig, even where I am getting, 35, 40 miles per hour. And at times it feels like that 35 is sustained. We definitely have a sustained wind, but we still have those powerful gusts at times as this continues to work on shore where we are. And we are about 10 minutes outside of downtown Fort Myers, trying to get away from the Caloosahatchee River because of the storm surge inundation. Steve was just running through how much water is building, how much power is right there off the coast. Now here, again, is kind of one of these waves where it really starts to pick up here for us. And we are between downtown and I-75. So we're a considerable distance from that immediate vulnerable flood area. And when we have been down there, not even an hour ago, it was a ghost town. And that's what officials have been urging. We've had these constant alerts on our phone saying the time to shelter is now. This is the time to get away from windows, get into those interior rooms. And so we have taken those steps to get back away from that. And this is what you're going to see shortly as the power start to go out in areas like this. You have some buildings here that are on generator, of course, but we're going to be keeping an eye on these street lights here for any movement to see if they start to be affected by this. We have plenty of smaller debris, flying all around us here. We've seen trees already come down, not exactly where we are, but on the roads. It's already difficult to navigate the roads, and it has been for several hours at this point because of the wind that we are experiencing here. And I'll tell you what, that's going to be more than a 40-mile-per-hour gust that we're in right now. So again, Craig, we're getting in this scenario where the wind is building. It's going to continue to grow here for the next hour or so, and it's going to sustain that way and do some incredible damage ahead of us here, Craig. We'll be checking in with you.
Yeah, and Will, I imagine you've been feeling these types of winds and wind gusts for a certain amount of time already, leading up to just now.
Yeah, we have, and it has been howling really outside of where we were even staying last night, starting at about 6 o'clock this morning. It shifted, you could tell it makes that shift from just gusts to a sustained force. And certainly that's what we're in right now. And so this is the time when the considerable damage is going to happen. And it's a wait and see as to how much water is going to be rushing in to Fort Myers via that river. and we're going to be documenting that as more of the height of this storm passes over us, Craig.
All right, from Fort Myers, Florida, Will Nunley, thanks so much. We'll check in with you again in a bit. Stay safe out there, my friend. See the debris blowing around behind you. All right, Britta.
And it is just incredible to see all these conditions really start to go downhill as we see Hurricane Ian get closer and closer to landfall. In fact, that northern eye wall where we see the strongest winds really starting to interact with land. Here's a look at these storm reports coming in. You can tell that Pine Island, we have large limbs that are sapping off of hardwood trees. So these hardwood trees, they're so hardy, and to have these large limbs snapping off, it really indicates how strong those winds are. Take a look at this FDOT camera. You can tell how much it is shaking in Punta Gorda. I can't believe, Craig, that we're seeing folks out on the road. That's incredible and scary all at the same time. That is the last thing that you want to be doing, is getting in your car at this point. Again, you want to shelter in place and let this move through. Unfortunately, because of the forward speed, you're going to be in these conditions for hours. So unfortunately, where you happen to be right now is kind of where you have to stay, and you're just going to keep yourself very safe and definitely away from the windows. Let's take a look at a Surfline camera out of Venice. You can see the waves moving on through. Also, the water that's on the other side of those rocks, that is storm surge that is pushing on through. So this is a lot of water that's being pushed in from the Gulf. Now, Venice, Florida is one of those spots that most likely is going to be impacted by the northern eye wall. Right now, it's about 45 minutes to your south, so you have a little bit of time before the real scary stuff sets in. But that north eye wall is formidable, it is impressive, it is scary. And as it moves through, you are really going to experience the strongest winds that Ian has to deal. I will say on your Fox Weather app, I actually have it up on Venice right now on my phone because it's going to be one of these spots that's impacted by the northern eye wall. You can push our radar out on the Fox Weather app by 2 hours. So literally just by moving my finger on here, I'm watching that northern eye wall that's going to be impacting Venice. So this is just one of the tools that you have in the palm of your hand with your Fox Weather app that you can track it while we're tracking it here with you. Now, Venice specifically is going to be one of those areas that not only goes through the northern eye wall, but has a chance to be within the eye itself. So this is a big heads up, especially for folks that have never been through a hurricane before. If you go through the eye of this storm, you are going to be impacted by that eye wall, and then you're going to have a very eerie calm. So many times people go out because they feel like the storm is over. You're just in the eye of the storm, which is remarkably and very scary and eerily quiet. In fact, sometimes you can actually see blue sky ahead of you. This eye is a little bit clouded, so I think you're still going to see some cloud cover. But do not be caught off guard and do not stay outside, because guess what? The other side of that eye wall has to move through. So communities like Venice are going to be one of those spots that most likely is going to go through that experience. You're going to go through the northern eye wall, experience those extremely strong winds, and then it's all going to come down and stop. And that's when you're going to be going through the eye of the storm. And then you're going to be hit by that southern eye wall as it moves up to the north. So please don't be caught off guard and make sure that you are ready to go. Those winds within that eye wall are just tremendous. Now, I think we're going to bring in Brandy Campbell. Is Brandy ready for us to go through? Okay, we're going to stay with this right now. So let's take a look outside in Tampa. And Tampa is one of these areas that was really prepared for the worst, and they are still going to see tremendous impacts, that's for sure. But there has been some changes to what you are going to experience because this landfall is taking place as we speak to the south of you. It is going to lower your storm surge forecast. And if you haven't seen photos of the Tampa Bay, it is very eerie. All of the water has been sucked out of the bay because you are to the north of landfall. So all of that energy and water is being sucked out. Well, eventually it's going to come rushing back in. So we are still going to see a storm surge for Tampa. It's just going to be at a lower level as what we see down to the south with, what we're expecting down by Fort Myers and definitely getting down to Naples. That's where we're going to see that peak storm surge of possibly 12 feet of water above normally dry ground. Now, with that said, the storm surge that we're anticipating for the Tampa area and also St. Petersburg, which is what you're looking at right now, is still tremendous. I mean, anything over 3 feet, if you think about 3 feet of storm surge, that's going up to your waist, and this is moving water. It is going to move your body if you were to be stuck in those conditions. So thankfully, from what we're learning from Nicole Valdez and also Will Nunley, a lot of people in these areas have heeded the warnings and gotten out, and they were put in place because of that storm surge. Taking a look at some of these camera shots, this is Interstate 275. This is south of St. Petersburg. I mean, look at how fast these cameras are moving, and those are raindrops that are being dragged dragged across the lens of that camera. That's how powerful the winds are. Again, the sustained winds within Hurricane Ian, 155 miles per hour, and that north eye wall is now interacting with land. So there's a lot of people that are having to deal with these conditions that unfortunately made the choice to stay behind. We're going to continue to cycle through these, and I do want to point out to the bottom of your screen, you're noticing all the strong winds and also the surge that we're seeing within this storm. In fact, right now with Naples, we're seeing about 4 feet of storm surge, and we're starting to see the storm surge kick in for Fort Myers. In fact, right now we're sitting at about a half a foot. And that storm surge for the southwest coast of Florida is just crucial. This is an area that is not only prone to storm surge, but when it does happen, it has the highest risk of seeing the most tremendous storm surge out of other places that we see across the U.S. Lakewood Ranch, Florida, you guys are up on the screen right now. You can see the rain moving through, also the wind blowing through the palm trees. Thankfully, landfall happening when we still have some daylight. That's definitely, at least a positive thing that we have working for us. But unfortunately, because of the strength of this storm, this is just going to be a historic storm. We have our winds at 155 miles per hour. So this is right on the border of a Category 4, Category 5. This is literally a monster that's moving onshore. Let's take a live look from Robert Ray's camera. Of course, a lot of our reporters, now that we're getting into the thick of it, are putting themselves into a safer location. And you're probably going to hear Robert's audio there, and it looks like we're getting a little bit of a freeze frame. But that's a palm tree. It's completely down on the ground. So, our reporters have been very smart about where they're positioning our crews and their bodies, because they need to be able to get themselves into a safer location. So a lot of times you're just going to see us put up that camera shot so you can see what it looks like, because they're most likely underneath the parking structure, something that's elevated and surrounded by a ton of cement. Because, Craig, that's really the only way to protect your body in these elements when you are a reporter, is to put yourself into a sturdy structure that's made of cement and elevated. Those are the only structures that are going to provide some sort of shelter from winds of these speeds. But definitely just, a scary situation that we see unfolding. Look, this is another individual out on the interstate. I'm still shocked that we see folks that are on the roads in Punta Gorda, Florida.
Another one on Punta Gorda, Florida. You mentioned that earlier, Britta. And by the way, this is part of Charlotte County. And Charlotte County has suspended their emergency response. So if that car or that driver gets into trouble, they dial 911. There's no guarantee they can get to them. I also want to mention that a weather flow station near Sanibel recorded a wind gust of 98 miles per hour not long ago. That coming into Fox Weather Command out here. I want to talk about just how powerful Hurricane Ian is. So powerful that a hurricane hunter pilot that flew into the storm earlier today was calling it the worst, roughest flight of his career. And in his own words, pilot Kendall Dunn described to us just how intense that flight was. All right, we'll get that audio back to you in just a moment. But meantime, he did say it was so intense. They turned around. He said he'd never felt anything like that. We do have it now. Let's bring that to you.
But basically today, the storm was rapidly intensifying. We made a shot to come through the eye wall, but the rain was so intense that the radar was only seeing just beyond our nose. And then when it did get a sweep and clear up, we were in horrible turbulence. Worst weather I've ever seen. I've never seen those formations on the radar themselves. We got rocked, I like to say, like a boxer. The aircraft was basically overmatched at one point. We were max power, trying to gain speed. We were basically diving, losing air. It was a mess. It was the worst thing you could want to happen as a pilot.
And we thank them for all they do, their service going into those storms, getting the information for us. They're about to make another pass right through the storm there. We'll bring that to you as well. Maybe one of the last ones as it gets closer to land. Meantime, I want to show you what's going on with the latest storm there. It's still 155 miles per hour. Moving, again, north-northeast at 9 miles per hour. The pressure now down to 937 millibars out there. There you can see the edge there, and there is Sanibel right here. Here's Fort Myers, where we saw Will Nunley. Live shot that we were trying to get also from Robert Ray. We'll get that to you eventually. But we do have extreme wind warnings in place for a good portion of Sarasota, Florida. Florida. Winds 115 miles per hour or greater with some of those gusts, a major concern in this area. We go in a little bit tighter, and that, by the way, is in place until 2 o'clock Eastern there for Sarasota, Florida. There's Sanibel Island just on the center of your screen, Port Charlotte to the north of you. Heaviest rain just up to the north as well. We've also been watching with these winds producing in different directions some tornadoes, some spin-ups as well. The winds, look at this, going into this, right into the coast, 105 to 110 mile per hour estimated winds down there at the surface. On the backside at 84 miles per hour, right into, there we go, from the southwest, right into Cape Coral. Again, look at those winds right into the island, Sanibel Island, basically that little barrier island before you start to jump up closer into Charlotte Harbor, right about here, but in this general area. But you do have those strong winds coming in as well. I want to show you what's going on here. We do have 107 mile per hour gusts that's coming in now. I'm looking over at the board here for here in Weather Command. 107 mile per hour gusts near Sanibel Island at 12:30. 107 mile per hour gusts reported. So that just goes to show there's Sanibel Island, and again, those winds coming in from the south. There's Sanibel Island. The island itself is only about 33 square miles. At its widest point, it's about 3 miles wide. The longest point, about 12 miles long. So you can see where the extreme wind warnings are in place here. Of course, the concern, you're going to have all of that wind getting pushed up into these inland areas. Storm surge will be a big concern. Any boats, any craft that's out on the water that's been docked and tried to maybe tie down for what's coming in, it's something to watch because the water rises up. It doesn't really matter what's in its way. Could easily move some of those vessels out and away from the water. Meantime, we also have a tornado warning. Another one, and they have been coming in. Okeechobee, Florida, there is what we've got. You can see the winds going to and from the center of the storm. We're going to highlight the area there where those reds and the greens are coming together, watching for the possibility of some rotation out there. The tornado warning in place until 1:15 Eastern time. The direction that it seems to be going as we look at this, we've got to, if you're in the area, you want to make sure that you've got your safe shelter. You go into your safe space. Moving up toward Fort Kissimmee, should be there about 1:11, so short time away, about 11 minutes or so. You definitely want to get down to the low, well, obviously, I would say the lowest lying area, but you really don't have these in Florida. Center portion of your home, away from windows. Try to avoid as many walls around you as possible. This is in place until 1:15. Some of these spin-ups that are happening fast, and they move quickly. The rain estimates over the past 24 hours have also been very impressive. When you're looking at those oranges and the reds, 3 to 8 inches of rain that has fallen. Those are estimates for the past 24 hours. To the north of there, while you see those greens, we're talking about 1/2 inch to 1 inch to 2 inches of rain. But this entire area, as the storm starts to move over the land, right over the central portion of the state, no matter where it goes, the rain is going to get heavy and pick up in these areas. So the areas that have only collected 1 to 2 inches of rain so far are likely to see several inches of rain going forward through tonight and into early tomorrow morning. Flash flood threat is extreme. That's a level 4 out of 4. From Orlando north of there through Tampa, Naples, all that red that you see there, likely to see some flash flooding, and a lot of this will be happening overnight and through the evening hours. You should be in your safe place as well. As we look at the flood alerts, they are in place all the way from southern Florida to Brunswick, Georgia, Orlando included in that. The theme parks over at Disney World and Universal have all been closed for today and tomorrow. In fact, the hotels over at Universal are at full capacity. They are asking their guests to stay hunkered down and shelter in place. Rain forecast for the next 5 days continues to be impressive. Look at this: Daytona Beach, Leesburg, just outside of Orlando. Those dark shades of red, 12 to 18 inches of rain. The bright red that you see, which encompasses a huge portion of central Florida, you're talking about 8 to 12 inches of rain potentially coming through in and around the entire state. To the north of there, easily seeing 3 to 5 inches of rain. Closer to the bend, maybe 2 to 3. South of there, plenty of rain coming through as well. Again, that is for the next 5 days. So you have much more to come. Tornado threat. We're seeing these tornadoes already popping up, or the tornado warnings. We've got the chance for that to happen today, very likely from Daytona Beach down to the south of Melbourne. And then we could see the chance of those really popping up over a good portion of the state, right down through the middle, over into the eastern side. Here's a look at future track. This is the Fox model. There's Orlando. Heavy rain continues to come down. It's not just going to come down. It'll come down in waves once we go to the later afternoon hours. Meantime, it's going to be consistent for several hours ahead. So could see some gusty winds now through Friday, 40 miles per hour or greater. We want to get back to Fox Weather's Will Nunley, who we checked in with moments ago, and the wind was just blowing around. Will, how's it looking out there right now? I can see it's still coming down.
Yeah, Craig, and I'll tell you, it's very hard to hear you, so I apologize. Our wind, it continues to build. We've had a little bit of a break in the rain. Of course, as you know, with the movement of these systems, it's wind, it's rain, not all of them coming at not all the elements, right, coming at the same time. So whereas we may have a break in the rain, we have these tremendous gusts, and it's moving debris around. We are positioned halfway between downtown Fort Myers and I-75, right in the middle, where we tried to get out of the immediate rush of water that could be coming on shore. When you're talking about where this storm is making landfall right now, that's not even 20 minutes away from where I'm standing right now. So we are trying to make sure that we are, of course, far enough away from this. So what's being essentially picked up in the winds that we're dealing with, and I think I just got a reading a moment ago between 40 and 45 miles per hour, is leaves, branches, small things like that. We're not seeing any of the traffic lights behind me come down under this. Of course, these are well constructed. The infrastructure around here, well built. These are all concrete posts that are holding on to these signs and these traffic lights. But that doesn't mean that they can't come down, especially under the weight, under the force of a storm like we're talking about here. So we absolutely do have debris on the move. We have a much stronger sustained wind at this point, and it's very rare to see a car out here. And that's what we want to see. This is beyond the time, of course, to shelter in place. And we are just fascinated in awe, really, of the power of this storm as it is rushing closer and closer to our location. And now we're getting some more of those considerable gusts. So there may be a second here where I got to go back in. But absolutely more and more power on display. And we are still a considerable distance from the actual waterfront and from the coast. Craig.
All right, Will Nunley, thanks so much. I know you can't hear us. Thanks for all you're doing. Get to the safe spot. We all want to get to Governor DeSantis right now. Listen on in.
The storm is expected to move across central Florida and exit Daytona Beach sometime on Thursday. We've already seen around the state tornado warnings issued far from where the hurricane is entering in southwest Florida, and those warnings will likely to continue until this finally leaves our state. So even if you're not in the direct path of the storm, you need to take all tornado warnings seriously, and you need to take appropriate precautions if that is happening in your area. The Florida Department of Transportation has just announced that Fort Drum, Canoe Creek, and Turkey Lake service plazas on Florida Turnpike are now closed. Obviously, they will try to get those open as soon as they can. We have 200,000 power outages reported throughout the state of Florida, but outside of southwest Florida, crews are working to quickly restore power. Of course, 200,000 is a drop in the bucket for what's going to happen over the next 24 to 48 hours. There's going to be widespread power outages, particularly in southwest Florida. We have over 100 portable cell towers ready to be deployed into the area once it is safe to enter. Once the storm is passed and it is safe to go outside, you still need to be cautious. Avoid down power lines, standing water. Stay clear of downed trees and don't drive in standing water. And please, if you're going to use a generator for your home, do not allow that to be inside. The exhaust needs to be outdoors. Stay out of the way of emergency crews, out of flood waters, and away from all down power lines. Stay off the roads. There's no need to rush back. You're going to have a massive surge of people that are going to be going in to provide, of course, life safety assistance for those who may have stayed in some of the more hazardous areas. You're also going to have power workers going in. We were just in Lake City. I was thinking we had all these power workers, these line workers from all these different states. I saw them from Texas, Louisiana, all these different places stage. We have a massive, massive mobilization. Their job is to get in there and help to restore services. You're also going to have folks bringing in things like food and water. So there's no need to rush back in. There's going to be a lot going on in the immediate aftermath, and a lot of people's safety depends on that. If you're on the roads, you're putting yourself in danger and limiting the ability of emergency crews to restore power and clean debris. Now, we don't know how much debris is going to be, but there's going to be debris, and that's going to make it very difficult to navigate some of these roads. That's why FDOT's immediate mission is to clear the roadways so that people are able to go in and access that to be able to help deliver services for people. In 2019, we were projected to be hit by Hurricane Dorian, which was a Category 5 storm. Fortunately, at the last minute, it took a northward turn and missed the coast, but we did have a really massive mobilization. This mobilization's exceeded that. This is a really, really significant effort, county level, state level, federal support. It's really been impressive to see. Director Guthrie has asked for additional airlift, hoists, and high water vehicles from DOD in coordination with FEMA. The Secretary of Defense has approved Florida's request for dual status of our National Guard forces under Title 10 to provide additional forces, which we very much appreciate. We will also be submitting momentarily a major disaster declaration for all 67 counties, and we'll request that the federal government reimburse 100% of the upfront costs for the first 60 days to ensure that we can quickly recover and move forward into the response and recovery part. And if you think about this storm, we had storms that have been as strong as this hit Florida? Michael, Hurricane Andrew, Labor Day hurricane many, many decades ago. Yes. Have we had big storms that left a lot of water and flooding? We had Irma recently. This is really bringing both to the table. I mean, you're going to have massive amount of power hitting that coastline with really, really strong winds. That is going to do a lot of wind damage, but you also have the storm is so massive, and people are kind of comparing this to the track that Charlie took in 2004, because Charlie was like this, was expected to hit Tampa Bay. It turned and ended up hitting Southwest Florida. Charlie was strong, but it was a fraction of the size of what we're dealing with here with Hurricane Ian. So the effects of this are going to be broad, and we appreciate the Biden administration's consideration for the people of Florida during this time of need. When I was in Lake City, you had massive numbers of linemen, but you have those staged all over the state. There's now over 42,000 linemen and other personnel ready to restore power in 30 different areas across the state. And those linemen and other associated personnel hail from, of course, many from Florida, but from 27 different states. Of course, our Department of Transportation does have 1,200 personnel on standby to perform cut and toss operations, understanding how important it is to get those roadways clear as soon as possible. Supplies will be brought in by plane, boat, and by high water vehicle. Airports in Southwest Florida do have teams behind, and they are going to work to clear those runways as soon as the storm has passed. We appreciate the Florida National Guard's really impressive mobilization of over 5,000 folks, as well as 2,000 additional guardsmen from other states. They have 9 Chinook helicopters ready to go, and additional 22 helicopters will be coming in after landfall that will be here within the next 24 hours. Kevin will talk a little bit more about this, but we have the 5 urban search and rescue teams. You'll hear from FWC about what they're doing, high water vehicles from Florida Highway Patrol, and of course our Coast Guard partners. There is going to be a massive effort as soon as it passes Southwest Florida to be able to get out, recon the area, and identify areas where there may be a need of rescue services. And some of these counties obviously know where residents decided to hunker down in, so they're going to be looking there first. But this is going to be really, really important to be able to get, I think in Hurricane Michael, I mean, it took a few days to be able to get into Mexico Beach. We have the air assets to be able to recon and know where the response efforts need to go. And so in total, we have nearly 250 aircraft, more than 1,600 high water vehicles, and more than 300 boats of all drafts and sizes, including 250 already in the major impacted areas and nearly 50 that are staged and ready to come in as needed. These include smaller rescue-oriented boats, airboats, and larger boats that will be delivering supplies by water if need be. I want to thank the 26 states that have sent us support, including Tennessee, Virginia, Montana, New York, Colorado, Indiana, New Jersey, and Georgia. I just spoke with Kay Ivey from Alabama, and she's supporting sending some Black Hawk helicopters down to help. Governor Bill Lee in Tennessee fast-tracked a request that we had from Tennessee. We appreciate that. I was also just able to speak with John Bell Edwards from Louisiana. They've helped us, but he said, hey, we've got a lot of experience in hurricanes recently, so these guys are are good, ask us. We want to send more. And so we really appreciate that consideration. And if we need that, we certainly will do that. We also understand that people that are displaced are going to need assistance. So the Department of Economic Opportunity has already deployed funding and guidance through community action agencies to help Floridians in need of short-term support, like utilities, hotel bills, and transportation, if they have been displaced by this storm. Please continue to monitor local reports, weather reports. Be very cautious about going out into hazardous conditions. And then once the storm passes your area, just make sure that you're very careful, because there's going to be a lot of things, a lot of hazards that are going to be down on the ground. I know there's a lot of people that have reached out. First of all, I want to say thanks. A lot of people have offered thoughts and prayers for the folks that are in the eye of this storm, and that means a lot to us. There's also people that want to be able to do their part, and so I've directed Volunteer Florida to activate the Florida Disaster Fund, where people can donate. It's much better to donate financially rather than sending items. We have everything we need in terms of the immediate response needs, but there will be thousands of Floridians who will need help rebuilding. And to contribute to the disaster fund, you can visit www.floridadisasterfund.org or text disaster to 20222. Again, that's text disaster to 20222. For those who want to come volunteer, we have an official volunteer portal at Volunteer Florida, and that's at www.volunteerflorida.org, www.volunteerflorida.org, and you can look to see of the volunteer opportunities. This is going to be a rough patch here for the rest of today and into tomorrow. But we understand how significant this storm is. Yes, there'll be an immediate response. Yes, there will be things that happen with recovery. Eventually, there won't be much media.
And you've been listening to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis giving us the latest update, saying they've got people from 26 states helping in response to this. We're talking about 40,000 people working on power restoration once the storm passes through. By the way, I want to mention Naples Grand Beach Resort reporting a 112-mile-per-hour wind gust just within the past couple of minutes. And now the storm surge just about 6 feet, breaking the old record of 4.26, which was back in 2017 with Hurricane Irma. We want to bring in Fox Weather's Nicole Valdez from Tampa. A little quiet out where you are right now, but certainly not out of the woods, relatively speaking, of course.
Yeah, Craig, you just heard Governor Ron DeSantis. They're talking about all of the resources and the ways people can help in the wake of Hurricane Ian, expecting to see far more extensive damage than we have up to this point. And you're talking about really that it hasn't hit Tampa Bay as worse as it has, or as badly as it had, I should say, in other parts of the Gulf Coast of Florida just yet. I want to point out, yes, the winds are strengthening. Yes, we're seeing more rain. But the most interesting impact we have seen here in Tampa Bay just far is what you're looking at here over my shoulder. This is an incredible view of Tampa Bay behind me. You're looking at Bayshore in the distance there, Tampa General Hospital to my left. Look at that. It looks like there is no water. Right now, East Bay is reporting a negative 6-foot surge in Tampa Bay. My goodness, what a different impact than you would expect when you're talking about a hurricane coming onto Florida's Gulf Coast and hitting Tampa Bay. You're seeing images like this, what really some call a reverse storm surge, because all that water is being sucked out deeper into the bay, maybe into the Gulf and away from shore. But we know that this is a dangerous situation because very quickly that water can come back, and that's when it starts to get over the shore. It starts to get onto the roadways, into homes. I need to show you some video we captured, I want to say maybe an hour ago. 2 teenage girls seeing this reverse surge, decided they wanted to go in. They wanted to check it out. And look at their struggle. They are stuck in the mud. One of these girls has to try to pull her leg out of the mud. Again, there was water on that at one point earlier this morning when we saw high tide. I want to say around 4 or 5 a.m. That water slowly started to recede throughout the morning. It's still very low right now, but this is not a good idea. This is absolutely so dangerous. And you see these girls, they are clearly, trying to see how far they can get, How deep can they go? At one point, we see them writing their initials with mud on the side of the shore there, and it's absolutely irresponsible. And this is exactly what Governor Ron DeSantis has said from the beginning not to do, not to get out on the roadways, not to be outside during this storm, because you never know at what point the situation is going to change drastically. How quickly these winds can pick up, how quickly that water can start to rise again, how quickly this can turn into a dangerous flooding and storm surge situation in Tampa. Of course, we have seen, and we can still see, that it has not happened yet, and that is good news, of course, as we wait to see, at what point it does happen. I know they're still talking about, you all are still talking about the potential there of anywhere from 4 to 6 to 8 feet of storm surge in Tampa Bay alone. We're already starting to see effects over in St. Petersburg, over in Venice, where we've also seen some of this reverse storm surge, but this is not the right move, people. Unfortunately, this is what we see happen sometimes in the state of Florida, as many people feel comfortable. They feel that they've gone through storms before, but we're talking about a Category 4 storm with clear damage in other parts of the Gulf Coast of Florida. Look at Naples, look at Fort Myers, look at what my colleagues are showing you, what is happening in the southern, more southern western points of the state. It is only a matter of time until we see similar impacts and similar effects here in Tampa. So that image right there, Craig, is absolutely what we don't want to see, what emergency officials want to see, because especially if they get stuck, if they get hurt, the emergency response that's going to have to happen then, I don't even want to tell you what the worst case scenario there would be, Craig. So again, we are still somewhat in a calm point right now. We have seen things intensify and then kind of calm down on and off, I want to say, for the afternoon so far. When we start to see things pick up, only time will tell. I would imagine it's going to be in the next matter of hours. So we're bracing for that, and we're going to continue to monitor the situation. Greg.
Nicole Valdez, thanks so much. And the video, just reminder, this is not a social media opportunity where you cannot take these kind of pictures when you're out with the storm surge pulled out. This is a live shot right now from Placido, Florida, Charlotte County there. By the way, we're waiting for the latest information to come in about 40 minutes. Also want to mention, we talked about a lot of the coastal communities. Well, inland, you got to remember everyone in the state is being affected by this. Look at the wind howling and the rain just coming down in sheets. Visibility has dropped there in Placido. Again, that's a live shot from Charlotte County. This is north of Captiva, and boy, the palm trees, you can see just swaying back and forth. The wind whipping the rain. You can see the sheets as they come across the parking lot. There you go. There goes another one. Boom, there goes another one. So this is incredible with the wind and the power outages and a lot of the winds really picking up. Want to mention that the mayor, Lenny Curry, for the city of Jacksonville, has also issued a state of emergency in approach of Hurricane Ian there. So just want to throw that out there as we look at these live shots coming in from all over the place. But a lot of these palm trees swaying back and forth, and a lot of these wind gusts, especially close to the coast. In Naples, we had 107 or 112 miles per hour or so. So this is just one of those impacts that you see. Thankfully, there are no cars out there. Thankfully, hopefully, the people have heeded warnings. They've gone in. Also want to mention that earlier, Governor DeSantis did mention you got 5 FEMA teams on the ground. They've got 5,000 National Guardsmen out there, 2,000 coming from other states. They've got 5 air and rescue teams ready to go. With conditions like this, though, it is tough to be able to get out there and rescue anyone. The hurricane hunters, by the way, are going into the eye of the storm at this hour, giving us the latest information. So what? 130 miles per hour. Jordan Weather Command telling us 130 mile per hour winds is what they're recording. The pressure at 935 millibars at this hour as well is what they're showing right now. Max winds 130 mile per hour winds. So the hurricane hunters are in there. We'll get more on the latest information. Again, the latest information should come in about 40 minutes, the latest from the National Hurricane Center as we watch this closely. But these images right here show what is going on with this storm as the storm continues to just pound a good portion of Florida. The rain will be nonstop, especially as the storm moves over land, loses energy as the hurricane, but the rain continues to come down. All of that moist air is bumping up into some cooler air coming in from the north, going to squeeze out even more moisture on the northern side of that storm, especially as we go into the evening hours and into early tomorrow. These winds extend quite a distance from the center of the storm. Of course, the strongest winds are closest to the eye wall, right around the eye wall. As you extend out, Some of those winds can be very, very strong. Right now, still sitting at Category 4 with 155-mile-per-hour winds with the latest updates. But Amy, boy, this has just been impressive. We bring back Amy Freeze, and we talked about everything that's going on with the storm surge, with the winds. Naples, the storm surge over 6 feet now, which is a record. But look at this. You've got damage.
This particular area in Placida, Craig, it's about 20 miles southwest of Port Charlotte. And you can see that we're looking at a concrete parking lot. Some debris has been thrown about. Clearly, the winds are just beating down. But this is actually concrete jungle, right? This is we've got some infrastructures here. Now, if you can just imagine how this is eating away at the shoreline, how it's eating away at the beaches, just more reinforcement that those, 50, 60 miles of coastline from Fort Myers to just north of Charlotte will be altered by this storm as it churns in, eating away at the shorelines, the beaches, the sand, just the winds whipping. And right now we can also see that all of the wind is going in one direction. That's another indication here that we're seeing a push from one of the bands from the eye wall coming in. And this is this is the strongest part, really, of the hurricane, are these eye walls that come in, bringing very intense wind, heavy downpours with rain, and, of course, a lot of wave action on the open waters of the beaches.
I also want to mention there, as you mentioned, just north of Port Charlotte, Amy, but that is part of Charlotte County, where they have suspended their emergency response. So you dial 911, there's no guarantee. They just too dangerous for them to go help rescue people. So that's a major concern. That, again, for Charlotte County, 911 emergency response has been suspended in that area. You talked about those winds in one direction. Soon, once that storm passes, those winds change direction, of course. Some of those trees that are maybe a little bit weaker could certainly, create more of an impact on some of those trees. Palm trees are pretty sturdy in some cases, but nonetheless, with winds like this, they can easily come down. And those the fronds rather, continue to whip around as well with the winds out there.
This is one of our Fox News Channel reporters here getting into a place you'll see very difficult to even stand in conditions like that. We also are looking at what's happening in Punta Gorda. That's another area where in Punta Gorda, they've also stopped down emergency response. This is a Florida Department of Transportation camera just bouncing around with the brutal winds that have come in. And we're watching sort of ground truth, what's happening at the surface. And we did mention that the hurricane hunters are going into the storm. They're going in to take a look at what's happening with pressure change to talk about the intensity of the storm. Also, maximum winds that we've got inside the storm. So coming up into the surface, though, this is real evidence here of what we're seeing as far as the power of Hurricane Ian.
Yeah, and those winds creating, we talked about the possibility for power outages. I'm just taking a quick glance real quick. More than 300,000 customers without power, all in Florida. You're talking about a little more than 11 million people. But you can see why. We're going to see more in the way of power outages continue to go up.
I mean, those latest wind speeds, you gave the Naples wind speed at 112.
Right.
And then Sanibel had 107-mile-an-hour wind clocked within the last hour. And then also Redfish Pass had 100-mile-an-hour wind. That was the gust. The sustained wind was 75. So we've got hurricane force winds now moving onshore for Florida.
Of course, with all the rain coming down, visibility drops quickly. You have the chance for some tornadoes, which we've already had the tornado warnings, tornadoes yesterday, this morning. So a lot of these storms that pop up will be quick, and with the visibility like this, it'd be tough to see with a lot of these rain-wrapped storms. Nonetheless, visibility has dropped, and that's why everybody's hunkered down. Nowhere to go. You can't go out in these types of conditions as well. But that camera there just bouncing around like crazy. Those winds topping 100 miles per hour there on the Florida's southwest coast. Most of this morning, early afternoon, rather.
And we do have some storm reports, too. If we want to go to one of the weather computers, we've got storm reports coming in, which are going to let us know some more ground truth on what's happening. And so you have both the technology to show us what's happening in the atmosphere and then also what's happening on the ground. We can get that in the form of pictures and live vantage points, but then we can also see what's happening when we get real-time reports coming in. And some emergency responders will send in those reports. Also, those can be posted on social media. If someone sees something, they can get the information in there. But what I fear is happening is that a lot of these winds are taking down the trees and power lines, and that's why we're seeing that real quick increase in the number of places that have lost power. So that's one of the things is that we know that the winds are forceful, but exactly what they are doing is where we watch and wait for some of that information to come in. But you can see just how violent. It seems like it's gotten worse with this this camera from the Florida Department of Transportation. It looks like it's about ready to blow off the bolts there.
Incredible. Yeah, also here in Pine Island having some really strong winds, hardwood coming off of some of the trees, of course. Those trees, not only do you have the trees that could topple over, but pieces of trees, branches, some of the palm trees could easily lose some of their tops and blow off in some directions. This would be a prime example here. You know, they're trimmed and pruned to look beautiful. You've got that tall palm right up pretty strong roots, but when you're blowing around this much, they're bending back and forth quite a bit, and boy, in some cases almost sideways, but you can see how much wind is coming through. And then if you look at the parking lot, that's one way to tell these sheets of winds that come one after the other, right? So it's heavy rain, but it's blowing through the wind. And then you look at the parking lot, the dark gray right on the center of your screen to the left there. You can see all of the rain that keeps coming through, and then it whips around. The wind whips that in place. The home there in the background, I'm not sure if that's a home or whatever structure that is, obviously boarded up a little bit, but nonetheless, when you've got flying debris, that could cause some damage to a lot of these storms.
And I do see debris starting to fly, whether it's pieces of branches and trees and so forth, but I'm starting to see a lot more things airborne, and this vantage point is an indication that the winds are increasing there. And you know what, Craig, the other good point is this is an outer band here of the wall, eye wall. The center of the storm, with the latest information from the National Hurricane Center, still has the center of the storm about 35 miles west-southwest of Fort Myers, Florida. So we're still kind of seeing the most intense bands from the eye wall come in to Placido, Florida right now, which is located southwest of Fort Myers.
Yeah, also there, yeah, and 20
miles southwest of Port Charlotte. That's where, yeah.
20 miles south of Port Charlotte. Yeah, and that's that area we were talking about that's in part of Charlotte County. No 911 response there because it's just too dangerous. In and around the entire area, we talked earlier about, you know, Orlando to the north there, the international airport closed at 10:30 this morning. Walt Disney World theme parks closed today and tomorrow. Universal theme parks closed today and tomorrow. And Charlotte County has suspended those. We do want to go to Fox Weather's Brandy Campbell, who is live in Orlando, where it's the area we talked about the airport being shut down as well. But the theme parks, a lot of the people out there who are guests are hunkered down. And at Universal, Brandy, they're saying they're full capacity, but they're asking people just stay in place, shelter in place.
That's right. It's a very different time here in Orlando where people usually come here to have fun, but now people are going to be hunkered down in their hotel rooms as we wait for these impacts from Hurricane Ian to pass us. But we know it's going to take a while. And so a lot of people are still out on the roads. It is becoming a little windy out here. Nothing too insane just yet, but people are out. We've seen people downtown walking, trying to get some last-minute groceries for this storm, just trying to get prepared. We do know that we are under a threat of tornadoes with a tornado watch and as well as a flooding watch as well. So there are threats that are impacting us right now, but we've been driving around Orlando today, and we haven't seen anything too impactful just yet. And we know it's going to take some time for those effects of Ian to get to us, but another thing with the rain, we could have about a foot of rain here. So we're just going to wait around and see what actually happens in this area. But just talking to folks here, not too many of them are worried, pretty confident that this area will hold up pretty well, given that they're a good amount inland here in Florida. Guys?
Brandy Campbell, thank you so much for your live report from Orlando. We're still looking at live footage from Placido, Florida. Look at these palm trees being ripped apart. You can see some of the palms being sort of shredded off of the trees as they bend further and further. As you can see, the wind has certainly picked up here in this location as the center of Hurricane Ian is about 35 miles off the shore of Fort Myers.
And waiting for the latest information to come in as well within the next about 20 to 30 minutes or so. But the hurricane hunters are out there. And by the way, earlier, Fox Weather, we had talked to the pilot, Major Kendall Dunn, who described the flight into the hurricane, saying that it was one of the roughest flights of his career. In his own words, he said, "We got rocked." And he said that the aircraft was basically overmatched at one point. We were max power, trying to gain speed. We were basically diving, losing air. It was a mess. it was the worst thing that could have happened to us as a pilot. That's in his words. So that just goes to describe everything that's happening with the eye wall, where the strongest winds, you find the strongest winds, waiting for the last pass to come through. They've gone through the eye wall right now. They went in on the northwestern side, have come out on the southeastern side, or about to go through there right now. That C-130. We'll wait for the latest information. But Amy, we were talking about this earlier. We saw that information go out. We had some sound with the pilot there, but when you've got a pilot talking about that kind of wind and an experienced pilot like that, you know that this storm is intense, and it was just intensifying over those warm Gulf waters that were undisturbed for so long.
I mean, some of those water temperatures were reading 88, 89, 90 degrees at the top of the buoy reading. So just an incredible amount of warmth, and that's the fuel that a hurricane needs. And so as we've seen this eye parallel the shoreline, the western shoreline of Florida, it has had all the time and all the fuel that it has needed to be able to sustain not just its intensity, but also expand the eye wall and expand the size of the storm in general. Some really, really intense wind bands right now over the Port Charlotte area. Just south towards Fort Myers as well. I'm just looking at actually the Fox Weather 3D radar here, kind of getting a look at these different bands that we're actually visualizing here in the camera, but I'm just comparing it to what we're seeing on the radar and see these are some of the most intense bands that we've seen come on shore yet.
Incredible. Also hearing from our own Will Nunley, where he's at there, that trees are uprooting. So that just goes to show the power of this. And he's uprooting trees here, and we'll check in with him in just a bit. But we saw him earlier, and he was just blowing around out there in the wind, and the debris was flying in and around where he was. He's out near Fort Myers, or just south of Fort Myers. Want to give you an update. I'm checking in on the latest power outages here out of Florida. You're talking about 11 million people plus. The outages have skyrocketed now. We're close to almost 317,000 customers without power. Those are coming in over Central Florida Electric Cooperative. You've got all of them coming together, and most of these right in this general area that we've been talking about, right along the coast. We've got those coming in. So Will Nunley is in Fort Myers, and we've been checking with him, and he is the one who's reporting these uprooted trees. No surprise.
I mean, really, when you think about it, Craig, we're coming off a summer where Florida in particular has, especially the western portion of Florida, has been super saturated. It was actually the east coast of Florida that was in a bit of a drought. And then we've had an incredible amount of moisture for western portions of Florida. The entire southeast, really, their water table is running very high, which means that it wouldn't take much wind, a 40, 45 mile an hour wind, to start taking down trees and power lines, which was Governor of Florida there said he was most concerned about trees coming down and then being able to clear the streets and clear ways and passageways to get people back on the roads after the storm eventually passes. So the fears that we've had are coming to light. And Will Nunley is right now for the Fox Weather team out on location. Will, what are you seeing? What's going on where you are?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, we've got the debris really starting to circulate more and more. And so if you see me make a mad dash towards our safety, that's why, folks, but hang with us. All right, Chris, if you can hear me there in the truck, what I wanted to go, let's go ahead and spin the camera around. And I'll show you some of these trees that we're talking about getting uprooted. Give him a second while he goes ahead and gets that down. But we're seeing trees about of this size now. This is not the only one, by the way. I can easily see about 8 from my perspective where these trees are starting to topple over. We're also hearing that hum and that explosion of transformers in the distance. And it may even happen. And Chris, after we look at that tree, we'll spin out and give him kind of a wider shot here, because you may even see this, and if we were up a little bit higher, you would be. That's what happens in these storms, is you see these blue and green explosions of transformers as they start to give out. We can hear them from where we are, and you may see those flashes in the distance. Where we are, of course, I'm not near any of those, so we're not in the danger of that. But we're seeing the branches move around at this point. We have had some very powerful gusts that are easily rocking our vehicles. I'm talking moving them, folks. And so we can feel how close the center of the circulation is to us, and we are nowhere near the water. So this is how far-reaching. We talk about the zones of people and how we needed to evacuate people from miles away from the water. This is why. This is still just the start of this incredible storm. The exposure that we're going to have here and how long this is going to last, this is not going to be over anytime soon. And that's why it's important to understand these conditions and how long they're going to last and how much power they pack. And we have had nothing but an increase in wind speed since we've been here. I'm going to get out the anemometer here in just a second and get another reading for you. But our last radar estimates were about 45 miles per hour and climbing. And we've had gusts absolutely with that now. And again, Amy and Craig, we're in that sustained wind period where this just keeps churning and churning. And just as I'm talking right now, can you sense how much that gust comes in and really moves? And I'm being pelted by the, I'm going to move in, guys.
Will,
I'm going to move in on this one. I can keep talking.
Inside.
Yes, yeah. You can see the debris there where Will is. Go ahead and get shelter for sure. Take to the safety.
Yeah.
He is seeing one of those eye wall bands. When you correlate what's happening in this live picture with what's happening on radar, we're definitely in an eye wall band here for Fort Myers, Florida. And you can see the palm trees being pulled in one direction. So it's the front side of the storm. So perhaps the center of the storm is trying to get on land, is trying to breach. So the eye wall continues to sort of brush up against the coastline. And it won't be until we get this new information coming in from the National Hurricane Center and get a little more information on where the center of the storm is that we can actually see how close the eye is. So the eye wall, we can definitely confirm by looking at the radar and coinciding with what's happening there with Will Nunley, debris flying, that we are in an eye wall.
And should get an update within about 20 minutes or so. But then a reminder, you got the strongest winds near the eye wall. Soon it may go quiet as the eye wall goes over, or the eye goes over, and then the winds change direction and everything happens all over again, the backside of that. Also near in Fort Myers, we've also got our own Fox Weather's Robert Ray, who's been out there as well. He's been in the elements, and it was really tough on him earlier. We want to check in with him again. Robert Ray, can you hear us? Oh, we're still waiting to get him. But meantime, he's near this area, and earlier he was close to some boats, and the boats were rocking around. He was moving quickly. Had to get to. All right, so we're going to get him up in just a moment. We'll show you what he's looking at. There he is out there. We may not be able to talk to him or hear him, but he is out there, thankfully, with the helmet on. Obviously, debris all around him. Robert, are we able to talk to him? Oh, we don't have. Okay. So anyway, we just want to show you what he's got there. This is what his shot looks like live out there. The debris everywhere, the rain coming down. I believe, Amy, you saw him earlier. We're chatting with him earlier.
As I look at Robert, he's likely giving a report here describing what's happening. But first of all, you notice he's wearing his helmet. That's because of flying debris. We'll go ahead and listen into his report right now.
In a second ago, I had to brace myself. Now it's okay, but heavy rains too. And these trees, there are trees down all over Fort Myers, Sandra and John. We drove in here from Fort Myers Beach hours ago to escape the surge. And you know, it was very calm at that point. And now look at it as another heavy band is making its way through here. The bay is just down there, which is where we've been reporting for the past couple hours, and the boats starting to rock back and forth. The tarps getting whipped out. There are garbage cans flying all around this area of downtown Fort Myers. And you know, you just feel it unraveling as Ian is making its way in just to the north of us. And I've got the helmet because this is debris central here. On top of that, not even large objects, but even little branches and leaves, when they get whipped this hard, they hurt. They hit your face, they hit your head, and you want to be careful. But this is a very serious situation. Power outages all over. Down to the south of me in Naples, Florida, they just had a wind gust of 112 miles per hour in the past 40 minutes as another massive gust comes through here. Hurricane Ian throwing haymakers right now. Woo! Let's just hope that everybody is safe and in the place that they need to be, because this is going to continue and it's going to head right up the peninsula, guys.
What we're watching here is Robert. He's wrapping up a report, and you can see sort of his stance had to increase because of these gusts of wind that continue to come in to Fort Myers. Center of the storm, best we know, is still about 30 to 40 miles off the coastline. We're waiting for the National Hurricane Center to give us a new advisory update on the position of the center of the storm. But these winds are knocking out power. We're approaching about 500,000 people in Florida without power. I don't know the latest exact exact number, but we are approaching 500,000 people without power. And no surprise here when we've got these gusty winds. We're at 450,000 right now is the official number coming out, Craig.
You got it. 450,000 customers, 11,000 customers there in the state of Florida. Also getting some information now that the city of Orlando has opened parking garages. We want to listen back into Robert Ray real quick.
Regardless, the sheriff's department was going to leave that island when the surge came in, as another huge wind gust came it's coming in right now, and you see all the debris off the trees coming, and that's why the helmet here almost should have something over my face as well. But yeah, that's the thing. Everything's unraveling right now. It's to be expected when you have an historic storm with these kind of winds. It's not all the time. It's not normal for an almost Category 5 to make landfall here in the U.S., especially in the dense populated region of Southwest Florida. And it's not just here. It's going to head up into Orlando, Jacksonville, Georgia, the Carolinas. This is long-term here. We are in for it as it's swirling everywhere around here. I feel like I'm in some sort of snow globe, but indeed it's a hurricane globe right now. Tough conditions, Sandra and John.
Wow. We're just listening in to Robert Ray give a report out there, but you can tell just with the wind swirling around, the debris flowing around. Yes, he does have a helmet on, which is good, but you know, if things get worse, he'll come in closer. They've been positioning themselves in spots where they can get to shelter quickly. Also want to mention earlier, we're talking about the city of Orlando has opened parking garages to the public for cars. As Hurricane Ian gets closer to landfall, pay attention to the clearances. Of course, they want to make sure that everyone makes it through the clearance in each structure out there. Important news coming out of Orlando, and the international airport, as we've reported, also closed it. Oh my gosh, at 10:30 this morning. Is he okay?
Yeah, he's fine, but it's just a wild wind that keeps whipping, and the bigger the gust, the more debris that comes into
about
view.
The surge and the river. From my understanding and talking to our meteorologists at Fox Weather in New York, essentially what's happened in the past couple hours is the water down there has risen nearly 2 feet. Stand by. Nearly 2 feet, expected to potentially come up over 8 feet here. Of course, on the beach, we could see upwards to 18 feet. All this has just gone up in numbers since the morning began, and the intensity increased, and we're really taking it right now. By the way, thankfully, Rick, my photographer who's based out of Washington, D.C., who was with me in Bermuda during Fiona, is in a safe spot, and he's able to capture these images. He's done an incredible job. Great team. Oh, catching my breath. But this water is relentless, and that is one of the biggest issues, John and Sandra. It's deadly. That's why we left the beach also this morning. There was no high ground there at the Fort Myers beach, nowhere to put our vehicles, as the wind bands have stopped a little bit. So we left there because we knew had we stayed, not only would we lose our vehicles, but our lives would be in jeopardy. And the same thing with the officials there. Up in Cape Coral earlier today, in fact, early this morning, winds hit 45-mile-an-hour gusts, and emergency management decided, we're out. We're not responding until these winds slow down. It's too dangerous even for them. And it is, as you can see. This picture, what's happening here, it tells it all.
Really looking at the radar here, as bad as this seems, Craig, we are going to see more intense bands coming right over the Fort Myers area. Let's go also to Will Nunley for Fox Weather, who's in Fort Myers right now. Will, how are conditions changing? Because you're getting some very heavy bands from the eye wall.
Well, we are, and the movement of the clouds is just incredible. This object I'm holding in my hand is one of the things we have to be careful for, and I'm keeping an eye in the distance as well. This is part of a sprinkler system that was pulled out of the ground and then headed our way, so we got to be careful about things like this. But that's right, what we're seeing right now, of course, you have the wind that makes the stop signs do this number, and eventually even those stop signs can become projectiles if you're not careful. So it's important to, kind of have an understanding of what's around you. I'm going to stay on with me, so stay on, guys. Chris, I'm going to have you pan around just a little bit with the camera. We're using some of the tools here on the Fox Weather Beast that help keep us safe in situations like this, so that we can show you around, because I'm going to actually go into our shelter place. It's just too hard to stand up, guys. It's just the fact you see, what Robert's experiencing down there. We have it up here in terms of the wind and these gusts that are, wow. I don't know how well that's coming through with that camera, but guys, it would be impossible for me to be standing where I was just seconds ago with wind of this magnitude. We can still hear, it's not very frequent, but you can hear and see in the distance the glow when a transformer on the line explodes because power is being brought out of an area. We have these branches of these palm trees doing all they can to hang on. We, of course, have the trees uprooted that we showed you just a little bit earlier. And so all of these factors, what few cars we had on the road even, let's say, 20 minutes ago, there's not a car to be found at this point, and that's good because these are impossible driving conditions, impossible to be out of. And we are absolutely feeling an incredible amount of force here, growing within the past 30 minutes, I would say. Amy, Craig?
CAYO.
And also, well, and it's incredible. Can I ask you real quick, Will, as we look off into the distance, it looks like there might be some blue off into the distance. That would be the center, the eye. Can you see some blue off in the distance?
I'm looking, and I can't particularly see that from my vantage point. As a matter of fact, the rain is getting so hard.
Okay.
It's hard to see much beyond the racetrack that you see there.
Nope.
But we can tell. I mean, it is. We know it. We could feel how close we are to this center of circulation. It's just growing and getting more and more furious by the moment. And we know that we're not far from it at this point. But so far as seeing any effects of that and knowing how close that is to us here at this point, we're not able to see this. We have a little bit of a break here. But one thing that strikes me, Craig and Amy, and Chris, try to pan up just a little bit, and we'll see if we can show this off on the skyline, is how fast the clouds are moving. When you can take it in from a ground perspective with your own eyes, it is unbelievable how fast these clouds are swirling around us. It is very clear for us to see the movement of this storm over our heads right now, coming from this direction, this counterclockwise motion. Very evident to see over our heads right now. You can tell that by the way, also that the wind, the direction of the wind and the rain coming at me this hour. So all evidence pointing to us being very close to this powerful center of circulation. Craig, Amy?
And Craig, I see what you're saying by looking in the background there from his vantage point that it might have been the sky opening up or maybe some brightening there in the distance.
Maybe.
So we'll wait for that. Right now, this is Placida, Florida. You can see that they're really getting hammered with the wind, taking its toll on these palm trees, bending them over, the ferocity of the wind-driven rain, just an incredible force of nature.
And the visibility, not good at all, and the trees going back and forth. We do want to check in with Leslie Chapman Henderson. So important. We talk to you often. You talk about building back stronger, more resilient. You have lived and worked with people in Florida for so long.
Whoa,
we want to check in with you. Well, look at the conditions out there. You can probably see this yourself, Leslie.
I can.
Just incredible. Let's talk about what you're experiencing, preparations that have gone into this and what is going on. Where are you located right now?
So I'm at our Tallahassee headquarters, but a good number of our teammates are in Orlando, and they are hunkered down and have moved location if they live in homes surrounded by trees, which so many of us in Florida do. And we, as you know, we're just facing a triple threat. We've got the storm surge on the coast, we've got the wind-driven rain, and the wind itself. But we've been doing this for 24 years, and the thing that is remarkable is how different each and every one of these events are. And the caution, as we've talked to people all throughout the last 10 days, 8 days, is don't expect it to be perfect. There's no precision here. You can't guarantee you're not going to get affected, even if you're outside the cone. We always, as you know, we've been looking and watching tornado threats well beyond the immediately affected areas. So we've been trying to remind everyone in 24 years, the one thing that happens afterwards is people wish that they'd gone back and done something differently. And for those that aren't in the strike zone that we're watching.
All right, we want to check in with Steve Harrigan right now, or listen in, who's doing a live report out there near Placida, Florida, in Placida, Florida.
We don't know if that storm's going to get there yet, but when you see the sky start to fill with small objects are beginning to be torn off a building. You heard in that press conference Governor DeSantis say 200,000 people plus are without power, and that's just a drop in the bucket. And that's the real danger in the short term, is when you have 1/3 of this state really over age 60, a lot in nursing homes, a lot in, living conditions or hospitals. that have to be evacuated, that's a real challenge. And this might be one of the worst spots right here, but this is a major event. This is a big storm. Already 45 miles north of here in Sarasota, they are no longer responding to emergency calls. So you have a big swath of the coastline where really everyone is on their own at this point. That's a tough thing for people to hear. At least it's daylight. You heard Governor DeSantis really detail an enormous response prepared for this. You have 26 states contributing. You have helicopters. You have high water rescue vehicles. You have urban search teams. From around the country, people are pitching in to help. But that's a few hours away. So for right now, people are on their own. It's daytime. They've just got to stay inside if they're here. About 1,000 people where I am in a shelter. 175 shelters open across the state. And let's just see this thing go by before the help can roll in. Guys, back to you.
Steve Harrigan, as he gives his report, these winds almost knocking him off his feet. The center of the storm is very close to Placida, Florida. This is a very strong eye wall band, likely, but this wind is just enough to knock him over, which means we're over a 75, maybe even 80-mile-an-hour wind here.
Yeah, National Hurricane Center is saying we're experiencing these hurricane conditions right across a good portion of southwest Florida. This image tells it all right now. Latest numbers for power outages, I'm looking up right now, 470,000 people, customers rather, 470,000 customers without power. You can see why. You also heard him talking about the response. Remember, we heard there were 40,000 personnel who are ready to go in from 26 states to help restore power. Obviously, that will happen once the storm passes. It's just too dangerous for anyone to go in there right now. Another county, Charlotte County, has suspended their emergency response. That would be an area, if you call 911, not likely to get a response there. Also, we talked about Orlando. The international airport closed down, Amy, and Walt Disney World, Universal Studios also closed today and tomorrow.
I think we have Robert Ray standing by right now. He's in Fort Myers. Let's get back to Robert and see the conditions there right now. Robert, the winds really seem to have increased. The center of the storm can't be far away.
Exactly. Yeah, no, we're feeling the brunt here of Ian right now, Amy. The past half hour since we moved from the harbor and came into this parking garage, it has just gotten nuts out here with these hurricane force gusts and these pelting rain, and we're starting to see things unravel here on the streets. Transformer about 2-3 blocks, boom. Another transformer over there, boom. And now here comes another gust of wind. As you know, thankfully Rick, my photographer, is now in shelter underneath this parking garage, and his lens can at least be okay in the camera equipment. But look at all this, look at all the debris as it comes down the street, the trees and everything here. It's essentially head on a swivel as far as out here for me at this point, as Ian's dirty side seems to be making its way in here, that strong side of the eye wall. We are just, to the north of where it's come in. And so, about 12, 13 miles from Fort Myers Beach, which is where we started our day in the storm surge. And by the way, the harbor and the water, that's gone up nearly 2 feet. And I have to think as this comes in, the water is going to even increase even more. The question is, will we see it come into the streets? Wow! That's a big one, guys. That's a big one. And you got to turn. I had to turn like that because it's not the rain that's hurting. It's just the sand or the dirt and what's coming off the trees when it hits you in the face. And it's something else. I'm glad I have this helmet. I should probably grab my goggles and get those on. But this is the intensity, guys, of these heavy bands and these hurricane force winds. And to think it's going to trek all the way up the peninsula of Florida, and folks in Orlando, Jacksonville, you name it, Tampa, all these people are going to have the effects that we're getting right down here in Southwest Florida right now, Amy and Craig.
As you've gone through, do you feel like the intensity has increased here within the last 30 to 40 minutes? Have you noticed that the winds have gotten progressively stronger?
100%. These are the strongest wind gusts I have felt all day, by far. And the rain too, the sideways rain. I mean, we had some big rain this morning on the beach, but this really seems to be amped up. This is electric right now, and everywhere I look, I look down over there, and Rick cannot turn, otherwise his entire camera is going to get blasted by this rain. But there are branches and limbs falling over there, and you can see down here just the rain just whipping down the street, and that's the harbor, 3-4 blocks down there. It's all moving there and twisting all around counterclockwise here, guys. I got to think some of those boats that I was showing earlier are not going to stay safe there at all as this continues.
And some of the things that might be difficult for people to understand is a normal person just walking would not be able to stand up. You're really leaning into this, Robert. Talk about the balance that you're putting, the effort physically to kind of stand in these gusts of wind.
Yes. When the gusts come, and the reason I'm in this position always is because I never want to be straight up and try to put myself into that position when a gust comes, because literally I will get tipped over. And so you make yourself like a human tripod the whole time. Knees are bent like an athlete, like you're going into sport, whatever you want to, football, soccer, you name it, and you just take it. And you realize that you got to pivot sometimes based upon where the wind or the debris is coming from. And the parking garage is, 25 feet there, little brick wall. If it gets too hairy, head over there and get inside and get out of this, like where Rick is, my photographer, and by the way, doing an incredible job. I can't tell you how difficult it is to transmit live pictures and make them look good and sound good in conditions like this. So kudos to him and all the other Fox technical teams out there today and moving forward. It is really a priceless position, and they do an incredible job. So I have to say that. I'm a former technical person and still am technical, so I have to give them the kudos.
Well, it makes sense. This is a rough job, and it's teamwork all the way around. You guys got to look out for each other for sure, Robert. As you're looking around, the force of these winds, definitely moving the debris around. What's it doing with the trees? Are you able to see some of the treetops from here? Are there some palm trees around you?
Yeah, palm trees are going wild. And look at this. I think Rick can see this. I'll walk past this pole. But this is clearly, these are new trees, but nonetheless, they are knocked over, taken out of their root holes. And, by the way, look at this, the pooling of the water on the sides of the street. And that's new. That's just in the past, probably 10 minutes. But you come over here and you look at just the side of all the tree debris. You've got palms that have been sitting here and they're getting pushed around. And you look here, boom, 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 it's going. And here comes another big gust that's going to run down this street and head all the way to the harbor. And hopefully some of these power poles do not start falling. Like I said, we have heard transformers blow in the distance. Actually saw one as well. We did not get it on camera. It's tough to get those. But yeah, this is a deteriorating situation right now. And we're definitely seeing the worst of it for sure right now.
Okay, Robert.
Yeah, it is on land.
Robert, as we go through the next 10 to 15 minutes, you've got some really intense bands still to come. And as you well know, it'll be the center of the storm that passes somewhere nearby, likely, and then you'll have the backside of the storm. So there's still plenty to go here, and big winds and big gusts above even what you've seen are still possible. So be safe out there. We are getting some information in from Naples right now that they are going to put a curfew into effect right now. And the latest gauge reading has gone to 6.7 for their tidal surge, and now the gauge has stopped reporting. So that has been a record surge already, and we're 2 feet above the record surge. It's stopped reporting at this point. So Fort Myers, we're looking at you with those wild winds and the wind-driven rain, but we also have the surge coming in at dangerous levels.
And already setting a record with some of the levels, the old record, 4 feet. This is well above that already. You mentioned the curfew. Police saying it's time to stay in. Do not go out. That again in Naples, just south of Fort Myers. Look at Robert Ray trying to walk back to shelter there, to a safer space. But even then, leaning into the winds that are picking up. Another shot for you shows the winds and the rain coming down. And we've been watching this earlier as well, where, just visibility has dropped significantly and trees have been uprooted in and around where Will Nunley was earlier.
Let's take it over to get the latest on the National Hurricane Center update that's coming in right now. We've got Ian Oliver. Ian, have you been able to take a look yet at the first run there coming in from the National Hurricane Center?
Yeah, Amy, we're going to get to that in just a moment. No change to the intensity of Hurricane Ian. Great job to you and Craig. Thank you both. And thank you for staying with us on Fox Weather. That is a live picture from Placida, Florida. This as Hurricane Ian bears down on southwest Florida. We're likely just an hour or two away from a landfall in southwest Florida as a major hurricane. I'm Ian Oliver.
I'm Kelly Costa. Thanks for joining us. On top of that, on the other coast, we actually have active tornado warnings already. So very active situation we got going on out there right now.
Yeah, this is a threat that we've been tracking really throughout the last 24 hours. We had dozens of tornado warnings across South Florida. That was throughout the day, yesterday, the afternoon, and into the evening hours. We still have those threats and, of course, major direct hurricane impacts occurring right now in southwest Florida. Look at that camera right now, that gust moving on through. We've seen some wind gusts recorded in those areas up over 100 miles per hour. That's what that looks like on your screen right there.
Right, and it's hard to imagine just looking at it versus being inside of that, right? It almost looks like we're watching a movie right now. But folks, this is real life. This is happening right now. There are people that are there. Unfortunately, it's an incredibly dangerous situation. You can see it's a little bit hard to see with those gusts blowing around all the rain. But if you look closely at the ground there, well, that's completely covered in water. And that's that storm surge we're watching, which is going to be the #1 threat. Obviously, significant wind gusts blowing around debris. It can turn that into projectiles. That's a huge threat as well, but it's mainly that storm surge. And then, Ian, on top of that, also tornadoes.
You bottom right of your screen, you can see some of these very impressive wind gusts coming in up over 100 miles per hour in Captiva, Fort Myers area. We've seen those gusts approaching that. Look at Sanibel Island, 98 miles per hour. And again, big screen, full screen, that's what that looks like. This is very damaging. And as this storm continues to move ashore, you can see that right side of your screen, the eastern and southern portion of that very intense inner core, that's what starts pushing water ashore. And that is going to lead to a devastating storm surge. In fact, we've already seen record levels down in Naples. Previously, the record was Irma, which made landfall very close to Naples back in 2017. That was the old record. This is the new record. It was more than 6 feet of water rise there until the gauge stopped reporting. So we don't know what's up with that. Maybe it's broken. It may have reached the peak of what it can record.
Yeah.
It's no longer reporting. We've seen significant water rise and flooding in Naples, and now we're seeing that spread up the southwest Florida coastline.
And remember, I know what you're looking at, the screen on the right. It looks like it's made landfall, right? It has not. We are not going to see landfall until the center of the eye of the hurricane makes landfall. And the National Hurricane Center are the only ones that can make that official declaration that we've had landfall. And we have not had that yet. But it is, as you mentioned, extremely imminent. Likely within the next hour or two, we are going to see that official landfall declaration from the National Hurricane Center.
All right, we're going to keep an eye on the very dramatic pictures that we're seeing out of southwest Florida. I want to get you updated with where we stand. The latest update from the National Hurricane Center, an update came out at 2 o'clock. Max winds at 155 miles per hour. This is a high-end Category 4 hurricane. Any upgrade here, and this would have been a Category 5 storm. Does that matter? No, it's about impacts at this point, and you can see they are going to be devastating. They already are across southwestern parts of Florida with some of the flooding that we've seen over the last several hours. So its motion, that's been slowing down a little bit. It's just east of due northeast at 9 miles per hour, and that prolongs the impacts here. We're up over 300,000 power outages now in the state of Florida. That's a number that will only be going up. This, as Ian maintains its hurricane intensity, hurricane force gusts at the very minimum, those will be spreading all the way up to the I-4 corridor, and we'll see those power outages every step of the way from here on out. Look at those pictures, left side of your screen there in Placida, Florida. Pressure of this is still down at 937 millibars. So again, we've got some live pictures from Cape Coral. We'll get you updated on the surge situation there in Cape Coral. That's a community, 200,000 people, a city with 200,000 people. Elevation there in Cape Coral, 3 feet. We're looking at a maximum storm surge there, 12 to 18 feet. So this is clearly a very dangerous, perhaps deadly scenario for folks that did not evacuate these areas. We're expecting some of these areas to flood completely. So we talked about the landfall. Kelly just was telling you about that. That's the center of circulation, that inner core. You can see it much more clearly on radar. We just saw Robert Ray. We're going to be getting back to him in Fort Myers. They've been taking the eastern eye wall, one of the most intense parts of this storm. Seth in Fox Weather Command, he's actually circling where we're seeing some of this. This X right here, that's the center of circulation. The National Hurricane Center will be the one that calls it. If you're on social media, you may already see people talking about landfalls. It's not official until the National Hurricane Center says it is. That's the inner core. When this moves on shore, and they say that it has, that's officially a landfall. Right now, it's about 16 miles still off the coast, well west of North Fort Myers. It'll be moving eventually in these areas just off to the southwest of Port Charlotte, places like Boca Grande, Cayo Costa. It's about 15 miles off to the southwest of Port Charlotte. It's looking like that's the most likely area for a landfall at this point. We do want to quickly show you the tornado warning. That's actually over on the Space Coast. Those are the threats that are far removed from this inner core where we're going to see the worst of these direct hurricane impacts. Got a live picture for you from Fort Myers. We were just looking at that on the eastern eye wall. That tells you everything you need to know right there, is that's bouncing around. That is some of the worst conditions right now. And even more importantly, we're seeing the wind direction changing, which is starting to push that water into Fort Myers, and the water level was rising. I was looking at the gauge there about an hour ago. Looks like we just lost that camera. It was low tide. The water should have been dropping. It was already rising. We're heading toward a high tide cycle there that comes up at about 6:45 later on this evening. By then, we'll see a significant, likely devastating surge building up. We'll have more on that. Look at some of the wind, maximum wind gust reports coming in. Punta Gorda, 106 miles per hour. Fort Myers, a gust to 58, but we've seen at times the gust there up into the mid-80s. Venice up around 80 degrees. Sarasota now up to 68 degrees. And look at Tampa, St. Pete. Both of those sensors reporting some gusts up to around 65 miles per hour. What's that, Seth? 126 miles an hour. Lakewood Ranch. Okay, that's in Manatee County. That's right about here. What did you say? How much? 128? 126 mile per hour wind gusts in Manatee County. That's a live picture right there from Lakewood Ranch. That is a beautiful community in Manatee County, fairly close to Interstate 75. So we're right about here. That's where we're seeing some major wind gusts being recorded. Not sure what that was recorded on, what sensor that was, but we'll only see some larger wind gusts in those areas. This is a look at Doppler radar. We can estimate some of these wind speeds. We're going to likely see the worst of this, already are, moving up into southern portions of Sarasota County. And this was why we were talking about this in the Tampa Bay area, which we're talking about Manatee and Sarasota counties as the southern portions of the Tampa Bay area. That's why this was still such a significant concern. We saw a pretty serious northern progress to this inner core that occurred during the overnight hours last night. And that brings some of the worst of this weather, which is the northern part of this eye wall. You can see all that red. That's where we're going to be seeing those winds in excess of 100 miles per hour. That's now finding its way into the southern part of Sarasota County and down farther off to the south, of course, where we showed you Charlotte and Lee counties. This is the Hurricane Hunter in there right now, and look at what they're recording. Some wind speeds still estimated up to about 128 miles per hour. Clearly, we're seeing some significant winds still detected by the Hurricane Hunters, and you can see their position right now, right in the center of the storm. This is likely a bumpy flight. We've heard a whole lot of that. We should talk about the tornado warning over on the Space Coast, because that has been a significant threat away from the center of circulation across much of the peninsula. We saw dozens of those tornado warnings yesterday down across the southern part of Florida. A good buddy of mine is a commercial airline pilot. He flew into Fort Lauderdale. He described the flight, the landing there as sporty. I'm sure his passengers would describe it as something else, but he got an applause because that was bumpy already. We saw what those initial rain bands have been doing, and those threats have been ever present since we go back to yesterday afternoon and evening. Those are the wind gusts right now. Look at Punta Gorda now, 94 miles per hour. We've got sustained winds in some of these areas like Venice, coastal areas in Venice, up to around 60 miles per hour. Sarasota, gusting up into the low 60s. This is just the very beginning of this, Kelly. As this moves on shore over the next maybe 30 minutes to about 2 hours, depending on any jogs off to the left and right, It's a Category 4, a high-end Category 4 at that, and it's going to take a long time for this to weaken. And because of that, we're going to see these huge impacts all the way across the peninsula.
I think one of the most important things that we want to get across here on Fox Weather is that this is a worst case scenario for Southwest Florida. I'll say that again. We are at a worst case scenario for Southwest Florida. It is a Category 4 hurricane. Remember, the category only takes into account the wind, and that wind is only 2 miles per hour below what would be considered a Category 5 hurricane. That's why I'm telling you that this is a worst case scenario. And the number one kicker with the storm, it is going to be that storm surge. It's not even the wind, which is almost as bad as it could be, but it's really that storm surge. What you're looking at here is a live look at Tampa Bay. This is from Fox 13. It's not hard to see this camera blowing around quite a bit, and this thing is secured pretty good on top of that too. You can see the rain droplets on the camera there. This is going to be a long moving event, folks, and this isn't just going to be for the coastal areas as well. We are going to see some major impacts inland with this. As Ian was just telling you, we already have a tornado warning. That is one of the threats for the rest of Florida too, not even just those coastal areas. Now let's take a look at the satellite. You can see this latest satellite imagery behind me. Here is the eye of the hurricane moving to the north of Fort Myers. It's not officially making landfall until you get that center of circulation in that eye making landfall. And the only organization who can make that determination of landfall is the National Hurricane Center. But there is Route 75. Something else I want to show you here is just how far-reaching these impacts are. This is the eye of the hurricane. This is where the worst of the wind is, yes. But when it comes to rain, flash flooding, that is all across Florida. Everyone here needs to be incredibly careful over the next day or two as well. So you can see Tampa, you can see Fort Myers there. Even Miami right now is in the worst of the rain bands. If we could advance these graphics, that'd be great. Doesn't seem like my clicker wants to be working for me. But even heading off into the Orlando area, you have incredibly heavy rainfall. In fact, some of the highest rainfall amounts we could see are actually going to be inland close to that Orlando area. So here's the current wind. You can see Ocala only 7 miles per hour, Dade City 5 miles per hour. But you can just see how differing the wind conditions are as you go from town to town. Orlando, you've got gusts up to 35 miles per hour. Not hard to imagine why Orlando International shut down. St. Cloud, you got gusts up to 27 miles per hour. Cocoa Beach, just a 14 mile per hour wind. So here is the latest of the forecast track. Yes, Ian right now is a Category 4 hurricane, only 2 miles per hour below what would be considered a Category 5. But also a heads up for Georgia and South Carolina. You are by no means in the clear. You are in the clear from Category 4 hurricane, but as to what else we're expecting, not so much. We are eventually going to see this twisting off to the northeast. So by Orlando area Thursday morning, the storm's going to have 70 mile per hour. This is sustained winds, by the way, not wind gusts. Yes, Central Florida, they deal with afternoon thunderstorms almost every single day in the summertime. When you get severe weather, those gusts go up to 65 miles per hour, or I should say at least 65 miles per hour. That's just a wind gust, and we've all seen the kind of damage a severe thunderstorm can deal with. What you're seeing here is actually 70 mile per hour sustained winds. Now, what you're seeing here, I'm just going to get a little bit closer so I can see exactly where this is. On the right side of your screen is a DOT camera. That is 75 north. You can see there. Look at that camera. It is just being blown around like it is nothing. And these are not little tiny cameras, by the way. They have some serious weight to them. Horrendous conditions ongoing, and this is only going to be a long go. So after that, Thursday afternoon, you got 65 mile per hour wind gusts as it starts heading into northeastern Florida. And then it's going to twist back to the north and eventually back into northwest. Could you repeat that location for me? That's Placida, Florida, we're looking at in that camera. Thank you for that. Friday morning, 65 mile per hour wind gusts. You can see the coastal areas of Georgia are included in that forecast track. It's most likely going to be closer to the center, but it's still a possibility to see that center of the storm elsewhere. Here are the latest watches and warnings. The most important one is this bright pink color. That's a hurricane warning. You got that from Tampa into Orlando. Melbourne is included in that. Naples. For areas south and southeast Florida, you have a tropical storm warning. Yes, it's a Category 4 hurricane, but if you're in southern or southeastern Florida, you are going to be dealing with tropical storm force winds, which is why there's just a tropical storm warning in effect for you. That's also the case for areas north of Tampa and into northeastern Florida, almost into the Big Bend of Florida. But watch how far this stretches up to the east into Georgia and South Carolina. Savannah, you are under a tropical storm warning. There are tropical storm warnings in effect for the South Carolina coastline as well, closer to the Hilton Head area. So here's the Fox model. This is exclusive to us here at Fox Weather. It's got 1 kilometer resolution. Notice that through 6 o'clock tonight, the eye of the storm is still between Sarasota and Fort Myers area, and then it's going to start rapidly weakening. Does that mean you're not going to get bad conditions inside? No, it's just not going to be a Category 4 hurricane soon after it makes landfall. That's because the warm ocean water, that is fuel to tropical systems. The moment that gets cut off, the hurricane is going to start rapidly weakening. But the center of the location, you can see there, Thursday, 4 o'clock, closer to the Melbourne area, just off to the east of Orlando, north of Melbourne, I should say. But Jacksonville is still going to be dealing with those incredibly heavy rain bands. Same with Georgia, heading into South Carolina. And the system will continue to move off to the north. If you are in Georgia and South Carolina, you are going to get some strong wind gusts. It would be a good idea for you to prepare for power outages just in case. And also, make sure you've got your first floor of your home clear of any debris, because we're also going to be having some storm surge there. So this is Savannah, Georgia. I really want to focus on not only Florida, because this is a huge storm, folks. It's going to be impacting a whole lot of people. You're going to be dealing with rain throughout the entire period, obviously clouds as well. 20+ mile per hour winds, but 40+ mile per hour wind gusts you are going to be dealing with. That's early Friday morning. So this is late Thursday night, 2 in the morning, 4, 6, 8 in the morning as well. Here is the forecast storm size. We wanted to put this on because we really want to illustrate that it's not just the cone, right? These conditions are going to be felt all across the area. All across Florida at Wednesday, 9 o'clock, you can see those 40+ mile per hour winds. Melbourne is just off to the east of those hurricane force wind gusts, Ian, which is going to be dealing with those, causing those power outages.
Kelly, thank you. I want to bring in Fox Weather's Will Nunley. He's been reporting from Fort Myers. This is a place that is right now in the eastern eye wall of Hurricane Ian, a major Category 4 hurricane. Will, what's the latest? What are you seeing there in Fort Myers?
We easily are getting these wind gusts of 40 miles per hour. You know, when we talk about blizzard conditions and you hear us use the term whiteout when it's so hard to see not too far in front of you, the same conditions essentially are existing here, because there are times you can see maybe in the distance there, the sign, that gas station racetrack sign there. It gets difficult to see that at some point when the wind really picks up and blows this rain in here with so much force. It's hard to even see something as close to us as that. We're in the Fox Weather Beast. The camera I'm using to talk to you right now mounted on top of our Fox Weather Beast. And these are big vehicles, okay? There's a reason why we call them that. But this wind is enough at times to absolutely rock this vehicle. I'm having to keep alert, of course, to the concerns that we've been sharing with debris. I'm in a fairly open lot, so I'm able to kind of see what's happening around me. But two things that I'm noticing here over the past 30 minutes, we're starting to hear glass breaking of some debris, either hitting glass. We've also had utility poles start to come down. We've had trees start to come down. Chris, as a matter of fact, if you want to try to swing around here to camera right, we'll show you some of the trees that have already been uprooted and taken down this, because of the wind gusts that we're experiencing here. We're also seeing some shingles come off of roofs overhead as well. And when in the distance, it's calmed down here for the past few minutes in terms of the sound of transformers exploding, but we've had that too. And as it gets a little bit darker and these conditions continue through the night, you'll be able to actually see these blue and green flashes, and that's such an ominous sight. It's such an ominous thing to experience, to hear those explosions of the power grid essentially failing under the weight of this storm. And that's going to continue as we talk about. We just got some guidance from the Fox Forecast Center and Weather Command that was telling us how much this is slowing at the moment. And so the conditions we're experiencing, I would say that I'm pretty much in the suburbs, if you want to call it that, of Fort Myers. To get to downtown where our Robert Ray is about 10 minutes down this road here. I-75 is extremely close to me here. Here comes a big gust, folks. Hang on. And these are the conditions that we're experiencing far, far away from the water itself. This is just a massive storm producing long-ranging effects, so much power, and it's going to be consistent here for a while as this storm stalls and tries to make that official landfall that still appears to be a little ways off. Back to you.
Okay, I'm going to hit that. Fox Weather's Will Nunley, thank you very much. We're just getting a report. Huge jump in the power outages in Florida, up over 600,000 customers now without power. Let's listen into Robert Ray's report from Fort Myers.
It's going to be not on top of us, but we'll have that dirty side roll across that counterclockwise. It's going to give us some very heavy wind gusts, hurricane force wind gusts and rain bands still coming in. And, you know, you see the palms on the ground and electricity starting to go down. Things starting to unravel here, unfortunately, in Fort Myers, as really they have been doing since the middle of the night last night. And as I said earlier, you know, we started our day on Fort Myers Beach, but the storm surge became way too intense, so we evacuated. And now here we are in downtown Fort Myers, listening to the wind, feeling the wind, and Mother Nature, Hurricane Ian, just really just throwing punches at this area, unfortunately, right now.
That was Fox Weather's Robert Ray reporting from Fort Myers, Florida. And that is an area that right now is getting some of the worst of the winds, but unfortunately, they're just starting to get into the issues that they'll see with storm surge. The high tide cycle there in Fort Myers is at about 6:45. That's coming up later on this evening. What's problematic is the direction of the wind, and that's going to become more problematic as we move on through the next couple of hours. You get a live picture right here from Tampa. That's downtown Tampa. Bottom right of the screen, everyone, the locals there call that the beer can building. It's a cylinder, but you look straight out in the middle of that camera. That's Kennedy Boulevard, and straight in the center of it, there's a little white stick standing up. That's Fox 13's Sky Tower radar, which we'll be able to use to show you a clear picture of Ian as it gets a little bit closer to the Tampa Bay area. Left side of the screen, you can see a clear picture of Ian's wind field. Looks like we've now lost the sensor in Fort Myers. That's not reporting. This buoy out in the Gulf of Mexico also no longer reporting. But what's important about this and what I wanted to show you is that now as the core of Ian approaches the latitude of Fort Myers, you got a south wind first, and then as it moves farther off to the north, you see the direction of those wind particles. All of those are pressing water into southwest Florida. So where Will and Robert, who we just spoke to, they're close to the Caloosahatchee River. Water is getting pushed into the Caloosahatchee River, and it can't go out. We had water rising at low tide earlier this afternoon when typically it would be flowing back into the Gulf of Mexico. Instead, it's flowing inland because of these intense winds, and it's going to really start to pile up. So you do see this water rise report from Naples. That gauge, that's not current. That's where Naples actually stopped reporting, likely had a failure of that site. That is a record water rise for Naples, and the previous record was actually back in 2017. That was Hurricane Irma, which I think for a lot of people is probably the storm of reference at least. Now, Ian looks to be even significantly more impactful than that. Irma cut in right about there, so a lot of its storm surge was here down in the Everglades. This storm surge will be in heavily populated places and places that have been growing rapidly over the last couple of years, especially through the pandemic. This is a place that's exploded with population growth. So we're looking at Port Charlotte now. This is Charlotte Harbor, and here you've got Punta Gorda and Port Charlotte. These are places where we've been recording some of those huge wind gusts. And related to that, you saw bottom right of your screen, we're checking in on those power outages. That's up to 624,000 customers in Florida without power. So when we say customers, that's households. We'll have more on that coming up in just a moment. But look at this through Charlotte Harbor. Where you see the red, these are places where we're expecting the absolute worst of Ian's storm surge. Worst case, we could see a water rise in these areas 12 to as much as 16 feet. So as the water gets pushed in, eventually it can only go up, and it starts pushing into the ground that's around these areas immediately adjacent to Charlotte Harbor. Seth, let's go a little bit farther off to the south. Let's go down to Fort Myers and show you the threat that's ongoing there. We talked about the Caloosahatchee River. Here it is as it moves into Fort Myers. This is where we were checking in with Robert Ray and Will Nunley. As the water gets forced up the river here, same story. It starts to pile up because of that onshore flow. We get into the high tide cycle, and eventually these areas have to start spilling out of their banks, out of the river here, and that's where we see the red. This will likely flood a significant portion of Fort Myers, likely all of Fort Myers Beach. We showed you that earlier. These are the places where we're expecting the worst of the storm surge. Cape Coral, we talked about that, an elevation of 3 feet. You can just think about a water rise of 12 feet. That puts 9 feet of water in many of those communities. Kiana?
All right, and you were mentioning that breaking news of more than 500,000 people now without power in that area. Taking a look here at that quick spark without that power here of the trend. Within the last hour, we saw that really rise out towards more than 600,000 people without power at this point in time. So if you have not left the areas like Fort Myers or off to the north of that into Tampa, unfortunately, the time has run out for you to prepare or to evacuate. So now you just have to really hunker down. But what you do need to know is that we will likely see these power outages continue to rise. You'll notice that Fort Myers is under that category of 25 to nearly 50% of that city now without power. Off to the north of that, you also see that percentage rising as well, and just even moving further inland as, again, Ian continues to approach the coastline from the southwest. As we take a look at some of these cameras here, you can see the winds really blowing those trees. Any of those trees that fall on a power line will likely lead to a power outage where you are. And we're seeing that uptick in the numbers here as well, right along the southwest coastline of Florida, from really Fort Myers and Tampa on south, all the way as far south as areas just off to the east of Miami. A lot of orange on your screen. Here's some of those counties that are dealing with the top outages at this point in time. Lee County as well as Collier County. It's looking like we have about 45 to almost 35% of the county now without power. Heading a little further south of that into Sarasota, 27% of the county is without power. So like we mentioned, although now is the time where we really lost that amount of time to prepare, now is the time to start preparing for what's likely to happen if you lose your power. It is going to be a couple of days, a number of days before crews can get to you. So now is the time to really think about what you need to do in terms of being without power for more than 24 to 48 hours. We have very gusty winds associated with Ian. And as we take a look at the power outage forecast, we are looking for more widespread chances for power outages further inland into areas like Orlando, Fort Pierce, just off to the north of West Palm Beach, as these winds continue to really gust up anywhere beyond 50 miles per hour in areas like Tampa. As Ian mentioned, it looks like our radar site in Fort Myers has checked out, likely because of how gusty the winds are. And again, Ian is slowly but surely approaching that shoreline and will continue to offer up those very gusty winds. Let's put everything into perspective in terms of time. So as we take a look at the wind gusts from here on out into this evening, who's likely to get those higher wind gusts as, Ian continues to push inland and eventually make that landfall? As we look at some of these areas, Tampa off to the north, looking at wind gusts up to or beyond 100 miles per hour. You also notice that shading of red out towards Palm Bay, looking at 50 mile per hour wind gusts at that point in time as we head into tonight and really into tomorrow as well. So through the overnight hours, likely to see an uptick in those power outages. That will continue throughout most of Thursday. Jacksonville, you're up next. You have that orange striping from Jacksonville into Gainesville, where we're indicating 60 to 100 mile per hour wind gusts. Likely to see those power outages as well. And we were speaking with the Florida Light and Power Company, who mentioned that if winds are beyond 40 miles per hour, they do not have any intention on sending crews out. So we are now into Thursday morning. We have wind gusts well beyond 60, nearly 100 miles per hour at this point in time. You're not going to get a crew to you to help you in the event that you do lose that power. And we're looking at that to continue further up the coastline throughout the end of the week. Friday morning at 6 a.m., now we're looking at areas like Georgia into the Carolinas. That does include Brunswick out towards Charleston, Wilmington, all of these areas, looking at those wind gusts well beyond 50 miles per hour. So again, you're another case scenario where if we get into Friday and you lose that power, you're likely not going to get any help from crews until we get wind gusts below 40 miles per hour and that storm passes by. Ian?
Kiana, thank you very much. We want to send it now to Brandy Campbell. She's in Orlando. As Kiana just showed us, these power outages are going up by the minute, now up to 644,000 customers without power. And the center of this storm hasn't even made landfall yet, at least per the National Hurricane Center. The problem is that as it does so and moves inland toward you, Brandy, we're going to see power outages along the way. So what's the latest there in Orlando?
Well, here in Orlando, I've definitely noticed a pickup in the winds. We've been getting some stronger wind gusts in this area. When I checked the Fox Weather app, it said it was about 23 miles per hour, and it's definitely inconsistent. If you take a look behind me, you can see some movement in the trees, not too wild yet. We are getting some rain in the area, and right now as I'm speaking, it's starting to pick up a little bit. So we can definitely feel the impacts from Hurricane Ian starting to move into this area. Now, if you are here in Orlando, you know, this is a heavy entertainment area, very busy with travelers coming through. Right now, it's very quiet. A lot of businesses are closed down, gas stations, you know, really shutting off their pumps, making sure that their infrastructure will be okay for whatever could come during Ian. So cars still out on the road, not as many as we saw this morning, but there is some activity in the area. But we know that the conditions here are going to continue to deteriorate as it gets later into the day. Now, we do have these two over here that stopped by earlier today. Do you live here in Orlando, sir?
Yeah, I live right down the street.
How are you feeling about this storm coming in?
Natural. It's, you know, what happens in Florida all the time. So, you know, just prepared.
And I see you guys are out driving. What are you guys doing now? I know you guys should be hunkering down, right?
Yeah, we were looking for some food, actually. If any restaurants open, give me a call.
Okay. All right. And what type of vibe are you getting around town in response to this storm?
I mean, just looking around, everything is closed, so it seems like it's going to be pretty serious. But, you know, for a natural Floridian, you know, it's nothing new.
All right. Well, thank you. Be safe, okay?
Thank you.
All right. So, again, some people out, but not a ton of folks out trying to find food. It's going to be a little bit hard because places are definitely starting to close down and the winds starting to get stronger here. Back to you guys here from Orlando.
Brandy Campbell, thank you. Please be safe. Justin and Fox Weather, the city of Orlando has opened parking garages to the public for cars only, not trucks, as Hurricane Ian gets close to the landfall. So please, if you're able to do that, please do so. Now we really want to focus on inland rain. We're going to go now to Fox Weather meteorologist Katie Garner with more on that. Katie.
All right, Kelly, thanks a lot. Yeah, we are definitely going to focus on that inland rain. We've got a lot of it that's going to be coming in. And you can see really through Fort Myers, Port Charlotte. Obviously, Fort Myers getting hit hard right now, but it's that inland part of Florida that we need to focus on. Areas like Orlando are really going to get hit hard in the coming days. And we certainly don't want to leave you out. We want to let you know what you can expect. So as you can see right now, as this thing churns up, we're going to have big problems, obviously, on many of the interstates. Many roads are going to be impassable, but it's in the coming days that as this storm continues to churn, we are really going to see a lot of rain come down, making roads impassable for days at a time. This will take a lot of time to recover from. In fact, you can see on your screen here, we're looking at Punta Gorda, just the winds whipping around, a lot of that rain coming in, a lot of lightning too. Now, this really has a lot of that lightning between Port Charlotte and Fort Myers there with you. Steph, I'm going to have you advance for me if you could. There we go. Check this out, and you will see it's really imminent here, the sea that we between Venice and Inglewood, Northport, Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, we've got anywhere from about 2 to 5 inches of rain happening right now. All right, right now, that's what we're seeing as far as that rainfall is concerned. As we continue to look at things, we're zooming in and around here just to kind of show you who is seeing what. The Charlotte Harbor right now seeing good amount of rain, and it's going to continue. Believe me, more of that rain's going to start to come down, and you'll start to see more of that flooding take place. So that's what we're looking at. And you can see the strikes not as threatening as a lot of this rain. So it's not a lightning event, really. It's more of obviously a flooding event that we're keeping an eye on as this storm continues to churn in. As we zoom in even far to Punta Gorda Isles, you are certainly seeing some of the heaviest rain there, and that will continue throughout the day today. Again, this is happening right now. So if you're in these areas, hopefully you've gotten out of there. But if not, this is what you're going to experience. And we're seeing over 3 inches an hour. Okay, so this is just really imperative to take note of. Again, near Punta Gorda Isles, over 3 inches an hour. As we look up here from Sarasota all the way across to Fort Pierce, past 12 hours, we have seen well over 8 to 12 inches in some spots. That is so dangerous compared to what we're going to continue to see here. West Palm, you're in there too, down I-95. We've seen so much rain. But as we zoom in right here from I-75, Sarasota down to Port Charlotte, we've actually seen 8 to 12 and then, you know, really, as you get into Fort Myers at this point, 2 to about 5 inches, but more of that rain is still on the way. We've got a long way to go here before things look up. Your top rain totals right here, Coral Springs, almost 10 inches in the last 24 hours has already fallen. Delray Beach, almost 10 inches. Really anywhere from Homestead, St. James City to Margate, we are looking at close to 10 inches in the last 24 hours. So that just tells you we've got plenty more to come. This is just what we've seen so far. And there's no reason to take a deep breath yet and think, okay, the worst is over. The worst has not even begun for many of you. So that's something we're keeping an eye on, is these rainfall totals will certainly climb over the next 24 hours. And in time to come, we are certainly going to see more and more inches added to this particular area. Over a foot in some areas will likely occur, and that's when it gets very scary. It's scary now for a lot of people, but you could see Punta Gorda. Again, I really hope people paid attention and evacuated, got out of there. Certainly, you had zones where you needed to evacuate from, and with that being said, this is what I'm taking a look at right now. So we're going to continue to monitor these numbers, see what happens here, and I want you to know if you're in Orlando or surrounding cities, that rain will be coming for you. And as I mentioned that, the flash flood threat is extreme, okay? This is not a small threat. This is the highest level of threat you can be under when it goes from Gainesville through Orlando into Tampa, all the way down to Naples. Extremely, extremely cautious through Thursday and Friday morning with that flash flooding. And then you can see here, Orlando stays in that extreme range. And there's a lot of people in these areas, you guys. I mean, a lot of people live here. If you're watching and you're in this area, you know it is populated. I-75, I-95, I-4, 275, Dade City, all the way to Daytona Beach. Look at this in the next 5 days. This is pertinent information. Daytona Beach down to Leesburg, you could see 12 to 18 inches of rainfall. That is life-threatening rainfall with this. I can tell you, Flagler County, I believe, was evacuating some people as well on the eastern side of Florida coast because of the rainfall that's going to be coming down there. So as we continue to take a look Friday into Saturday morning, this is when we have to pay attention all along the eastern coastline, from Hatteras into Wilmington, North Carolina, Carolina Beach there, Curry Beach, Wrightsville Beach, those areas. A lot of people live there. There in toward Wallace and Burgall. Those are some smaller cities in the Wilmington area, just up a little bit from Wilmington. Those farming communities, they tend to flood pretty heavily. So while it is a little more rural in that particular area right over here, the flood threat is, or the flash flood threat is likely. Down toward Charleston, very likely. Charleston floods with the smallest amount of rain. So you imagine as this storm moves in, the status of it, Savannah and Charleston, they'll flood on a normal day. So that is something we really have to be aware of, especially near the Battery. A lot of that water will start to come up, and it'll take time to recede. So Ocala, Jacksonville, Savannah, Charleston, Wilmington, and Hatteras, surrounding areas even further inland, need to be aware that flooding could happen. Over the next 5 days, we're looking at 3 to 5 inches in Atlanta to Charlotte, but actually here on the western portion of Charlotte, Ian, we could see, 5 to 8 inches, even potentially 8 to 12 down near Cape Hatteras and in Charleston. But Orlando, you are in that area where that 12 to 18 inches of rain is possible. And Ian, I'll tell you right now, that is not even an overzealous guess. I mean, that is something that we're looking at, like this rain is coming in and it's going to come in fast and it's going to track hard. So we're going to watch it.
Absolutely, Katie. That stretch there, models have been very adamant about that stripe along the I-4 corridor. So flash flooding is an extreme threat as we move on through the next 36 hours. And then that threat lingers when we're going to be talking about river flooding moving forward from there. We do want to talk more about the intense inner core of this storm, where we're seeing some wind gusts up over 100 miles per hour. We've showed you these. We're getting very close to the National Hurricane Center calling a landfall. That could happen at any moment. Seth, if you'd actually go ahead and just stop this. You're looking at the loop here of this very powerful core of Major Hurricane Ian approaching Charlotte and Lee counties, where we're going to be seeing the worst of the storm surge. You're now seeing this onshore flow component on the eastern and southern portion of this. Some reports that we're seeing water going right up and over Fort Myers Beach, which was a threat that we were talking about yesterday because of the overall setup and how the track was looking. Look at the center of this. We've now stopped it. As this crosses, let's get zoomed in even a little bit more. This is off to the north and west of Sanibel Island, just to give you some reference, due west of Fort Myers. This is places like Boca Grande. That's right there. You've got Cayo Costa. These are the areas that we're likely going to get a special bulletin from the National Hurricane Center that says officially that Major Hurricane Ian has made landfall. So for these areas that were just in the worst of this, look at Captiva Island, South Seas Island Resort. Right now, there's calm conditions. The eye of Ian is directly over you. The problem is you still have another half of this storm to go. And as we widen back out, you can see the bottom of this, the southern portion of this core, still quite formidable. We've seen a little bit of the frictional effects eating away on this side, perhaps a little bit of dry air. But look at that. That's I-75 right there. This is why we were asking folks to leave yesterday or the day before. You do not want to be out on the roads. Here's Charlotte County. Here's Lee County. So from Port Charlotte down to Fort Myers and Cape Coral, both of these counties have both said it's no longer safe for first responders to go out and try to make rescues. So that service is now suspended because of the hurricane conditions that are ongoing in these areas, which, when we're talking about some of these areas like Fort Myers Beach, where we're seeing complete inundation likely, there are no rescues that can be performed right now, which is why those evacuation orders were issued 24 to 48 hours ago, giving people time to get out of these areas. And look at this. This is just going to get started. I was just looking at the gauge down here in Fort Myers. It looked like that actually stopped reporting. That is not a good sign when you're seeing these gauges failing in some of these areas. Charlotte Harbor, water is going to start to be forced in there considerably. We were already seeing water rise in Fort Myers when it was low tide. That was 2 hours ago, and water was coming in completely against the tide. Now the tide is coming in. Next high tide cycle is at 6:45. That's going to be a very problematic time when we're looking at a high astronomical tide with perhaps 12 to as much as 18 feet on top of that as Hurricane Ian pushes all of this water into the Caloosahatchee River. So this is a life-threatening setup. I mentioned this in Cape Coral, which has 200,000 residents and an average elevation of about 3 feet. This is simply not a place that's equipped to handle a storm surge that could perhaps be well in excess of 12 feet. That would put most of Cape Coral underwater, if not all of it, should that surge verify as we move on through the next few hours. This is what I was talking about in Fort Myers. There's your next high tide cycle, 6:45. Tomorrow morning, 5:48. That's another problem time because in between these two high tide cycles, you've got this system slowing down considerably as it's moving onshore, moving eventually into the Central Florida Peninsula. But when it's in Central Florida, likely creating more power outages here through the I-4 corridor, as we were talking about, when the center is here, you're still going to have an onshore flow being generated by that. And the problem is that's not going to allow water to flow back out of Charlotte Harbor or the Caloosahatchee River when it should be. During the low tide cycle, we'll have that water piling up, and that could lead to a prolonged storm surge. Look at what's going on here in Venice. Current gust in the last hour, 82 miles per hour. You look on the left side of your screen. Right now, that's an offshore flow. As this moves farther off to the north, that's when you will see this wind direction shift off to the west, and that's what generates an onshore flow and that storm surge effect. So can we see the next gust as well? We had Venice, and I believe we had another site just farther off to the south from there. Fort Myers, there you go. We're starting to see this onshore component in Fort Myers, and this is a significant force with a gust of 83 miles per hour. And you still, if you look on the left side of your screen here, you still have the whole eastern and southern portion of this core, the whole southeastern quadrant that needs to move through this area. All the while, this entire half of the storm is going to be pushing water onshore and doing so very effectively. When you see wind speeds like this offshore, you've got where the model is suggesting the center of Ian. But look at these gusts now, 82 in Venice, Sarasota, you're up to 58 miles per hour. Punta Gorda, almost up into the triple digits, 92 miles per hour. And Port Charlotte in the last hour, up to 60. Again, what we want to point out, for the time being, this isn't a direct onshore flow. Yes, we've seen some water rise, but we haven't even reached the point yet that would maximize this storm surge. We'll be watching that very closely, and we'll bring you the latest on that. Kelly?
Hurricane Ian is lashing portions of the southwestern Florida area, bringing catastrophic conditions. We're now joined by former FEMA Administrator Brock Long. Brock, thank you so much for joining us here on Fox Weather.
Good afternoon, Kelly. How are you?
We are very busy here. Now, these are life-threatening conditions that Florida is facing, and it is only going to get worse. Can you please chat with us just a little bit about what folks need to do safe and what messaging you have for people who are still, unfortunately, undermining the power of Ian?
Well, unfortunately, the time to evacuate is past. As this system's making landfall, you're about to see the worst of the storm surge come through. And storm surge, unfortunately, has the highest potential to cause loss of life as well as damage to infrastructure when it comes in. And while hurricanes are categorized by wind intensity, the storm surge is what really matters most at this point. The other thing that I don't like about this storm is that it's slowing down as it's making landfall. So the wind duration, the time that these communities are going to experience hurricane force wind is much greater than what they saw when Hurricane Charlie passed through the area in 2004. So right now it's get to the highest elevation you can get to, and hopefully within a building that can withstand the winds if you failed to evacuate. And let a loved one know where your location is, so that as search and rescue begins.
Hey, I just wanted to break in here and just pause you for a moment. I just want to tell you what's looking at your screen right now. We are breaking into Steve Harrigan with the latest update. You can see there. Look how incredible those conditions are. Brock, this is just what you were just telling us about, right? You were telling us about that storm surge, and you were telling us about that wind. This is Boca Grande, which is one of those locations that we could see that potential landfall. Now, the National Hurricane Center did tell us that we do not officially have landfall yet. The Hurricane Center is the only institution and organization that can make that landfall declaration, and we do not have that yet. But Steve Harrigan right now, he's giving updates to all of our networks here at Fox News, and you can see just those incredible conditions. Brock, though, I did want to get back to you. Sorry I had to interrupt you there. There's a whole lot going on. I wanted to make sure we get the shot on. What you were mentioning was that storm surge is one of the biggest killers when it comes to storms, but one of the biggest points we've been talking about here at Fox Weather is that it's not just coastal impacts. Could you tell us a bit more about some of the biggest threats that Ian is going to bring for people that are not in an evacuation zone?
Yeah, Hurricane Ian's far from over after today. It's going to continue to threaten people who live in Georgia, North Carolina, as far up as Virginia, in my opinion. And so there's many angles of attack from a hurricane, and each hurricane is different. There's not a single hurricane that's alike. And with this one, again, you're seeing massive amounts of storm surge in where the eye makes, close to where the eye makes landfall. But because it's slowed down, it's got a lot of time to pump that water into the back bay and inlet areas. So even if you're not along the beaches and the coastline, you're going to see a ton of storm surge well inland within Lee and Charlotte counties, parts of Sarasota County, right? But as you've also got the high winds. And whether it's a Cat 4 at 155 miles an hour or a Cat 5, it doesn't really matter. You're talking about the difference of 1 mile per hour that would shift it at this point to a Cat 5 storm. So this is as bad as it gets when it comes to wind intensity in many cases. And if you're just to the east and, the east of the eye wall making landfall, you're in grave danger from the winds. And hopefully you're within a facility that was built after 2001. That meets a higher standard of building code or has been mitigated. And, and as this system moves in, the biggest threat is going to be the inland rainfall. North of Orlando, the Orlando area is projected to get possibly 20 inches or greater amounts in some cases over the next 5 days. So I think you're going to see a lot of inland flooding. And as it exits, the backside or the east side of Florida and pushes up the East Coast, they're calling for another 6 feet of storm surge along the Georgia coast, and that's pretty devastating to Georgia because Georgia has a very shallow continental shelf. It has the highest storm surge vulnerability of any state along the East Coast, in my opinion. And while 6 feet doesn't sound like a lot, it is a tremendous amount of water that will encroach those coastal areas along the Georgia coast.
Brock Long, thank you so much for giving us that information. Ian, now I'm going to toss it over to you. Looks like we're going to get another live shot in the field with Ian.
Yeah, we're going to check back in with Fox Weather's Will Nunley. He's down in Fort Myers. He's given us reports of some significant damage that is occurring there. I want to get you updated. We have about 668 customers now without power. Will, can you hear me down in Fort Myers?
Yeah, that's right. So I'm considered kind of in the suburb area of Fort Myers. I'm not as close to downtown as where Robert Ray is positioned, but I want to show you what's happening here under the weight of this wind that continues to just batter the buildings here. So we're starting to see the infrastructure in this area take a hit. I'm going to have Chris go ahead, use the camera on the top of the Fox Weather Beast and go over my head here. And you can see the traffic lights. I was concerned about this. This is something that's going to happen, even though this is all very well designed. We're talking concrete posts that are up here holding all this together. But when you talk about the sustained wind that we're dealing with here and the gusts that we've seen, traffic lights already crashing to the ground now. Boy, this wind is, the rain is so painful when you're out in it like this. And over to my right here, you can see the signs starting to be torn apart under this as well. And so, of course, when signs like that start to break apart, all of that becomes airborne. All those pieces of plastic become airborne. We have all these leaves and all these pieces of the palm trees, that will come crashing down as well. The building where we are has terracotta, it appears, or some type of clay tiles on their roof. Those are coming apart and crashing. You can hear them crash down every now and again. We also have debris that has been picked up with enough force to crash into windows, and we can hear windows break in the building around us. Shingles, as you can imagine, starting to come off the roof as well. And keep in mind, all of this in a storm like this can become airborne, so we have to be very strategic, of course, about where we're standing and keeping an eye on what's around me here. But guys, that's what we're starting to experience, and we have hours and hours, of course, ahead dealing with this. But imagine an hour from now what we could be looking at in terms of these. Here's another one that's just about to go right here, and mayhap we hear, boy, there's trees being taken down. Can't believe there's cars driving out under those red lights. Boy, that is just not safe, folks. This is not a time to be out looking at damage or seeing what's going on, because the hazard there is, you can see how dramatically, Chris, that light is swinging there. What's to stop that from crashing in right there on that truck full of people? That is just absolutely not safe. But these are giving way. I mean, they clearly just passed by one that was laying in the street. So it's just very, very dangerous situation. But again, we're starting to see just the infrastructure out here, the utilities, the buildings really feel the force of this wind and unfortunately start to give out. Back to you.
Great report there, Will. And as I'm watching that street light bouncing around, perhaps crashing like the other one that you showed us, I'm looking at the live power outages via poweroutage.us. This is in Lee County alone. There's now about 250,000 people without power. And as you just showed us, if street lights are coming down, power lines are coming down, that's leading to those widespread outages.
Absolutely, and they're just going to continue to grow. We're not going to get out of a situation here where a majority of this area is not without power. And don't be fooled. Probably what you're seeing here in the distance, as a matter of fact, that raceway has gone dark. It was lit up just a minute ago. Now those streetlights have gone dark. There you go. You're talking about how quickly this is happening around us. Now everything around us is in the dark. There is a building here that appears to have a generator that's working. But that's it. As far as we can see, now it's just come back on. So that could be generator supported there, that building, but everything else, including these stoplights, the power is out there. And we're just going to see this. I'm also noticing a change in the direction of the wind. It's now really at my back, when before it was coming from more of this direction. So as this storm evolves, moves, we're feeling that shift in the wind, but it is nonetheless powerful, only growing in strength.
Yeah, certainly, Will. It can happen just like that. And yeah, that wind shift you're going to feel is as you move into the southern portion of that eye wall. The wind direction will shift to more pure westerly, a straight onshore wind. You got several hours to go. And as you mentioned, that prolonged stress on those trees, on those power lines, is only going to lead to more significant power outages. Fox Weather's Will Nunley. Stay safe out there. Thank you for the report. Kelly?
All right, we do have the latest update from the hurricane hunters. They just flew through the center. They're still about to find the lowest pressure. Here is a very quick update for you. They are about to fly through the center of the storm. The hurricane hunters did find 157-mile-per-hour winds. Now, this would technically be a Category 5 hurricane. However, the National Hurricane Center has not quite yet made that official distinction that it is Category 5. They ultimately have that decision to upgrade that. But the hurricane hunters have found 157-mile-per-hour winds on the west side of the storm. Folks, that means the conditions that we were just showing you from Will Nunley, they're only going to get worse. The worst is yet to come. I've said this before and I'll say it again. This is a worst case scenario for southwestern Florida. That latest observation was at 2:47. That was just 8 minutes ago. We got wind at the surface, 70 miles per hour, but you can see we have those Cat 3 and above wind gusts. Here's the maximum wind gusts for today that we've seen. Venice, 82 mile per hour wind gusts. Punta Gorda, 106 mile per hour wind gusts. Sarasota, 69 mile per hour wind gusts. And Tampa, a 60 mile per hour wind gust. Just in case you get lost in the numbers, I know it can be hard to imagine those numbers. Severe thunderstorms have 65 plus mile per hour wind gusts. Those can cause incredible damage. And in some cases, we have wind gusts that are over 40 miles per hour faster than that. Here's Fort Myers, Florida. The current gust is around 83 miles per hour. We did previously 5 hours ago had 50 mile per hour wind gusts. You can see they are only climbing as Ian crawls closer and closer. Current wind, you can see Venice, 82 mile per hour wind gusts. I do also want to show you the images you're seeing on the screen. I'm walking to the camera a little bit closer just so I can see. This is Port Charlotte, Florida on the top left of your screen. And there's also St. Pete's Beach. Folks, if you look really closely at St. Pete's Beach, I was looking at this same exact camera just yesterday. We saw the beach, we saw the water, we saw the blue sky. That beach is completely filled with water. We were seeing that dry sand earlier. Yesterday, that sand that we were showing you is completely gone. You are watching storm surge happen. Remember, storm surge is the abnormal rise of the water level that is due to the wind of the hurricane physically pushing on the sea surface temperature. Storm surge, water. Folks, that is the #1 killer when it comes to tropical systems. Obviously, the wind I was just showing you is absolutely incredible and terrifying. And that is obviously a huge piece of damage for when it comes to tropical systems because they blow around a lot of debris. Could you repeat that for me, Seth?
Stopped reporting at 6.2.
Okay, so Naples is higher than the 6.2 storm surge you're seeing here. Stopped reporting it just because the wind most likely knocking out some gauges, and that is record. That is well above the record. The record is closer to 2 feet below that. Now, Fort Myers has storm surge 2.6 feet. I'm 5'7". That's right around here, folks, right about my hip level. Naples, 6.2 feet. It's higher than that now. That's about here. 6.2 feet is over my head. And again, it is higher than that because that's just the latest that we got. But that gauge is now out due to the conditions. Virginia Key, 0.2 feet. And on the east side, you can see we're looking a whole lot better. But here's the wind. Sarasota, 72 mile per hour gusts. It is really the sustained wind. It's not all about the gust, because if you think about that, it's that sustained wind. That is the relentless wind. And when you have just relentless wind, that does the most damage. A lot of structures can deal with quick wind gusts. But it's when it's constant that we get the problem. We get those widespread power outages, which I believe at last check was closer to 650,000 power outages. Port Charlotte's up to a 56 mile per hour gust. Punta Gorda, 92 mile per hour gust. Just imagine driving on the highway at nearly 100 miles per hour. That is the speed that they are dealing with right now with these wind gusts. Here's the Fox model at 5 o'clock. Right now it is 2:58. Venice is going to be dealing with wind gusts over 100 miles per hour. Arcadia, 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts. Same with Fort Myers. Naples, 50 to 60. Clewiston, closer to 40 to 50. We did show you an inland area because we really need to drive home the point for you folks that it is not just coastal areas that are dealing with these impacts. This storm is huge. The impacts are far-reaching. We are going to be having severe winds well outside of the center of circulation. Here we are at midnight tonight. You can see the wind starting to let up more into South Florida, but you still got those 40 to 50 mile per hour winds for Venice and into Fort Myers as well. In Arcadia, 40 to 50 miles per hour. Thursday morning, 7 o'clock in the morning, wind starts to subside. Still incredibly windy. It's still going to be tough at this point for the electrical companies to come out and do the cleanup because they cannot actively help with power outages if it's still too windy out there. It's not safe for them. Venice, 30 to 40 mile per hour winds at 7 o'clock Thursday morning. And Fort Myers, 30 to 40 mile per hour winds. And they'll continue to subside by there. But this is going to be lasting for days. And the worst hit areas may see power outages last well past days, closer to weeks for some of those directly hit locations. And there we are at Friday, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. All right, Fort Myers Beach. I'm going to bring you through city by city because I really want each and every one of you to understand exactly what you and your family are going to be dealing with. Here we are, 5 o'clock Wednesday, wind gusts over 70 miles per hour. By 7 o'clock, 60+ miles per hour. It is going to be a very loud and windy night for you. I suggest, just to be on the safe side, if you're in this location, I would be sleeping nowhere near your windows. Hopefully, you did evacuate if you were in an evacuation zone. But if you are riding out the storm, you're going to be dealing with that relentless rain and the wind as well. If you are sheltering in place, make sure you get away from your windows. If they're not boarded up, even if they are boarded up, that's always a good idea. So overnight, you can still see we've got 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That wind is going to be incredibly loud. It's going to be a tough night for you folks. Here's Fort Myers over the next 24 hours. We got chances for some thunderstorms at 4 o'clock, around 80 degrees. Look how relentless this wind and rain is. It's going to be going all the way until the afternoon hours. All right, we're now going to toss it to our Fox weather reporter, Robert Ray. He is live in Fort Myers with an update on there.
Once you think that you have a moment where you can catch your breath, it comes right back. Just a moment ago, right down the street, another transformer blew on a power pole. We keep seeing that, and we're starting to see this unraveling continue as Ian makes its way in. Wow! Okay. Stand by, guys. Just try to look around and make sure there's nothing major, but this gust is huge. You see all the debris flying across the street. There is a huge oak tree right there, and a lot of the debris just came off that oak tree up above. And I don't know if you can hear that roar and the whistling down the street right now as the wind just makes its way through and cuts down these streets, through these parking garages and any kind of alleyways. The water of the bay is right down there. Just tremendous amount of power and surge as the water is rising. Excuse me. I'm going to come in a little closer. Something just nailed me right in the left leg. And you look at those images, unfortunately, right now, that I've been looking at on Twitter from the beach that we were at earlier, the inlet, the key. There are so many areas completely underwater, homes where the water is up to the rooftop. I hope that people left those homes. I hope they got out like we did earlier today, because it's not going to be a great scene by any means, as this storm is just wreaking havoc right now. This is by far the strongest wind gusts I have felt since I've been out there. That last one that just hit me, no doubt, that is the strongest wind gusts I have felt in this area right now. So this has got to be the nasty, the dirty side of Ian. That's some of it is coming in here into Fort Myers. If it was safe enough, we would go down to the water and try to get images there, but right now it is just not. We are hunkered down in this parking garage where Rick, the photographer, is right now underneath the shelter, our two vehicles, and we're just gonna have to ride this out here as we have a bit of a lull right now, again in the winds. And you know, it's the ebb and flow, but by far that is the toughest wind gust. I'd be curious to know what that is, and if anyone back in New York can find out what that wind gust just was. That had to be up there. Just tremendous energy that just whipped down through this street here, as power is pretty much shot in this area at this point. We know that down in Naples we've seen gusts up to 112 miles an hour, and I want to share this with you. My in-laws live down in Naples. They've been out of power, and they live in this big fortress of a high-rise. They've been out of power since early today. They are talking about looking down. My father-in-law said he's seen boats floating in parking lots. A lot of bad situations right now, and getting an alert in my ear right now on the cell phone, which is I'm connected to so I could talk to you, but one of those emergency alerts just went off. Don't know what that is, but I'll look when I get off air, guys. Very dangerous scenario right now unfolding here in Southwest Florida.
Thank you, Robert Ray. Please be safe out there. Live from Fort Myers. Ian, now over to you.
Robert, last I saw for a wind gust, it was up to about 85 miles per hour, right where Robert was. That was when the sensor stopped reporting. So we're losing a lot of the weather data. Unfortunately, that is common when you have major hurricanes like this making landfall. These instruments aren't rated for Category 1, Category 2, and higher intensity. And clearly that's what we're seeing with Hurricane Ian moving ashore. We did just get a brand new update in from the National Hurricane Center. You notice on the top left of your screen here, it's the 3 p.m. advisory. They've kept the winds top end Category 4, very close to Category 5 intensity, which puts this as one of the strongest storms to ever strike Florida, particularly this part of southwest Florida. Its motion is also unchanged, just east of due north at about 9 miles per hour. A weather flow station in Tarpon Point in Cape Coral. We showed you that very close to Fort Myers, not too far from where you just saw Robert Ray, recorded a wind gust up to 118 miles per hour. So that is a major hurricane wind gust in Cape Coral. And what's even more problematic about that is now the direction of the wind. That's starting to turn onshore and pressing all that water into the land, which generates the storm surge there, eventually up the Caloosahatchee River. Also want to report that same site that reported the gust up to 118 had a sustained wind at 77 miles per hour. So that is a sustained hurricane force wind ongoing in Cape Coral. We talked about the forecast for storm surge there, which is 12 to 18 feet. Just want to reiterate that the elevation of Cape Coral, which has 200,000 people, is 3 feet. This is a dangerous scenario, a very deadly scenario, and that is why we always talk about that with landfalling major hurricanes like this. I'm also just getting a new report in here. National Weather Service is now reporting that in Fort Myers Beach, this is another area that has an elevation of just 3 feet in that major strike zone. Here's Fort Myers Beach right here. You've got the eye, the center of circulation is there. Now that they're on the southeastern side of this, they've got an intense onshore flow that's pushing water directly into Fort Myers Beach. And the National Weather Service is reporting that the storm surge levels there now have the water reaching first-story roofs. So this is all the way up to the roofs on one-story homes, and that is what we were talking about. This storm surge is going right up and over these barrier islands. That's Fort Myers Beach right there, which has now been completely consumed by this storm surge. Let's actually flatten back out. Let's look top down and see. I want to point out that the National Hurricane Center also said that a landfall is imminent. And we look at the center of this circulation. Again, it is the National Hurricane Center that will officially call a landfall. This is northern Captiva right here, North Captiva Island. This is Cayo Costa. It's possible that the middle of this, as they saw at that point, actually shot that tiny gap there, and they're waiting for this to move onshore more into mainland southwest Florida. That may be what occurred here. So regardless, we're going to be seeing a landfall called by the National Hurricane Center in short order. That'll likely happen in the next half an hour to an hour max as the center of this heads its way right up Charlotte Harbor. This is a horrible scenario for storm surge because right now, when you think about this intense counterclockwise circulation, you've got water, some component of it being pushed up into Charlotte Harbor right now. This is the first portion of the storm. And as that center moves a little bit farther off to the north, that wind direction is going to shift out of this direction. That's going to push even more water into Charlotte Harbor. And we talked about some of these areas. There's Port Charlotte. There's Punta Gorda. All of these areas are forecast to flood completely related to this storm surge. This is a devastating setup as we move through what's left of this afternoon into the evening. All of the red shading is the forecast from the National Hurricane Center for that 12 up to 18-foot storm surge. Florida, beautiful, of course, but all these areas are right along the immediate Gulf Coast. They're very susceptible to storm surge like this, and this has now taken a worst-case storm track for these areas, generating a maximum storm surge as a high-end Category 4 storm. So again, the National Hurricane Center reporting that Ian is about to make landfall, and the hurricane hunters are preparing to fly through the eye. They'll take measurements to decide where exactly that storm center is and let us know exactly how strong it is as it makes landfall. I want to show you quickly a couple of these storm reports. That is from Fort Myers Beach. Multiple social media posts showing exactly what the National Weather Service was saying. Water all the way up to the roofs of these homes in Fort Myers Beach as that water is forced into the shores of Southwest Florida. Katie?
All right, Ian. Yeah, I've seen some of that social media video as well on Twitter and whatnot, and it is devastating to see that water already up to the roofs of those homes on Fort Myers Beach. Really, really jarring. Speaking of water, we've got a long way to go with this storm and a lot of the rain that's also going to come inland. So we know where it is right now, but when it comes inland, you know, areas like Orlando are now opening up parking decks so that people can put their cars in there for safety. There are clearances, though, so make sure you check on that before you go get a space. It makes sense, though, because you're going to see a lot of that rain come inland, and that flash flood threat, it's pretty imminent. It's not going to be a good situation. So as we continue to take a look at things, you could see between Venice, Northport, and Port Charlotte right now, we are seeing anywhere down I-75 from 2 to 5 inches of rain. In fact, I want to take you street level. We got to go further than this. So look at this. Seth is awesome, and he zoomed in for me right here. South River Road, Winchester Boulevard, Lee Road. If you are on Center Road, we're looking at all the way up in here, 3 to 5 inches of rain. If this is your neighborhood, yeah, I know, it's a lot of rain. Northport, you're getting almost 3 inches an hour, to put that in perspective for what you're seeing out there right now. And then as we look here just north of Inglewood, yep, over 3.5 inches in an hour. So almost 4 inches down Lee Road, where I mentioned that, yeah, you're between 3 and 5 inches. You absolutely are. You're right at that 4-inch mark. It's scary stuff. So again, South Venice, Northport, and Inglewood, if you're in this area at all, I don't have to tell you because you're living it, you are certainly seeing a lot of rain. Now, hopefully you got out of there, but if not, well, that's what you're going to be seeing. So as you look here in the past 12 hours from Sarasota to Fort Myers, we've been talking a lot about this, that rain would be a huge issue there. And it is, because in the last 12 hours, we've seen up to 5 to 8, even 8 to 12 inches of rain in very select spots. That doesn't stop there. Look, if you go all the way over to Fort Pierce, Melbourne to Fort Pierce, you've also seen anywhere from about 3 to 5 to 5 to 8 inches of that rainfall in that vicinity too. So the top rainfall totals for Ian, it's impressive. This is in the last 24 hours that we're seeing right now. So take a look at this. Coral Springs, almost 10 inches. Delray Beach, Homestead, St. James City, and Margate, all of you in that 9-inch, almost 10-inch range when it comes to the rainfall there. So that's what I'm looking at. And Seth, if you can, my clicker is not working, but I'm going to have you put it on there for me. Breaking news right now, though, we have landfall with Hurricane Ian. We have landfall confirmed with Hurricane Ian. This happened at 3:05 p.m. It is now 3:12. This was near the Cayo Costa, Florida. Okay, 150 mile per hour maximum winds as a Category 4 hurricane. Hurricane Ian made landfall again at 3:05 p.m. All right, so we can finally confirm this. We have been waiting for this to happen throughout the day. We knew it was going to happen, and again, it has happened at this point. Again, near Cayo Costa, Florida, with 150 mile an hour maximum winds. So that's what we're looking at right now. Kelly, I'm going to throw it over to you.
We have Fox Weather's Max Gordon in St. Petersburg, Florida, near Old Tampa Bay. Max, what kind of conditions are you seeing? We just got word that minutes ago, Ian made landfall.
Yeah, well, right here in the St. Petersburg area along Old Tampa Bay, the wind is whipping and the rain is just hitting my face sharp like daggers, really. But we've been talking a lot over the past few hours about the storm surge concerns over in Fort Myers, but here along Old Tampa Bay, we've seen sort of an eerie phenomenon known as reverse storm surge. Right now we're standing along what's normally a boat ramp that's submerged in water, but as you can see, the water is way down there. At one point this afternoon, we saw a negative storm surge of negative 6 feet. Now, essentially what happened here is that because St. Petersburg is on the north end of this hurricane, the wind pushed the water out of Tampa Bay. And so we had this really low water here, and we had islands pop up like that island right back there behind me, normally down underneath the water. However, this water is going to come rushing back as this hurricane makes its way up the west coast of Florida. So we are going to be keeping a close eye on this water, on this storm surge as it pushes back in, because we want to make sure that we're safe and we can get out of here in time. Now, of course, as this storm makes its way up the coast, we're going to see conditions worsen here in the St. Petersburg area. Up to 2 feet of rain is expected over the next couple of days as this storm makes its way through here. Power is going to be a big concern for a lot of people. More than 500,000 people already without power at this hour. Governor Ron DeSantis says that restoring power is going to be a top priority for him and for the government here. And more than 40,000 line workers as well as other power personnel are being staged right now. However, they can't do any work right now because it is simply too windy right now. Also, more than 5,000 National Guardsmen from Florida and 2,000 National Guardsmen from other areas of the country have been deployed here in Florida, ready to respond once it is safe to do so. But as this storm moves in, really a lot of first responders are not going to be able to get to folks because conditions will simply be too unsafe. So the word right now is to hunker down, monitor the weather channels that you can, monitor Fox weather, and make sure you stay up to date on the conditions as things progress. Guys, I'm going to toss it back to you in the studio.
Max Gordon, thank you. At 3:05, Ian made landfall near Cayo Costa, which, just for reference, is 80 miles away from where Max Gordon is in St. Petersburg. The reason I wanted to tell you that number is he just showed you how incredible the conditions are there, and you're 80 miles away. Thank you for that update. Kiana?
All right, well, now we are going to bring in Florida Power and Light. Dave Reuter now joining us here on Fox Weather. We want to thank you for joining us. You know, we just got that information that Ian has made landfall. We know that a number of people, or customers, I should say, are without power at this point in time. How are things holding up on your end?
Well, it's certainly been a busy 24 hours for us as Ian has approached the coast of Florida. As you can expect, the early feeder bands started to knock power out for customers throughout our service territory. So we actually have already restored over 300,000 customers in the early days of the storm. But presently, we have about 800,000 customers out with power. And as the hurricane makes landfall and then starts to continue through the service territory, we do expect that number could increase.
That's right. And we also are expecting that as well, at least further inland too. Now, we know that you guys cover a good portion of the Southwest Florida area, and we know that a number of the power lines are above ground. Any expectation of the power lines underground for areas like Tampa being impacted by this as well?
Well, we certainly engineer them in a way that we would hope it would reduce power outages. The big issue in storms like this in particular is flooding. And so we won't know until the floodwaters recede exactly how many customers may be impacted.
And speaking of flooding and areas that are expected to see extreme storm surge moving forward, we know that crews are likely going to be sent out when the storm passes by. Is there any timeline of that, given that we just made landfall? Do we have a timeline of how long folks should be expected to be without power, at least a little closer to the southwest coastline?
Yeah, so the real determining factor there is wind speed. We can't send crews out until the winds die down and get down below about 35 miles per hour. So we will be using other tools at our disposal to assess where the power outages may be. But actually, until the winds get below 35 miles an hour, the crews will be hunkered down and stay safe. After that point in time, we will get them out, start to assess the damage. We'll use all the other technology at our disposal, like our drone technology. And our hope would be that about 24 hours after the storm has passed a specific service area, that we would be able to give an indication of how many outages and exactly what the restoration timeframe looks like.
Awesome. Okay, well, we do want to thank you for joining us here on Fox Weather. We definitely are sending our thoughts your way, and please stay safe.
Thank you.
All right, Kiana, let's talk more about where exactly Ian made landfall. The National Hurricane Center did call that at 3:05 p.m. Eastern time. Those winds at 150 miles per hour, a minimum central pressure right around 940. So that's what you see here with this latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center. Look at the core of this storm moving on shore. And we talked about what happened yesterday evening through the overnight hours tonight, that eye wall replacement cycle, which was complete as this approached the coast. What that did, it allowed this storm system clearly to start intensifying through the overnight hours as it knocked on the door of Category 5 intensity, but it also broadened out that wind field. So unfortunately, a lot more people, unlike what we saw with Charlie, which a lot of people are comparing this storm to, the hurricane force winds with Ian are about triple or more that of Charley. So this is impacting a lot more people. These were the stats that I was talking about. You've got that landfall that occurred at 3:05 near Cayo Costa. Max winds at 150, Category 4, a high-end Category 4 with a minimum central pressure at 940 millibars. So that was what we were talking about. Cayo Costa right about there. It's just north of North Captiva Island. There's Captiva Island. Then you go into Matlacha, and then farther east into Fort Myers. So this center of circulation moving across some of these barrier islands, and that will eventually find itself into mainland portions of southwest Florida. So what happens from here? The issue is what we were just talking about, that massive wind field that will still be spreading across portions of southwest Florida and into central Florida, bringing these major hurricane conditions for the time being every step of the way. And oftentimes when you have a landfalling tropical system like this, the frictional effects of this can actually tighten up this center a bit. So we're going to see some intense wind gusts, although the overall wind speeds, as it's now cut off from its power source, its moisture source, which is the warm water below it, we'll see those winds drop, but these winds will become significantly more gusty as we move on through the next several hours and even into Thursday, unfortunately, as this just trudges across Florida. Right side of your screen, you can see some of those conditions in Placida. Look at the stress on some of those palm trees. And this now, a flash flood warning that's been issued for Sarasota County. There are multiple threats and phases to this storm. We've talked about the storm surge threat, which will get worse now that we have an onshore flow component in places like Charlotte Harbor and down to the Caloosahatchee River when we're talking about Fort Myers. All of these areas, the surge gets worse, but on the northern side of this, the rain amounts are really starting to pile up. What's the timeline on this set? This is just over the last 3 hours. You can see these, this is rain rate right now. Look at the orange. That's a tropical downpour. This whole northern and western side of the eye wall, 3 to 5 inches per hour. We know that this is now moving pretty slowly, less than 10 miles per hour. Look at that, 4.51 inches per hour. That's a lookout from Tampa. That's looking out toward the Hillsborough River. Okay, that's an area where we actually saw water earlier today dumping back out. It was so bizarre to see this again. It was working down there in 2017 when Irma did the same thing. But Irma, as we talked about, as that cut in just off to the southeast of Naples, the worst of Irma's surge was in the Everglades, really. The worst of Ian's surge are in heavily populated places like Fort Myers, Cape Coral, and of course into Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte. All the communities in between are seeing the worst of what is going to be a massive surge. We fear it could be 12 to as much as 16 feet of storm surge, which will just inundate. We've already seen that happening, more of these communities. So this is what's going on here. On the northern side of this circulation, Seth in the Fox Weather Command is actually showing you that. Northern side of this circulation, this is actually an offshore flow. So these are significant wind gusts. We've seen those up into the 60s and 70s in Hillsborough and Pinellas County, but this is pushing water out of the bay. And we actually had that camera. We may have that to show you again from the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. That connects the southern part of Pinellas County, just south of St. Pete, down to Bradenton, into Manatee County. Water rushing out of the mouth of Tampa Bay, although we're seeing those significant hurricane conditions. This is a look at who's at risk as we move forward from here. It's a lot of people in one of America's most populous states in the cone. 25 million people. That's mostly in Florida, but eventually moving up into places like coastal parts of Georgia, the Carolinas, where we'll have to talk much more about that, the possible surge that could lead to some trouble there. Here's the forecast cone. Something else that's a comparison with Irma, of course, it emptied out Tampa Bay. It also generated record flooding right here through northeastern parts of Florida. The St. Johns River in Jacksonville had record flood levels, and that has everything to do with what we're seeing once again. A very broad hurricane. We talked about that circulation. There's an onshore flow in northeastern Florida that'll be developing coastal areas in Georgia, perhaps as far north as Charleston. We're going to be seeing significant water rises, which is problematic. It's a storm surge. Look at the intensity of this. We're Wednesday afternoon, 3:24. Friday, we're still at medium strength tropical storm force. As this is moving into South Carolina, we've got a ways to go with Hurricane Ian, even though that it's now on shore. Kelly?
All right, we are now going to go to Fox Weather reporter Will Nunley, who is live in Fort Myers. And Will, I can see you're having a hard time keeping your hat on. Your legs are a little bit wider to try to stand straighter. It looks like you're having a tough time out there.
Yeah, Kelly, and really everything at this point is, including just the infrastructure surrounding us. So I want to show you a little bit about what's happened in the past 20 minutes or so since we last spoke to you. Of course, you can see the angle, and I'm going to move out of the way here so we can demonstrate some of this. We have a, speed limit sign there just angled over. We have trees that have been pulled down from some of this. You may see here in the parking lot what looks like rocks, but this is actually part of the terracotta roofing of the building that we're over. These tiles will just become disconnected and slide down and shatter. So we're hearing all those shattering noises. By the way, this is the kind of substantial shelter that we're having to hide under. The Fox Weather Beast, Chris, I'm going to spring you for a surprise and just show you. This vehicle is a massive vehicle, but it just continues to really rock back and forth under the weight of all of this wind, these wind gusts that come through here. And as we look out into the street, I've been watching, and this was something we were pointing out from the beginning of our coverage of how well these traffic lights are even going to be able to hold up. You can tell all this is well constructed, meant to be able to withstand a storm, but necessarily not a storm like this. Not necessarily, I should say, a storm like this. And you're seeing these traffic lights, just the ones that are still there, trying to hold on, dangling on, but we have at least 3 of them that have crashed in the roadway. And I don't know if you've ever been up close with a traffic signal, but they are very heavy. And so not only have they crashed down, but the weight, the force of the wind has pushed them out of the way of the road. And so even though they were in the middle of the road a moment ago, the wind is so powerful, it has just forced these big, heavy metal traffic signals off the roadway. Those are the types of gusts that we're dealing with here. All of these banners, of course, being ripped around. As you look there in the distance, oh man, I really hate to see people out driving in this. You can see some of these signs here for the gas stations that have just been splintered apart. Power, of course, out as far as we can see. We can hear that hum sound. It's like a loud hum and then a burst sound in the distance still as transformers give way and those electricity pops on and off. So this just continues relentlessly. I talked about getting in this cycle when we are in these extreme conditions with hurricanes, that it just continues to cycle through, and you feel like you're going to be in it for such a long time. And how are these buildings going to look? How are the utilities going to manage to be able to survive after all of this with so much damage? And that's the reality of what we're looking at here after hours and hours and hours of this powerful wind and this rain just pounding this area. This is what's happening. Things are just coming apart. You have utility lines coming down very easily. You have utility poles that are, again, built very well to withstand these types of storms, still coming down under the force of this storm. So lots happening around us. We continue to shelter in place. I tell you, it may be even more difficult here for us to begin to report to you. Our cell service is out. We are having to use some special bonded technology that we have through our Fox Weather Beast to even, broadcast with you right now. And there's a good chance that these cell towers are going to continue to go down in the area. Keep in mind, they're all those big, tall, exposed cells. So not only are they subject to getting hit by debris, but they are just also coming apart under the wind like this, and power outages and everything else. So this is part of the infrastructure that really starts to take a hit under the force of a storm like this. Back to you.
Thank you, Will. We really appreciate you being safe, getting between those concrete barriers. So we just got the latest, by the way, in power outages, 814,000. And one thing you were just talking about with the person driving in the background, here's why we don't want you to do that, folks. There are no emergency services that are going to come and help you if you get stuck in this water. If you're in a high-profile vehicle, those wind gusts are going to be blowing you around. It is a very dangerous situation. Do not be driving around in these conditions. Will Nunley is trained for this. He knows how to stay safe in these conditions. Ian, though, you're talking about some new video.
Yeah, actually, we were just checking on those power outages. You mentioned, too, that big jump. It's actually where Will was down there in Fort Myers, Lee County. That's leading the way with almost 300,000 customers without power just in that county. The indication of what's going on there. This is brand new video from the same place, just a little bit farther off to the southwest of Will. That is Sanibel, and you can see what's going on there from the balcony. Look at the stress with some of the wind gusts. Of course, Sanibel juts out into the Gulf of Mexico. There's almost no cover. It's completely exposed to the worst of these conditions. And you can see just water just rushing across the lawn there, coming from Bill Brown in Sanibel. So that is, again, people just reporting significant surge flooding and clearly major hurricane conditions. That flooding was on his lawn, we're hearing. So this is considerable storm surge flooding occurring in Sanibel. Kiana?
All right, and you talked about some of those power outages that just continue to rise. They're really right into Fort Myers, the city of Fort Myers now, 50 to 75, and maybe even beyond that, a little closer towards the coastline, 75% of the city now without power. You see that extending off to the north throughout parts of I-75 into Tampa. We have that great amount of areas without that power as Ian continues to push onshore. Here's a look at the numbers. Ian even mentioned it, our Ian here, that Lee County is leading the way. 62% of the county now without that power. Collier is just behind that at around 49%. And Sarasota's numbers have risen as well, about 800,000 beyond that without that power. I believe Kelly said 8,014 without power. So yes, so we are seeing that continue to rise by the minute here, and we're expecting these widespread outages to continue further inland as we head throughout the next couple of days. Ian isn't going to stop right here on the southwest coastline. We have Orlando under that widespread category for those outages. It seeps even further down just to the north of West Palm Beach, also within that likely risk for power outages as well. But this storm is going to move inland and continue to press off to the north. So even parts of Georgia into South Carolina are now under that likely risk to be without power. And this isn't going to stop. This takes us through Saturday, as again, some of the highest winds will continue at least throughout the next 24 hours. As we take a look at the wind timeline for Ian, you'll notice that we continue with those higher winds up to 155 miles, a little closer towards that eye wall, which is very close towards the shoreline. So we're likely going to continue to see those power outages through the next 24 to 48 hours. Ian?
All right, Kiana, we're dipping into a live picture from Robert Ray. He can't hear us clearly because of some of the conditions that you see here. Look at behind him. It looks like a dumpster getting blown down the road. Obviously, a lot of debris there in Fort Myers. Again, he can't hear us, so we're just taking a live look at what's going on. That's a lot of damage there in Fort Myers. This is a place that has really seen some of the worst of this. And unfortunately, when we're talking about a surge standpoint, we've seen these big gusts. They still have the southern portion of that eye wall that's going to need to make its way through. I'm taking a look at the latest radar, and yeah, they are actually seeing some quieter conditions right now. The east side of that eye wall has eroded just a little bit, but as this continues to wobble northeast across southwest Florida, they've got a significant portion. You can see it. There you go. So part of that eye wall, which again has eroded a little bit on its eastern side, is passing over where you're seeing on the left side of your screen, which is Robert Ray's location. Those palm trees there, Kelly, have taken a beating.
Right, and the worst is still to come. We found that early the hurricane hunters did have that 157-mile-per-hour wind observation. The National Hurricane Center is still calling this a Category 4. That 157-mile-per-hour wind technically is Category 5 there. But yes, we got a Category 4 storm. The worst of it is still to come. You are going to see conditions very temporarily improve before the worst of the wind is going to come on shore. Remember, this is still a Category 4 storm. Here's the latest from the National Hurricane Center. 150-mile-per-hour. By the way, just in case you don't know this, a lot of people get confused. These are sustained wind, folks. These are not the wind gusts we're seeing. This is 150-mile-per-hour sustained wind. That's like being in the middle of a sustained tornado. Tornadoes happen very quickly and move on very quickly. That is not the case with Hurricane Ian. You're dealing with these 150-mile-per-hour sustained winds with a storm that is moving to the northeast at 9 miles per hour. Central pressure is 940 millibars. You may be getting caught up in that number, not understanding it. Average air pressure is 1013 millibars. That's a relatively quiet weather day. So to see 940 millibars of the central pressure, that is incredibly strong still, and that's why it's that Category 4 strength. But you just saw Robert Ray was having a hard time standing up. I mean, you could see all those tree branches blowing around. You're looking at the camera on the right side of your screen. Can I get a location on that, please? All right, we'll get that location later on, but you can still see that incredible water that's moving over the land there. You can see those trees blowing around, and that video that Ian was talking about earlier was just absolutely incredible to see the water level that high. You could tell they were in a second-floor balcony. National Hurricane Center did say that in Fort Myers Beach, the water level is already up to the roofs of first-floor homes, which means the folks that decided to stay instead of evacuate, if they're not inside of their home, they have to go on their roof, and they're dealing with 150-mile-per-hour winds, which, Ian, is obviously an incredibly dangerous and catastrophic parameter we're dealing with.
Yeah, this is a life-threatening situation, and will continue to be as we move through what's left of this afternoon, this evening, and all the way into the day tomorrow. Do want to report, we've got some new information for you. First saw this on Twitter from Dr. Philip Klotzbach. He's with Colorado State University. Of course, here on Fox Weather, we always share Colorado State's seasonal forecast. They've been doing this for decades. He's a part of this. He's a hurricane expert and historian. We're looking at some of the data now that we got that official landfall from the National Hurricane Center. Hurricane Ian ranks in a tie for fourth when we're talking about the strongest hurricanes to make a landfall, to strike Florida, going all the way back to 1919. Could we show, let's take that graphic and we'll show folks this. This is going back all the way to 1919. Look at this, fourth place. You had the Labor Day hurricane back in 1935. That passed directly over the Florida Keys. You look at that pressure, 892 millibars. That's the lowest pressure ever recorded in Florida or from a tropical system, and I believe that was actually recorded by a man who was in the Keys and had a barometer in his hand as the eye passed overhead. So that's not the way, especially these days, you want to get a measurement from a barometer, especially when that number starts with 8 and it's in the number 1 spot for all-time lowest pressure. Then, of course, Andrew, early 90s, the storm of record, that changed all the building codes in Florida. All of these retired. Michael, that made its way into the Panhandle, a devastating major hurricane. You look at the minimum central pressure of that, 940, and then bookended, sandwiched in between Michael and notorious name Charlie, which is the storm that everyone is comparing this one to, if only because there are some parallels with the tracks of these two storms. But that's why we always say we never want to compare storms. Charlie didn't throw up nearly the surge. Of course, the surge remains to be seen. We've seen places like Fort Myers Beach being completely inundated, but the wind field with Ian is likely more than 3x what we saw with Charlie, and that has a lot to do with that path over western Cuba. Then we went through this very poorly timed for everybody in southwestern Florida and eventually central Florida, that eye wall replacement cycle that happened through the evening hours yesterday, this period of intensification and expansion that occurred during the overnight hours. So this is a much, much broader storm, even though when you look at, you say, okay, this is pretty comparable to Charlie. This is not comparable to Charlie because it's so much bigger, that wind field in size. And clearly, some of the pictures that we're seeing coming in this afternoon are telling that story. So you do see the wind gust, the current gust in Venice. I'm not sure if that instrument is even still a recording wind gust. That's on the northern part of this eye wall. We're seeing these power outages. 3:38. This thing has been, as called by the National Hurricane Center, ashore for 33 minutes. We've got more than 800,000 customers in Florida without power. That's a number that's going to go up big time as we move through this evening, overnight tonight, and through the day on Thursday, as this still formidable system just crawls across the peninsula. All the while, it's generating that surge on the opposite side of the state into the overnight hours tonight and tomorrow. Live picture is Marco Island on the right side of your screen. That's a full picture. Yeah, that's where Irma made landfall, and 400 miles northeast of Marco Island was the flooding that was occurring in Jacksonville, which is a threat that we're going to be watching as we head through the next 24 to 36 hours. So yeah, there are some parallels between Ian and, unfortunately, very notorious, very famous, and retired hurricane names in Florida. And that is the problem. The story with Ian is that, unfortunately, there's a lot of story still left to be told, as this is going to be a very, very impactful storm as we move through really what's left of this week. You could see on that forecast cone from the National Hurricane Center, we could have a tropical storm moving into the southeastern United States when we're talking about Georgia and South Carolina. That's a live picture right there of Port Charlotte and Punta Gorda. We talked about the flow of water that's going to be pushing into Charlotte Harbor. This is just getting started, really. We're going to be moving into that high tide cycle that comes up later this evening, and we'll have that onshore flow going on the whole time. We're going to keep an eye on that for you. We're also just getting some new information into Fox Weather. We're listening to the scanner going on in Lee County. This is an unfortunate report. There are requests for water rescues in Fort Myers Beach, and we reported to you that in Charlotte and Lee counties, the emergency response had been shut down because it's not safe in those areas. This is an awful report because we showed you what was going on in Fort Myers Beach with an elevation of just 3 feet, a maximum storm surge there that could be well in excess of 12 feet. So we know that Fort Myers Beach is completely inundated. That's a live picture on your screen right now of St. Pete Beach, well off to the north of there, 80 miles or so. In Fort Myers Beach, we've got these reports of the storm surge completely inundating that key or that barrier island. Reports of water up to the roofs of these homes, and now people calling and requesting rescues on these barrier islands. This is a very, of course, life-threatening situation, as we've talked about. This is why folks were urged to leave these places before the surge arrived, because there's going to be a period here, Kelly, over the next several hours where this surge likely gets even worse.
Right, Ian, it's absolutely heartbreaking to hear that. Of course, emergency services, they want to help. They just cannot do it. This is why we had those evacuations, because we knew well in advance of this storm that this was going to happen. We also knew that emergency services were going to be unavailable for water rescues. And just to hear one of our Fox Weather producers, Jordan Overton, he is personally listening on the scanners to people requesting that assistance. And it's heartbreaking that cannot be, just simply cannot be done right now. But here's the latest we got on Hurricane Ian. You have 150-mile-per-hour winds. Here's the center of the storm, moving to the north-northeast at 9 miles per hour, I should say. They can't get out to rescue you. It's simply too difficult for them. Think about how many people emergency services could help. Think about just a couple of people working for emergency services. They could help dozens of people, right? So they cannot just send out one person and threaten their own life, because that is going to have a snowball effect. And if you lose emergency services people, emergency responders, they're not going to be able to help with the dozens of other people they would be otherwise able to help if they wait until the worst of it is over. That's why they are unavailable for help. But you do have that central pressure of 940 millibars. You can see the center of this. If we could advance the graphics forward, that'd be great. But you can still see we have these very intense wave heights, up to 24 feet of waves. Here's the Category 4 storm. And then we are looking at radar, actually. You can see here's over Port Charlotte. This blinking green box you see there, that is a flash flood warning. This has nothing to do with storm surge. When it comes to flash flood warnings, this is simply from the amount of rain that is falling the sky. Could you repeat that for me, Seth? We're seeing the stadium effect here. Okay, so we are seeing the clearing out, and you can see those. This is 3D radar, by the way. We are looking from the surface all the way up in the sky just to see how incredibly tall these clouds are. So an incredible amount of rainfall coming, as we expected. Of course, the entire Sunshine State was under a risk for flash flooding, not just for today, but in the coming days. And the ground saturated really, really quickly. So when you get these tropical-like downpours, it's incredibly easy to get flash flooding. So not only are we worried about storm surge, which is the #1 killer when it comes to tropical systems, flooding is also a very significant killer of people when it comes to tropical systems, especially inland, because people think, oh, I'm inland, I'm not on the coast. They underestimate the power of water and they drive through those flooded roads. A lot of people, it's not hard to see storm surge and think you can't drive through this, right? But it's those inland people who see a absolutely flooded road and think they can go through it. So Seth, could you repeat that again? I heard 124-mile-per-hour wind gusts. There we go. That's for Punta Gorda. You can see 124-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We got sustained winds there at 75 miles per hour. We have 58 mile-per-hour gusts at Port Charlotte, 79 mile-per-hour gusts in Venice right now, and Sarasota, 68 mile-per-hour current wind gusts. In wind, 124 miles per hour. That type of wind picks up debris and it turns them into projectiles. That's why you see this image on your screen on the right side of Tampa, Florida. You see those winds boarded up? Folks, that's not for the water. That is for that debris that's being lofted in the air and being thrown at 124 miles per hour. That can turn something like a tree branch into a projectile that is going to break through the window. That's why you always see the images of windows being boarded up. You can see that right now in Tampa, that poor car being left behind there. But Punta Gorda, 124 mile per hour wind gusts. Now let's talk about this is the Fox model. So we're going to talk about future wind gusts because, of course, I just showed you what's happening right now. We want to get to the future as well. Here's the center of the storm. It is going to be significantly weaker than it is now as it moves in. Does that mean that the impacts are not going to be felt? Absolutely not. You can see in the Palm Bay area near the Space Coast, 50 to 60 mile per hour winds there, wind gusts. That is comparable to a severe thunderstorm. The problem with this is severe thunderstorms, they happen like that. They happen really quickly. This is going to be long living for areas of Central Florida. Tampa still has those 50 to 60, even above that mile per hour wind gusts. And north of that, Orlando is going to be dealing with those severe thunderstorm like wind gusts for hours and hours on end. And then the focus after about Thursday night heading into Friday morning is going to shift to the north. It is going to shift to coastal areas of Georgia and South Carolina. And we call these streamlines, all these little white little dashes you see here. Those are indications of the wind direction and the wind speed. All of this wind that's going to be moving still at an incredible force is going to be pushing all of this water on shore. Right now on the right side of your screen, we actually have a live shot. This is from Punta Gorda, Florida. You can see, look at the American flag blowing around in the background there. It's at half staff. I'm going closer to the camera just simply so I can see what's going on here. You can see that flag is holding on for dear life there. Those trees are blowing around. It is just incredible to see these images. That's from Brett Adair. All right, so now wind gusts. This is right now looking elsewhere. Key West still has 32 mile per hour wind gusts. Miami is even still dealing with very stormy weather, even though they were probably going to be one of the areas to get the lesser impact compared to the Florida Panhandle. 35 mile per hour wind gusts. Orlando, 39 mile per hour wind gusts. Now, I was telling you that the focus starting Friday morning is really going to start shifting to the north. Here's why. We have storm surge warnings in effect for northeastern Florida, for Georgia, coastal areas, also South Carolina. Storm surge warning is in effect there. And then, of course, Ian, we still have those storm surge warnings in effect for the west coast of Florida.
Thank you, Kelly. I want to get back to some of those reports. We talked about what was ongoing in Fort Myers Beach. Unfortunately, distress calls, people calling for rescues because of the awful storm surge flooding that's occurring there. We do have this update from Fort Myers. It looks like that updated to 4 feet. This has been an unreliable sensor. We think we're having some issues because of what's related to this very high surge. Naples stopped reporting at 6.2 feet, which was a record when it stopped reporting. That bested the old surge, which was from Irma, which cut in somewhere about there. So Fort Myers up to 4 feet. We're not sure about the reliability of that, but I want to show you that because that's in Fort Myers as you move up the Caloosahatchee River a little bit. Fort Myers Beach is down here, and what we talked about with Fort Myers Beach is that it has an elevation of just 3 feet. So farther up the river, we're seeing the surge to 4 feet. We know that that number is good enough to inundate all of Fort Myers Beach, and that is why this is such a life-threatening situation. And sadly, we got these reports of people calling for rescue, but unfortunately, we talked about that with major hurricane conditions ongoing, Charlotte and Lee counties shut down rescue operations a couple hours back. So this is a very heartbreaking scenario ongoing. This is Fort Myers Beach, and that's what I was just showing you. It's a barrier island, well displaced from Fort Myers proper. There's been an evacuation order here for about 24 to 36 hours because as this surge builds up, you were just seeing that component of onshore flow in the previous graphic. This water is now getting pushed directly into the shoreline. It's going up and over this entire barrier island. It's just, as I mentioned, 3 feet in elevation. The surge, we know, before that sensor was failing, was at least 4 feet. So that water is going directly up and over and finding its way into mainland southwest Florida. So that's what is so problematic about what's ongoing right now in Fort Myers Beach. And Seth, if you can, let's pull this out, give people some perspective about where we're expecting the worst of this storm surge overall. When we're talking in a broader sense, there's the Caloosahatchee River. Then we look farther off to the north and east where we saw the actual landfall taking place. That was farther over here, Cayo Costa. That's where the landfall occurred. You've got the center, which is moving this way. You've got water being pushed up into Charlotte Harbor. You've got water being pushed up into the Caloosahatchee River. All the while, that center is still here. The backside of this storm, this entire area, that entire half of the storm, the southeastern quadrant as well as the southwestern quadrant, you've got a significant onshore component to this wind. That water is still going to be piling up. And we should also point out, Fort Myers doesn't even have their high tide cycle until 6:45. So we're, 3 hours out until high tide even occurs in Fort Myers. And we've got these surge levels rising considerably. Look at that in Punta Gorda. Kelly just reported a few minutes ago they had a gust there that was approaching 125 miles per hour. Think about the direction of that wind gust. We've had sustained hurricane force winds, but when you think about the direction of gusts up to 125 miles per hour, that's a lot of force that's pushing the water into Charlotte Harbor and into all these other adjacent waters. That's what's generating the storm surge. And this is just getting started, unfortunately. We're seeing these water levels rising. We've got a ways to go. It'll be through the evening and into the overnight hours tonight. The eventual storm track takes it into central Florida. We talk about all the problems with that, these hurricane gusts that will be occurring and knocking out power up into the I-4 corridor. But all the while, when you have this broad circulation with tropical storm force winds, which, correct me, the latest on this, I believe the tropical storm force winds, I'll check this bulletin, I think it's about 175 miles or so as this has been expanding in size. So yeah, you think about the entire Florida peninsula covered by those tropical storm force winds, that's going to be a very problem. What's the latest in Fort Myers, the storm surge there, the water rise at least measured at 4.3 feet. So that's about 1.5 feet up over Fort Myers Beach, Kelly.
We also want to move over now to Brett Adair. We're on the phone with him. He's got a live shot you're seeing here. This is live. This is in Punta Gorda. Brett, how are conditions there? What are you hearing?
All kinds of power flashes, electrical shorting. It sounds like it's either a substation that we've been kind of around, but we're also hearing, as you can see, a lot of tree debris and pieces of roofs coming off, the wooden roof structures. We've seen several of those fly by. But we went out to Charlotte Harbor here just a little bit ago, or near the harbor here at Punta Gorda. We wanted to check the water level. The water level at this point here is still low, so we're not getting storm surge just yet. It does look like, however, that is beginning to turn around in terms of the wind, so we're starting to see water levels rise. And this area is just so surge prone, so we're very concerned about that. We got several power explosions going in front of us right now, right there beyond the railroad crossing. I don't know what that is, but that's kind of what we've been dealing with here for the last hour and a half. It really picked up extremely fast. It went from mid-range type tropical storm force winds to full-blown Category 2-ish hurricane type winds with gusts even higher, as you mentioned a little bit ago.
Brett, we do have this breaking into Fox Weather right now. We do have a new record storm surge in Fort Myers, Florida. 4.3 feet is being reported right now when the old record was just 3.36 feet. That was back during Hurricane Gabrielle back in 2001. But absolutely incredible images to be seeing there for you, Brett. We really hope you are staying safe. You did mention that the worst of the storm surge is not there yet. That's why you can see the road not covered in water, but it certainly is covered in all sorts of flying debris there.
Right. That is absolutely happening, which we're making our way pretty well close to some buildings that are keeping us sheltered. Now, we're dealing with some wind, don't get me wrong, but we're able to get these shots out. And many of the streets in Punta Gorda look like this. You've got the palm fronds, you've got the coconuts here in the street, then just several pieces of debris from either, again, roofs, fences, that type of thing. And then we've also seen power poles that have been down. So as we continue to go through the afternoon, we're waiting to get into the eye here. It looks like we're about to enter that eye, so maybe we can get some drone footage inside just to see how the damage really is here shortly. But we're going to be watching now those water levels, because as we get on the other side of the storm and the winds change, we're going to be watching the tide cycle change here as well.
Brett, what is next for you? Are you planning on moving to a different location? Are you planning on hunkering down?
Well, honestly, it's going to depend on availability to get out once the storm has really gotten through here, because Punta Gorda is really just now getting through one piece of the storm. Once we go into the eye, which we may just barely be inside of, we've still got to deal with at least one section of the eye wall as the winds change. So this is the damage from the first part of the storm. It really depends on what things look like afterwards. We may be a bit immobile, but we do have a concrete reinforced shelter here that we do have access to, our vehicle has access to. So as the water levels begin to rise here soon, we do have a safe spot to be in.
So conditions are going to be improving for you here soon, since you're getting into the eye. Now, we can clearly see on the road there's a lot of debris. Your next move, I know you're planning on driving there. What is in your way? What are you going to have to be driving through in order to get there? I mean, there were a lot of branches around. What kind of car are you driving?
Well, I'm in a high-profile vehicle, a Suburban that's a 4x4, and it's a little bit elevated off the roadway. So to come into these systems, you have to be prepared with the proper sports utility vehicle and supplies. So we can get some of this out of the way if things calm down. Not a lot of flooding. You can see that there's definitely some ponding there on the roadway, but that's only a couple inches deep. So we should be good to go in terms of that, as long as things don't get too much worse. But again, we're seeing the skies begin to lighten up as that ragged eye, begins to approach our area now.
As conditions improve, a lot of people may think it's over, and that is not the case. $1 million question here. Have you been seeing a lot of people out and about and driving around, or is it more of a ghost town?
It's definitely more of a ghost town. You've got a couple of officials that are out and people covering the storm here for various entities, but it looks like a lot of the residents took this seriously. And to be honest with you, up until 5 minutes ago, we had power here, which is amazing with some of the gusts that we've taken. So back in 2004, when Hurricane Charlie moved through this area, there's been some different building codes that have been established and some changes, and you can tell that thus far, a lot of the structures are holding up very well, as the infrastructure.
I cannot tell you how happy that makes me in order to hear that it is incredibly quiet and people are taking this very seriously. Do you have any advice for people that are in Punta Gorda right now?
Well, again, we're definitely staying out here to try and keep this covered for you. If you are sheltered in place and in your home, just stay there. Again, have your flood plan ready. Hopefully you have an area that you can go into an elevated surface if we do end up getting the storm surge that is expected here, because it's going to spread off of the Charlotte Harbor, and it'll go probably a couple of miles, because that onshore flow is going to begin to kick in. All that water that went out has to come back in.
That's right. All right, Brett Adair, thank you so much. I'm sure we'll be checking in with you throughout the day. Please stay safe out there.
Thanks, guys.
Katie, over to you.
All right, guys, I want to talk a lot about the storm surge right now. One thing that you need to know, with that eye wall being north of Fort Myers, it's really the worst case scenario for Fort Myers, okay? And a lot of this wind flow is really going to be pushing a lot of this moisture in, and we've already seen a great deal of rain. In fact, record-breaking storm surge for Fort Myers at 4.3 feet. Seth, that's right, correct? That's the last number we've gotten, 4.3 feet. Record-breaking storm surge for Fort Myers. So you can see it's only going to get worse before it gets better. And I'm taking a look right now. And, what we're seeing is a lot of this rain coming in. You've seen the videos on social media. We're showing it to you on Fox Weather. What you see is what you get, okay? This hurricane made landfall at 3:05 p.m., and it has been destructive up to that point. It will continue to be destructive. Again, worst case scenario for Fort Myers. Right now, as Ian mentioned earlier, it's looking like, some of these areas like Naples stopped recording around 6.2 feet, but we know that this number will grow as far as the storm surge goes, and this is something we're really going to have to keep an eye on. Again, though, record-breaking storm surge right now in Fort Myers at 4.3 feet. High and low tides, 6:45 for today, tomorrow, 12:06 a.m., high tide Thursday, 5:48 a.m., low tide, 1:35 p.m. Just to give you an idea of what you can expect as far as the tides go, that has a huge play within how much moisture will make its way onto land and cause a lot of problems, okay? Peak storm surge, you could see 4 to 6 feet between Spring Hill and Tampa, but let's focus on this. Right here between Punta Gorda all the way down to Bonita Springs, 12 to 18 feet of storm surge expected. And I'll tell you this much, too. I've seen video of Bonita Springs, a lot of this going out there on Twitter. Thank you, by the way, for sending that to Fox Weather. But what we're seeing is a lot of damage already. So with this particular storm surge on the way and even already happening, we have storm surge warnings from Cedar Key down to Key West, and there's no shock there. It'll be a long time before we see any of this change. We've even got warnings here on the east side, too, up the coast, by the way, and that'll be a bit of an issue into next week. So storm surge is just a really deadly thing in a storm of this size. You could see a Category 4 hurricane right here creating these wave heights at 6 to about 12 feet. And so that's where you're going to see that damage continue. Again, you can see as it flows in with the winds and the way that this storm is moving, the wave heights could potentially only grow. As we look at Venice, the current gust, 79 miles an hour, all right? And it looks like from where we were 5 hours ago, it's enhanced a bit. We were between 50 to 70, but now, again, 79 miles an hour, the current gust in Venice, Florida. So not a good situation at all in Venice. We're going to continue to see those gusts rise, and that's something we'll have to keep an eye on. As we look at the Fox model does an excellent job of showing you exactly what's happening. This will be by about 6 o'clock. We're going to continue to see the storm churning in. Cedar Key and Tampa is going to continue to take the worst of it, along with Fort Myers, up toward Jacksonville, Orlando. You all will start to see flash flooding. In fact, Ian, there is an extreme, the highest risk you can be under, the extreme risk for flash flooding in the next few days for Orlando. Parking decks are actually opening up so that people can move their cars to safety. We know right now in some spots with this storm surge, people's homes are underwater up to the roofs. We're nowhere near done yet. We won't be able to take a deep breath for a long time.
Thank you, Katie. Yeah, that inland flooding is just the next chapter in this already very devastating storm. We told you about that sensor in Naples, the water level sensor, the water rise, went offline over 6 feet. Significant surge, a record surge that occurred in Naples. I'm just reading this report into Fox Weather. It's on an article on foxweather.com. You can go there and get all the details on this. But the Naples Fire Rescue Department had flooding at their fire station, and it sounds like there was a smoking fire truck that had to be pushed outside. So it's just an indication here that we talked about how it's not safe for first responders in some of these places, Collier County, Charlotte, and Lee counties. We got these rescue calls. The first responders are dealing with a lot of the same problems from this major hurricane. So just an indication of that in Naples. We know, Ian, it made landfall about an hour ago now. We do want to bring in Fox Weather hurricane specialist Brian Norcross. And Brian, this is a top 5 storm now when we're talking about major hurricane landfalls in Florida. The comparison to Charlie, with the track at least, but this storm is so much bigger than Charlie.
Yeah, it's a completely different hurricane, Ian, than Charlie. I mean, Charlie was fierce, and in the Charlotte Harbor area in Punta Gorda and up that waterway, I mean, it was a mega hurricane, but it was like a tornado. It was essentially a tornado that went through there. This is a real hurricane. This is a big, lumbering, powerful hurricane that's moving a lot of Gulf water. And as you've been talking about, it's moving it to the coast. And, you know, the records that we're going to set all kinds of records here for storm surge because they haven't had many hurricanes on the West Coast since those storm surge or water level sensors have been in place in Fort Myers and Naples going back to the mid-60s. So, you know, if you go back to 1960 to Hurricane Donna in 1944, the great hurricane that went up through there. And the one of record for Fort Myers is 1873, obviously way before there were sensors. So this is definitely the modern hurricane now of record in Southwest Florida. All right, so here you see it, and there you see it moving ashore. Now, this is unfortunately really bad news for Lee County and Fort Myers because you can clearly see that the center is to the north. Now, that doesn't mean that up here, this is Charlotte Harbor right in here. That doesn't mean that that's going to be a picnic up there, but the The problem is that in the Fort Myers area, it's going to push the water up the river because the river kind of runs west to east. Once that wind is coming from the west, then the water coming out of the Gulf goes up the river, and a lot of people live along that river. Downtown Fort Myers is on the south side of that river, and not to mention Cape Coral, and the populated areas are along that river. So this is going to be a significant issue. Looking close up on it here, we can see it. There's Cayo Costa, the little island there. It's a state park island that where the center, more or less, of Ian made landfall. And you can clearly see that this bottom side of the eye wall is like this, and the Caloosahatchee River comes kind of up like that. So once the wind is coming from this direction, it's pushing water up that river from the Gulf, and it can go 10 miles inland up that river. Just a lot of folks in Fort Myers are near that waterway. All right, let's take a look at the winds right now. And you've probably heard about the 125-mile-an-hour gusts in Punta Gorda here. The latest reading was gusting to 123, so it's still a fierce windstorm going on in Punta Gorda, although it looks like now, so Punta Gorda is you see this little kind of area of land sticking out there into Charlotte Harbor. This is Charlotte Harbor here. So that's Punta Gorda right there. So if they're still getting ones, and the airport is kind of to the west. It's not the I-75, but it's to the west east of Punta Gorda. So they must be very close to getting in the eye there now. I imagine we'll see those winds go down. There you see the radar, and the main point of this is that the super heavy rain is to the north, and it's kind of expanding to the north as the system is going this way. This is expanding to the north. So throughout this system's life, I think this is where the rain is going to be, north and east of the center. And this is going to be important for Central Florida as we look ahead, because if you think of this as the track of the system, like this, let's say, it could be a little farther south, whatever, but if the worst of the rain is in here, like this, look, that encompasses our major cities, Tampa, Orlando, and Jacksonville, and that is the expectation of what's going to happen. And here on the rain, this is a new rain forecast from the Weather Prediction Center. I want you to look at that area there from Orlando toward Daytona Beach, and that's 18 to 24 inches in widespread areas, which we would expect some isolated spots, maybe 30 inches in this area. So this is an extreme, and they're calling it extreme as well, a flash flooding threat all over Central and North Florida. In terms of the models, I just showed you that, say that it's right down the middle of the cone of the models. We don't expect anything else from that. So inland goes the storm, and what we have here are the hurricane force gusts in the orange here, and that's hurricane force gusts. And you notice they extend almost all the way across the street. This storm has grown so large, and we're talking about midnight tonight now, and just coming to Orlando, those are the hurricane force sustained. Notice they're shrinking because the overall storm will be weakening, but expanding. And the yellow, that's tropical storm force winds. Look at that. This is the entire peninsula except for Miami-Dade and Broward County. Now, let's move forward in time for 6 hours. Now it's 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. Now the hurricane force gusts are all of metropolitan Orlando down to Melbourne, the Space Coast, and essentially we don't have hurricane force winds. Let's just ignore that. But we're talking about sustained winds of 60, 70 miles per hour, gusts up to 80, 90 miles per hour, something like that. So damaging winds on top of that incredible rain that we just talked about in the 2-foot range in that same area. So we expect incredibly difficult conditions here in Central Florida tomorrow. And by the way, some counties are already doing this, and maybe more that I haven't heard of is they're opening shelters and all that kind of thing. Normally you don't do that for a windstorm, but they're so worried about the flooding that they want people to have safe places to go, and also they want electricity dependent people and people that, if the power goes out for an extended period of time are going to have a problem. So we all expect all of that in the whole Central Florida area, millions and millions of of people, and then it moves north. And now we have the storm driving the water into Jacksonville, into Charleston, and this is going to start on Thursday. So long way to go here. Guys, back to you.
Certainly is, Brian. Thank you for the report. And as you were briefing us on the latest with Hurricane Ian, we got a new update in on power outages in Florida. Now over 1 million, about 1,030,000 customers in the Sunshine State without power. Look at this brand new video just into Fox Weather. This is from Vanderbilt Beach. That's about 9 miles north of Naples. It's another barrier island, beautiful beach area. That's water creeping up to the first hotel, the first floor of the hotel. The reporter that shot this video said the folks in there feel like they're in Titanic. It's a similar picture when you have water rushing up a stairwell like this. It's dramatic, but it shows you exactly what's going on with surge. And not only that, that's flowing water. And you can see clearly yet another barrier island that has been completely overcome with the storm surge related to Hurricane Ian. All right, we're going to go down to Pinellas County now. That's where we find Fox Weather's Max Gordon live in St. Pete. Max, how are you holding up out there?
Hey, we're doing good. We actually shifted positions over the last hour or so. We were on the edges of Tampa Bay, and we were noticing a phenomenon known as reverse storm surge. It's essentially when the wind at the very northern edge of the hurricane pushes the water out of the bay, and then it'll eventually come rushing back in. So we were seeing those very dramatic images of the water essentially, emptied out there of the bay. But we were noticing it start to come back in pretty rapidly. So we wanted to get out of there in time, make sure that our crew is safe. Right now we are on a little bit of higher ground, but we are next to this lake here. We were broadcasting from this position yesterday, and the water level here was much lower yesterday. We can see the water begin to rise right now. And so we'll definitely be keeping tabs on that as this storm progresses, both from the runoff that we're experiencing here and also just from the storm surge. All of these lakes here, or many of them rather, are connected to the bay, connected to the ocean. So many lakes will be experiencing some storm surge because they're connected by canals. Now, of course, a big concern for a lot of people here is going to be the amount of rainfall that we'll receive in the St. Petersburg, Tampa area, up to 2 feet of rainfall once this storm has moved through. So flooding is going to be a massive concern. And then there's also going to be the issue of power outages. Several thousand people currently without power now in Pinellas County, though we are expecting that number to rise as the storm moves into the area and we really get those gustier winds. We know that Governor DeSantis told us in a press conference earlier today that around 40,000 linemen and utility workers are here in the state ready to respond and restore power when need be. But those linemen and utility workers, they're not going to be able to go up in those bucket trucks until the wind calms down. We talked to Duke Energy yesterday, a utility provider here, and they said their workers can't go up in winds greater than 35 miles per hour. So those winds are going to be gusting for, at least the next day or so. So a lot of people are going to have to just do without power for the time being. Now, as far as the response is concerned from the state, around 5,000 Florida National Guardsmen are here ready to respond, and 2,000 guardsmen from elsewhere in the country are also going to be helping out. Governor Ron DeSantis says that 26 states have offered their help, and they're also getting help from the federal government as well. So we'll continue to keep tabs on this storm as it moves up into the St. Petersburg, Tampa area, and we'll keep all y'all updated as this storm progresses. Ian, I'm going to toss it back to you.
Fox Weather's Max Gordon, thank you very much. And yeah, as Max was telling us, storm surge is a very nuanced thing. You had that reverse storm surge that occurred in the Bay earlier in the day, but now that center is off to Max's south and east, and there is a significant easterly component in Tampa Bay that's pushing a lot of water into the eastern-facing shores of Pinellas County, which there are many. So yeah, certainly makes sense that he saw a bit of water rise ongoing there. Want to look back at the landfall, which occurred now just a little bit more than an hour ago at 3:05. That was near Cayo Costa, which is almost exactly, well, really exactly where Charlie made landfall back in 2004. Max winds at 150 miles per hour. And as we talked about with Fox Weather hurricane specialist Brian Norcross, a much more massive storm when we're talking about the overall wind field than Hurricane Charlie. Its minimum central pressure at landfall, that was 940 millibars. So that's where we stand with the official landfall that occurred just about an hour ago. So, Seth, if you can, go ahead and switch that over for me. We'll talk about the new update from the National Hurricane Center. As we mentioned, landfall was a little bit more than an hour ago. This is now the 4 o'clock update. The winds have come down ever so slightly. Still a Category 4 storm. You expect the weakening trend, but those winds are still at 145 miles per hour. We had that gust that was recorded in Punta Gorda, 125. Its motion, that was unchanged, moving north-northeast at 9 miles per hour. And this is the problem. This is still a very powerful storm that has the entire peninsula that it needs to make its way over. And with those gusts, very impressive that we're still recording, these power outage numbers will be going up significantly. We're already up into 7 figures now, more than 1 million customers without power, 1 million households. Look at some of these storm reports now. This was from the social media post. We talked about this storm surge up to the first floor roofs in Fort Myers Beach. There are some people on the island that were requesting rescue. This is a dangerous scenario that's unfolding. Up in Port Charlotte, Charlotte Bay, we've seen some surge, but Fort Myers specifically, that's where we've seen the worst of this. Look at that gust in Punta Gorda, 145. Let's go back out to Fox Weather's Robert Ray. He's live in Fort Myers. Robert?
Yeah, Ian, it gets persistent. Tropical storm and a hurricane wind gusts here in Fort Myers, downtown. And you talked about the beach, where Fort Myers Beach is. That's where we started our day there this morning. And gosh, sure enough, the second we realized that surge was beginning to come in, we got out of there. We went over the bridge and came here. But now getting that dirty side of the storm as, debris is flying around from trees. There is some rooftops, shingles that I'm looking at in the distance, and a giant oak tree that is just literally getting torn apart by this wind field here. And you look down, all the way down this street, 3-4 blocks, I can see with my naked eye the water getting pushed up and all around swirling from the bay. And so the surge, a record surge here, over 4 feet here in Fort Myers so far. Nothing like down at the beach, but my goodness, we just haven't been able to move around too much in the past few hours because of these persistent winds. I needed to keep our equipment underneath this parking garage, but eventually I'm going to go and I want to see what's happening down there in the bay. I can hear it. It sounds like it's pushing. I can see the water just sort of going up. It looks like sand in the air, but it's actually water. So I'm curious to see that situation. Meanwhile, over 1 million reported power outages in Florida right now. That's new numbers that we just received. And here we go again with another wind gust that is coming through. And, I feel for so many people in this region, Naples to the south, just the images out of there are devastating. The images on the shorelines, devastating. What this is going to do to the economy here, the people that have retired here, people that have moved from around the world and the country here from the start of the pandemic. There are so many things ahead of us in the coming days, but right now the nightmare persists and continues, Ian, here as we're still feeling these winds and these rains. And in the past hour or so, definitely felt the hardest wind gusts that we've experienced thus far. Ian?
Robert, where exactly are you in Fort Myers? We know Fort Myers downtown is on the southern shores of the Caloosahatchee River. You get this lull right now, but we've talked about how broad this storm is, so you still have a long way to go. That water is going to get pushed up the river, so all those communities, you mentioned Cape Coral too. Where will you be staged as we move through the next several hours as that water continues to rise?
Well, our hotel is just to the north of here. We hope that it's going to be okay. If not, we will find high ground somewhere in a garage like this. This garage is 4 stories. We may have to hunker down inside. I don't know. It is moment to moment. And look at this, as part of that oak tree comes right by. It is fluid, moment to moment. The decisions are moment to moment, though, we have a plan, but sometimes we can't activate the plan until the forces of nature tell us to. So You know, I hope our hotel's not flooded out, but honestly, who cares? I hope these people's neighborhoods and these businesses are not flooded out more than anything. We have vehicles we can sleep in. Imagine if you're going to lose what you got, your livelihoods, your homes, and what you do. And my God, here we go again. These wind gusts are just outrageous. And you asked where I am. I'm at Second Street. Hang on 1 second. I want to give you an exact location. 2nd and Jackson Street in Fort Myers. It's my exact location, Ian.
I'm taking a look at that right now, Robert, and I hate to say it, it was kind of right on cue. I'm looking at the latest radar imagery. You're in this little lull as you're in kind of an eroded portion of the southeastern eye wall, but immediately to your south, which is going to be moving through as we head through the next matter of minutes and then over the next couple hours, you still have that whole real southern half of this storm to move on through. So yes, the wind is changing direction, and it's even a much more problematic wind direction. All this in a lull, and we're seeing trees flying by you.
So basically, the dirty side is still making its way through here, and we have 2-3 hours left of this. Is that in a nutshell?
Certainly, yeah. Parts of that eye wall, you caught a lot of the core that came on through when you were on the east side of the eye wall. Some of that has eroded a bit with a little bit of dry air, but there is still a healthy portion of the southern side of this circulation that's going to be pivoting over you. This is as we move through the short term. You don't have a whole lot of time there before it looks like it's going to start to pour on you heavily once again, and it's those rain bands. There you go. Okay, yeah, it's those bands that contain some of those big wind gusts there.
Yeah, I mean, I can lean into that. At the initial gust, you can lean into that and literally not get pushed. I mean, it's amazing. It's almost like you're skiing downhill in a sense. If I were to turn around, I'd probably go flying.
One thing to think about with this also is there are a lot of trees around that are still standing, but the longer you deal with those winds, the weaker and weaker those trees get. So then when you get the dirty side of the storm that we were just telling you about, it's not going to take quite as much of a wind to knock all those already weakened trees down, which means we're going to see significantly more debris being blown around.
Yeah, you can also see in that southwest, we just had the radar up on the right side of the screen, that southwestern flank, which is out over the open waters of the Gulf still, you could see that really blowing up over the last 30 minutes or so, some strong thunderstorms. Those are rotating around. We're going to have to watch to see if those can maintain their intensity, as those would be pivoting around the inner core a little bit closer to you, Robert. But it does look like those wind gusts are still painfully persistent, even if the rain's not there right now.
They are a little lull here, but once you let your guard down, it comes again. You can't do it. My saying out here today has been head on a swivel. Always doing this, because you just don't know where something's going to come from. Very dangerous.
That's the correct mantra. We appreciate the report very much, Robert. Stay safe as we move on through the next several hours. We'll be checking back in with you.
Thanks. Appreciate all the info, too.
All right. So right now we do want to be joined by former FEMA Administrator Craig Fugate. Could you please give us an update on everything that's going on?
Well, as you're hearing, the storm's hitting. And the state, Governor DeSantis, and everybody from the local official, state, and FEMA are preparing and have teams ready to go. But as you're seeing, this storm is not going to clear this area quickly, and it's still a hurricane moving inland, and we're expecting extreme rainfall across central Florida. Those winds are going to knock more trees down. The power outages are going to go up. So the big thing right now for people that are in this area, if you're somewhere safe, stay inside.
And Craig, you're in Gainesville. We're talking about this landfall that occurred a little bit better than an hour ago now in southwest Florida, but this is a storm that's going to impact every place in between where landfall occurred and where you're at.
Yeah, if you go back and you look at this track, it's going to cross the state as a hurricane. It may weaken a little bit and as it gets closer to the coast, but it's going to go into the Atlantic, and we're going to start seeing impacts all the way up into Jacksonville. We already have extreme rainfall risk across much of the peninsula. So there's not too much of peninsular Florida that's not seeing impacts. I mean, yesterday we had storm surge in the Florida Keys, tornadoes across southeast Florida, and now this storm as it's moving up through the center of the state.
One question I did want to ask, when the worst of the storm is over and people start turning on their generators, carbon monoxide poisoning is one of the biggest killers in post-storm. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, this is why we tell people, when the storm passes, make sure you're okay, check on your neighbors, and sit tight. Because more people have died in Florida after the hurricanes from accidents, carbon monoxide poisoning. So if you got a generator, don't put it in your carport, don't run it inside, keep it a safe distance from your home. Make sure you turn it off when you're refueling, because the rescuers and emergency services are going to be so busy, you don't want to add to that. But the key thing on a generator is the deadly part of that is the carbon monoxide. Do not put it in your carport, do not put it in your garage, certainly don't put it in your home. Make sure it is as far away from your house as your extension cord will reach. And again, be careful. Falls, traffic crashes, electrocutions, heart attacks will cause a lot of loss of life if people are getting out too quickly and not taking care of themselves.
Craig, I do want to ask you about the disaster response elements of this, because this is as large-scale a disaster really as there can be when we're talking about natural disasters. So many elements to this from some of the things you talked about yesterday. We had the tornadoes, we have storm surge, we have freshwater flooding inland from all this heavy rain and those hurricane conditions that will spread from coast to coast in Florida. So what's it like? We've seen all the steps that the state government, the federal government has taken in response to this storm, but we're at the point where, unfortunately, the storm will do what it's going to do. What's the steps moving forward as this exits?
Well, this is the chess match. They've been sitting up in Tallahassee at the state EOC, mapping out the areas that are going to get hit. They're making assignments for the search and rescue teams. But as you pointed out, they had to wait to see what exactly the storm was doing. And they'll start moving, and they will not wait for the sun to shine. But like you heard from the utilities, kind of hard to get crews out there on the roads until the winds come down where it's safe enough. And the first steps is actually opening up the roads, getting those roads open up, I-75, both north and south, and going across to the East Coast, getting the I-4 corridor back opened up so that the teams can get down to the Fort Myers and Collier County, Naples area to start doing search and rescues. They'll start with the local responders, the state and other non-impacted counties will be sending folks. They've got mutual aid from other states. And so there will be a lot of moving pieces starting later this evening as the winds come down and they can get in the areas while the state's still being hit. And then they'll kind of come up behind the storm as it moves through areas and have a better idea of impacts. But there will be a lot of what we would call triage. The hardest hit counties will get the priority for the resources. Other areas that are being hit but not as severe are going to have to hold on until more help comes, because the focus has got to be on life safety and getting to these areas that have been devastated by the storm surge.
Considering the damage that we're looking at right now, how long do you think it'll take to conduct these water rescues?
Well, we've done this before. We did it in Mississippi, supporting the state of Mississippi after Hurricane Katrina. A lot of what we would call the primary search will be done in the first couple of days. And then you're going to have to go in and if it's really bad, you're going to be going house by house and going in and doing searches. That's why FEMA's already deployed additional urban search and rescue teams. You have the state search and rescue teams. They're going to be gridding this thing out, meaning they map out, not by street signs, but where the houses are. And they'll go in and do the preliminary search, trying to locate people that are trapped or isolated, that are injured, get to them first. And then they're going to go through and do a thorough search and go house to house in these areas of heavy devastation.
Craig Fugate, former FEMA administrator, we appreciate your insight. Again, the response to this will have to be massive, as this is a devastating strike to Florida with major Hurricane Ian. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me.
Kiana, let's send it over to you.
All right, we're going to take a look at those power outages once again. Now that Ian has made landfall, we are really starting to feel the brunt of those gusty winds pushing through. We're starting to even see those power outages with our tracker here expand further off to the north and to the south. At one point, areas off to the north of Fort Myers were under a 50 to 70% chance of those outages being active. Now that's beyond 75%. Actually, to be exact, about 1 million customers, I should say, are now without power across part of the state of Florida. And really, the bulk of them come out of Lee County, but Charlotte County is right on the hills of Lee with 64%, and beyond that, 63% out towards Sarasota. So there are a number of customers now without power. And as we've been mentioning, we even spoke to Florida's Power and Light Company that told us they will not be restoring power until the storm passes by the area and those winds are down to 30 miles per hour. And we have a long way to get to that. And we will actually continue to see these power outages continue to be more widespread as Ian continues to push further inland and then up the coastline. We have now Georgia as well as South Carolina and the southernmost tip of North Carolina under that chance for having power outages over the next couple of days. But really, the bulk of those widespread power outages are just through central portions of Florida. Orlando now under that widespread category for those power outages. We also see Tampa there as well. Fort Myers already feeling the brunt of that now. And as we take a look at the winds, the gustiest of the winds still pushing through. Fort Myers is still out, so we don't have those wind gusts coming through just yet. So we are getting word that Port Charlotte's even seeing 110 mile per hour gusts. Up towards Tampa, the same goes there. Very gusty winds as Ian continues to work its way on shore. And that will not help in the terms of power outages in these areas. As we head through the next couple of days, really into tonight and even into tomorrow, we'll continue with these wind gusts well beyond 60, 70, 80, up to 100 miles per hour. Tampa, you're right in the bullseye or just to the east of it with those winds up to 60, 70, 80 miles per hour. That continues to drift off to the north with those winds as Ian pushes back onto the Atlantic shoreline of Florida here. But Jacksonville, you're next. Gainesville, you're next. Orlando, you're just on the cusp of seeing the gustiest of those winds. So those power outages will soon be coming your way. This is what's ahead. We still have a good portion of tonight and into tomorrow where we're dealing with the aftermath of Ian as it continues to barrel on to the north. As we head into tomorrow, we'll continue with those wind gusts. As I mentioned, Georgia, South Carolina, as well as North Carolina have that chance of dealing with power outages into Friday. Kelly?
All right, we are going to go over to Fox Weather's Katie Burns. She is in Orlando, Florida right now. Katie, let's get right to it. What are you seeing? What are you hearing? What are you feeling?
Well, things are definitely intensifying here. I could say that things have progressed in the last hour, especially the wind started picking up. You're getting that gusty wind that you're talking about, but also the rain started coming down pretty hard. So when you look behind me, you're going to see that the leaves on some of these palm trees, they're going to be in the winds here dealing with that. But what's interesting about where we are is we're 130 miles away from where that Hurricane Ian made landfall in just west of Fort Myers. So millions of people fled that area to come over here in Orlando to escape that and look for safety here. But what happened was the hurricane warnings last night shifted and expanded more inland. So people ended up having to ride out the storm here as well. That's what a lot of people are doing in hotels here in Orlando, hunkering down. And some people are a little scared as they make their final preps, grab the last things they need before a lot of things start boarding up and shutting down for the day.
I'm a little scared, but give or take, you pray to the Father above, and I'm sure he'll guide us through. I already have most of my preparation done. I got my house all secured and just last minute water.
That was a lot of people's opinions today. We were talking to people who were at the grocery store before they closed for the afternoon. And what's interesting about being in Orlando is before we start to see the major hurricane impacts here, which is going to happen overnight into early tomorrow morning, it really only takes Category 1 hurricane strength winds to cause damage in a city like this. But we're dealing with a Category 4 hurricane. So nonetheless, it's going to be catastrophic, like the National Hurricane Center has said, on top of the fact that we're probably going to get about 2 feet of rain. Guys?
Thank you, Katie. Great point there. That's what we've been telling you for a week now here on Fox Weather, that these impacts are going to be far-reaching. It does not take Category 4 hurricane winds in order to lose power. Thank you.
Yeah, great point Katie made, too. She's on I-4 in the middle of the state. You've got the landfall, which happened more than 100 miles off to her southwest in southwest Florida. You see those conditions, and now more than 1 million people without power. Let's go back out to Fox Weather's hurricane specialist, Brian Norcross. Brian, Just since 4 o'clock, we've got these reports from NHC. Still some gusts to 124 Punta Gorda, 110 at Cape Coral's Fire Department. This is a storm that even though it's on shore, there's a lot of it left to go.
Yeah, and there's a lot of it still over the water too. And you know, when we rate a storm, when they rate a storm, I don't do the rating, but when they rate a storm in terms of the wind speed, almost always the wind speed is over the water and it's in a small part of the storm. So when we have a 155 mile an hour storm, we don't have generally 155 mile an hour winds everywhere, but that can be a differentiating factor in storms. For instance, Hurricane Andrew, the whole eye wall stayed intact when it came ashore. This one was starting to erode a little bit, which is actually, I think, going to benefit Fort Myers a bit. Not that it's not going to be a huge disaster there, but it is going to benefit them just a bit. Okay, let's look at the satellite picture here. This is the wide view. It's still a perfectly developed round hurricane, as you can see on this picture here. And there you can clearly see it is ashore. But also on the southern side of it, you know, and back here, you start to see some slots in here. You see these? This is the dry air that is going to help out the southern part of the state where there's been such tremendous rain and flooding. Down in the Miami-Fort Lauderdale area, you know, they're going to have much less than they might have if that dry air hadn't filtered in. Let's look close up what's going on here. And this is a different way. This is looking at the cloud top, so we really can see where the strongest thunderstorms are. And you can see the eye gets less well defined, even though it's still an amazingly symmetric storm. It just gets less well defined because of the friction of the air over the land, and it kind of goes in random directions as the land and the buildings and everything else and the different kinds of heating over the water and the land affects the speed. But we still have, at the last report, now I'm getting a little, you know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking that we may have an old report at Punta Gorda there because it's still showing from the east. And my thought is with Punta Gorda Airport being here, it would be more likely to be from the south or even switching around there now. Anyway, so let's not look at that, but we see, look at this, near 100 miles an hour. That's at Southwest Regional Airport. It's outside of Fort Myers. So it's a huge donut of damaging winds, and it's going to slowly look at all this part of the storm here is yet to come. So on the radar, the red tells you where the most intense part of the storm is with the heaviest rain. This is actually measuring rain, but the rain brings the strong winds aloft down to the surface, the thunderstorms. And what I said about, you know, Fort Myers sort of lucking out in a terrible situation is, as Ian's been describing here on the south side, there's been some erosion from that dry air I was talking about. So it's not, the weather isn't as bad in Fort Myers as it would have been if that dry air hadn't interceded. Now, it remains to be seen if some of this moisture can make its way around or not. So we still have the wind direction to deal with, and the storm surge is more about wind direction at this point, and the wind direction is becoming very unfavorable for what's going to happen with the river there in Fort Myers as the wind is going to come out of the west and push that water to the east. You see the flood warning in effect up here for that red band, and where those red bands are, that's where we're going to expect flooding, and that's not just going to be in Southwest Florida, that's going to be everywhere. And look up here to the north, again, we see another red band up there. You see coming into Central Florida right now, and it's just going to be one after the other, another one up here that has the less red in it, but when there's red in those bands like that, that's when you can get tornadoes, especially the ones well outside the storm, and that's where you get the torrential rain. So the track, just remembering that those bands are kind of northeast, kind of the top and to the right of where the center of the hurricane is. So as it moves north, here we are tomorrow morning, so now it's approaching the Orlando area, and these bands are already up into Jacksonville, and they're kind of feeding in like this. And there's going to be kind of a convergence up there because of two weather systems being involved. And this is the forecast for you see where the heavy rain area is, the general area. Look at that. It's all of Central Florida, from Daytona Beach over to the Orlando area. And this core here is 18 to 24 inches of rain, and that's general, and then more on top of that in isolated spots. So like I said earlier, I'm pretty sure we're going to see a number of spots with over 24 inches from this system. But why is it so intense? It's so intense because there's a cold front pushing down from the north, and there's the hurricane moisture coming up from the south. So that combination is going to kind of converge there in central Florida and north. Models all agree, and there is the extreme flash flood threat tomorrow, again, caused by a combination down here of where the hurricane's coming in, and up here because it's going to be in that convergent zone where the northern systems and the southern systems are going to merge, and then that whole area just inches to the north. So long way to go here, guys.
Yeah, Brian, it's a terrible setup. It's the only time in the last year on Fox Weather that we've seen that red indicating an extreme flash flood threat. That's for today, and it's for tomorrow as well. Speaking of extreme, let's talk about some of the storm reports that we're seeing coming in from Hurricane Ian. This was just into Fox Weather. The Cape Coral Yacht Club, look at this, 135 miles per hour. That was a wind gust with a sustained wind that reached 112. So that is right close to major hurricane force sustained winds, and clearly way up into major hurricane force wind gusts. It's a Category 4 hurricane wind gust. That's now the highest wind report that we've seen in Cape Coral, 135. Redfish Pass, 126. Punta Gorda, we had that gust up to 124. These are incredibly damaging wind gusts, of course, but they're also pushing all that Gulf water into the southwest coastline of Florida, and that's generating this devastating storm surge. We've showed you some of that ongoing in and around Fort Myers and Fort Myers Beach with significant storm surge, also down to Naples, which has reported now a record storm surge well up over 6 feet. This storm still maximum sustained winds at 145 miles per hour, a Category 4 storm. That was the latest update at 4 p.m. We'll get some new information coming up at the top of the hour. Here's what's changed over the course of the afternoon. Of course, this was the 1 p.m. advisory from NHC. That was a couple hours before the storm made landfall, had those winds knocking on the door of Category 5 intensity, 155. The pressure at 9:37. Then it moved on shore. This advisory was about an hour after landfall. You expect a weakening trend, but it wasn't all that much weakening. 942 millibars for the central pressure, so that number is rising. That's an indication of a weakening system. But with that friction that Brian was talking about, you lose some of the maximum sustained winds, but they become more gusty, and those gusts will be very damaging. We're going to have to watch for that spreading all the way across the peninsula. This is a threat that's gone all the way back to yesterday afternoon and evening. It was down in South Florida where we had several dozen tornado warnings. We've seen tornado warnings throughout the day today, but this threat now is shifting over to the I-95 corridor, Florida's Atlantic coastline, Daytona Beach down to about Fort Pierce. It includes Orlando. That red shading is a tornado watch that runs until 1 a.m. with these intense bands related to still major Hurricane Ian that have a lot of spin in them. We'll see more of these mostly quick spin-up tornadoes. We had a couple of those confirmed down in Miami-Dade, Broward County yesterday, and we got a tornado report here. It was a brief tornado supported by radar imagery that was right on the Brevard and Osceola County line. So right about here, that's where that brief tornado was reported. That's a threat because although these are very isolated, they contain, of course, much more intense winds. That can be very damaging. So we'll be watching all of these intense bands as they work their way across the peninsula rest of this evening, overnight, and even into the day tomorrow right here on Fox Weather. We'll let you know about those tornado warnings. Kelly?
All right, so we are going to be getting a look at the radar right now just to see what we've got going on with the latest. We are going to go to a live interview now with Tracy Fanara. Thank you so much for joining us. You are being evacuated from St. Petersburg, Florida. You're joining us now. Tell us about your experience.
Yeah, so I am in Gainesville, Florida now. My sister, I stay with my sister in St. Petersburg, Florida. We were evacuated to come up here, but honestly, I was already here waiting at Cedar Key, ready to get some sensors out on the seawall and really kind of track this storm. Cedar Key is a perfect place to track the storm. And I was really hoping that the storm was going to move in that direction as it was predicted to a few days ago, because it's many less people live there. It's open land, and it's very unfortunate that it moves so far south into these very populated areas.
Hey, Tracy, it's Ian. Good to see you again. Unfortunately, under these circumstances, I know you're over in Pinellas County. I know you saw all these pictures coming out of Tampa Bay of the water leaving the bay again. What are folks your friends around Tampa Bay saying? This was like Irma 2.0. I think a lot of people were like, not again with this.
You're exactly right that it was Irma. And the one thing that is really lucky, originally the storm track was going to move up the coast of Florida. So the storm would have been on the west side of Tampa Bay. We would have gotten the surge that South Florida is now getting. But instead, when the storm moves north, we are going to be on that west side, just like Irma. So all of that water is now being pushed out into the Gulf. People are just walking on Tampa Bay. I'm getting all of the pictures already. Light posts are down already. Trees are down already. Very strong winds and rain. But the thing is that when this water comes back, hopefully it will come back the same way that it did after Irma, gradually, and not give us that big wall of surge that the southwest part of Florida is going to experience. The one thing that I will take note of, there are hypotheses, and it's actually one of my hypotheses as well, that in 2017, when this displacement of water occurred, there may have been a major upwelling event that initiated the start of the 2017 to 19 Florida red tide bloom. Now, that is just a hypothesis, but that is something that I'm going to be looking for moving forward.
That is a really interesting point. I mean, we know what's gone on in Tampa Bay a number of times over the last several years. We've had brutal algae blooms there, so we'll certainly watch that moving forward, and we'll be looking forward to some of your research on that. It's Dr. Tracy Fanara. Thanks so much for joining us here on Fox Weather. Glad you're in Gainesville and safe there, but you'll be feeling those impacts, of course, as we move through the next 24 to 36 hours. Thanks again.
All right, now we go to Fox News correspondent Jonathan Seri. He's in Atlantic Beach, Florida. Can you tell us what you're seeing?
Yeah, this is amazing. We are on the opposite side of Florida from where this hurricane made landfall. We're near Jacksonville, and yet, as you can see, weather conditions are already deteriorating. Heavy winds, not hurricane force or tropical storm force, but very blustery winds here. Lots of heavy surf, and that's a big concern because here, between the heavy surf and rainfall, flooding is always a concern. You see these dunes, this is what protects the community beyond the beach here. And then this access area, there's actually heavy equipment pushing sand to close it off in hopes of keeping the water at bay. Over here you can see all of the sand being blown in these incredibly blustery conditions here. Now, this is part of Duval County. It includes the city of Jacksonville, which has a combined government with Duval County. The mayor is not yet calling for mandatory evacuations. However, he's telling residents who have suffered flood damage in the past that they might want to consider voluntarily evacuating low-lying areas. In 2017, downtown Jacksonville suffered some heavy flooding, even though they didn't suffer a direct hit from Hurricane Irma back in 2017. Also, some of these beach communities. And so residents here who have experienced that are taking the warnings and recommendations very seriously. Back to you.
It's interesting to see where you're at. You're over on the Atlantic coastline. There is no cover for you when you get this wraparound with a massive wind field. Not far from where you are, the St. Johns River, a similar setup back in Irma in 2017. St. Johns River, record flooding. So how are folks around that area looking at Hurricane Ian when they're remembering some of those lessons from 2017?
Yeah, the mayor describes Jacksonville as a city on the sea, also on the river. And so they're going to be dealing with the potential for flooding, urging people to take this very seriously because, again, there's a potential for flooding in downtown Jacksonville as well as low-lying areas here on these barrier islands on the Atlantic coast.
Jonathan, thank you so much. Please be safe out there.
You can see clearly not a lot of cover. You've got the ocean, you've got the dunes, and then not far from where he was, you find your way into the intracoastal St. John's Waterway just off to the north and west from there. And that's why we've had these communities, like over in Flagler County, they have now a curfew tonight because they want people to be safe. The wraparound effects of storm surge could be significant in that part of Florida. Let's go back to Fox Weather's Will Nunley picking things up in Fort Myers. Will, what are the conditions like there? I know you've got some of the now southern half of Ian moving through.
Yeah, and for us, this is the most powerful wind I think we've seen yet. I'm having to huddle close to the Fox Weather Beast because it's next to impossible to try to stand up and go any farther out. I wanted to show you this, if I can hold it up without it flying out of my hand. This is a part of the street sign from what I think is Colonial Boulevard, which is right here. It's this big 4-lane in front of us here, but it just shows you how anything and everything becomes a projectile in wind like this. You don't want to encounter this as you're trying to maneuver around out here. That's why we have to really take shelter and, hide behind what we can to make sure that we're safe. I want to try to give you a little bit of a view here. Chris, if you were to step out just a little bit there, we can show you that's the intersection where I'm talking about. Streetlights, of course, ripped down from all of this. We see parts of building. Oh, they're going down the street as part of one of the streetlights right now. And I'll tell you, these are heavy. If we look right over here to my right in the street, you can see parts of these streetlights. These are big, heavy metal assemblies with these lights, and they're just being thrown around like they're toys. Look at the workout that the top of these palm trees are getting. And that just shows you, and I don't know if the camera detects it, the sky above, if you can see how fast those clouds are moving, but there is just, you can see the clouds swirling around overhead. And as the wind changes direction, which it has dramatically since we started our reporting here, it begins to do damage to other parts of buildings, other structures that may have been unaffected. At this point, because we've had this wind sustained for so long, we have numerous trees down. It's going to be difficult to get out of some of these roads. It's going to take a while because there are going to be so many trees, utility lines, power lines down in these cases. We have seen all of these digital signs for these gas stations that just basically the tops have blown off of them. All of the, the message boards and things inside of it, we can't even see them. They're just gone. There are parts of buildings that are coming off, including the building we're sheltering in has these terracotta roof panels that are coming off. And this is still an hours-long process. We still have hours of this ahead of just this incredible wind that is turning everything into a projectile, doing considerable damage to the infrastructure, the electric grid, to buildings here, and we still have a long way to go. Back to you.
Yeah, well, it's wild. I'm looking at the radar. You, of course, went through the eastern eye wall earlier. That's degraded a little bit now, but you're going through the southern part of the eye wall, and now some of the strongest winds you've seen all day.
Absolutely, and sustained. I mean, this power is relentless at this point. When we started here maybe 5 or 6 hours ago, we would get a little bit of a break in between these waves of rain and wind like we're experiencing. But this is unceasing. Look, these palm branches coming through here, everything just moving at such speed. And again, this is why we're kind of sheltered back behind the vehicle. Everything's moving with speed. And it's hard to keep up with the changing wind direction because you're having to watch out for hazards all around you. And I tell you what, this wind just stings you. It's like, little bees just stinging you because it comes at you with such force. Very, very impressive and unfortunate when you think about how much land is being affected, how much of Florida is being affected by this right now. And we are far removed from where Robert Ray has been reporting today. He's seeing the storm surge. He's seeing even more damage downtown as he's a little bit closer to the water. We're about 20 minutes away from his location. And who knows how bad it is 20 minutes, 20 miles beyond where we are. This is such a massive storm doing so much damage. This is going to be a very unfortunate, incredible story to show across Florida over the coming days.
Yeah, it's wild, Will. Looking at those trees behind you, the signs that are all stressed. You had a southeast wind direction initially, and you said the wind switches up when you're on the opposite side of the eye wall. Looks like it's now due west, and you're seeing those big wind gusts. Still a long way to go there in Fort Myers, unfortunately. Fox Weather's Will Nunley, thank you for that report. Kelly?
All right, we are going to be talking more about those winds. And yes, as he mentioned, if you've never been hit in the face with rain going over 110 miles per hour, it does hurt. By the way, we do have confirmation of that. This is from the hurricane hunters. We have a maximum wind of 139 miles per hour. Central pressure is right near 934 millibars. This is an incredibly strong storm we are talking about here. Here's a look at the radar. Port Charlotte, almost in the eye, almost done with the worst of it, but we do have active flash flood warnings as we expected. That is going to be the case for the entire state of Florida. Zooming in here, looking at Tampa very closely, we're looking at maximum wind gusts that we've seen. There's Punta Gorda. We were telling you about this earlier. 124 miles per hour. That is comparable to tornado-like damage. Venice, 82 miles per hour. Sarasota, 78 mile per hour wind gusts. And Tampa Executive Airport recording 46 mile per hour wind gusts. Here's Venice, Florida. Current gusts 79 miles per hour. Look how long this has been going on for. I want you to think about this. If you're dealing with a really strong wind gust, the damage can only be so much when it happens in an instant, like with a severe thunderstorm warning, maybe a few minutes. Folks, this has been going on for hours on end, and the longer that trees and anything outside deal with this wind, the weaker it gets. And later on, as the wind strengthens on the backside of the storm, it doesn't take nearly as much wind to knock things over. So we are going to see things get a whole lot worse. Right now, the current wind is still gusting in Punta Gorda around 123 miles per hour. That's the gust. The maximum was 124. You can see that is not necessarily going down just yet. But Port Charlotte, 58 mile per hour gusts. Venice, 79 mile per hour gusts. And Sarasota, 71 miles per hour. So we do want to talk about, Seth, could I have you repeat that, please? Okay, breaking into Fox Weather, Ian is now the highest storm surge for Fort Myers at 5.8 feet. That is the highest ever. That's nearly 6 feet tall. That's taller than me, that I'm standing here right now. Gabrielle had 3.36 feet of storm surge. That was back 21 years ago. Keith was 3.33 feet back in 1998. These are all the top charts that we have here, and Irma was just over 3 feet. That was back in 2017. What I want you to notice with these top charts, look how close these numbers are together, folks. You can see the difference between the second and third place is 0.03 feet. That's inches. We broke this by over 2.5 feet. It is just absolutely incredible to see the difference in the top charts with that one. So here's the Fox model. Midnight tonight, South Florida, the wind is going to start getting a lot better. It's still going to be windy, but it's not going to be those hurricane-like conditions. Fort Myers, 40 to 50 mile per hour winds still. And watch as we advance into Thursday morning. This is going to be a long duration event. Fort Myers still dealing with 30 to 40 mile per hour wind gusts. This also gives you an idea of how long it is going to take the electrical companies to be able to get out and start trying to get the power back. They cannot head out there and get on their trucks higher up if the wind is still blowing around, because the work they're going to do is just going to be undone if they're still dealing with those strong wind gusts. So they have to wait for that wind to get a lot better to even start heading out to get those power outages back on. So Arcadia, 40 to 50 mile per hour wind still at 7 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. It is 4:56 in the late afternoon here. Even by 3 o'clock in the afternoon, still dealing with widespread 30 to 40 mile per hour winds. And then we start getting a lot better as we jump into Friday. It'll be a lot easier then at that point for those power companies to get back out. But here's the Fox model looking at Florida as a whole. You can just see how giant the wind field is with Ian. Georgia, South Carolina, maybe a little bit hard to see, but I'm going to point to where I want you to look. We call these wind streamlines. The faster they move, the faster the wind. They're also showing the direction. This is also driving the water to be pushing on shore, which is why we're watching impacts from storm surge and coastal flooding in Georgia and South Carolina, Ian, not just into Florida.
Yeah, rough. When you're looking at the Fox model there, it shows 6 a.m. Friday, and we're still talking about a well-formed tropical system impacting the southeast now over on the Atlantic side. We do want to get to some dramatic new video. This is just into Fox Weather from the Naples Fire Rescue Department. Look at that. This was crews, again, from Naples Fire Rescue. This was a recording of first responders rescuing a woman from water as Hurricane Ian moved closer to the coast. Look at, they have their gear over their head. It's right outside the firehouse. They're rescuing that woman, and it's water up over their waist. We should report we had a record surge or water rise that occurred in Naples. It was up over 6 feet. That was when the gauge failed. That broke the old record that was set back from Hurricane Irma in 2017. Look at the water up to the door. That gives you a little bit of extra perspective with what's going on. And they're going inside. I guess that is the fire rescue department there. It's the fire department. The water halfway up that door as they open it up. There must be obviously significant flooding up to almost that first stairwell there. And that is just the impacts that we're seeing from Naples farther up the coast, up to Fort Myers, Punta Gorda, Cape Coral, up to perhaps Charlotte Harbor. We may be seeing more scenes like this. Let's go back to Fox Weather hurricane specialist Brian Norcross. We should be getting some new information on Hurricane Ian from the National Hurricane Center.
Yeah, so we do have a new advisory, Ian, and I've just put it in the machine here. So let's go ahead and take a look at the latest numbers, and here they are. Okay, 5 o'clock advisory, 140 mile an hour winds now is the estimate. Now, as I said earlier, it is essentially always that when you have a hurricane that's close to the water like this, the strongest winds are offshore where you don't have the friction of the land, but it's an indication that this is still an incredibly well-formed hurricane. It gets its energy, of course, from the warm waters of the Gulf. With so much of the circulation over the Gulf, it's able to maintain a lot of that energy. Moving north-northeast at 8 miles an hour, and there's the pressure at 9:45. So the pressure is slowly coming up. But the thing is that the storm is expanding a bit, and it's going to continue to expand. And the problem, this is more a problem for North Florida and Georgia and South Carolina, to be honest with you, this expanding storm at this point, because that's going to drive more storm surge toward the North Florida coast and have a longer fetch on the north side. But anyway, for right now, there it is. Let's look at the new cone from the Weather Service and the timing from the Hurricane Center. So tomorrow morning, the idea is that it's moving toward Orlando. So the plan here is the weather has already been terrible in Orlando today from an outer band with the system, and now the more concentrated core of the system, such that it will be left an 85 mile an hour hurricane, is going to move towards central Florida. And the forecast is for it to be a tropical storm when it's in the vicinity of the Orlando, Titusville, Daytona Beach area. But the thing is, the gusts will go up. We'll have increased gusts with this, and we're going to have, of course, the torrential rain that we talked about. And looking north, well, I'll have to have that for you the next time, because I don't see the but I know what it is. We still have about a strong tropical storm in here, but it's not going to be about the wind in the Savannah-Charleston area, and then it's going to weaken here, and this could be another big flood in western North Carolina. So you folks there, just be aware of that. So in Florida, this central Florida thing is extremely concerning. So anybody in central Florida who is electricity dependent, for whatever reason, they cannot stay home if there's no power, or their house might be flooded or anything like that. This has the potential to be a massive flood for a large part of central Florida. And not that up to Jacksonville and over to Tampa is nothing, but this core is right in the Daytona Beach, Sanford, Orlando corridor there, and we just expect that there will be significant flash flooding in every direction there, and it extends down to about Cocoa, the Cape Canaveral area, kind of across the Beeline Expressway, more or less as the bottom line based on the current evidence for the super heavy rain. So here it comes, and you can see the yellows. You see the yellows expanding there? The yellows are the tropical storm force winds, and as I said, the only reason that this expansion is a problem is the winds come around like this, And now when they make the loop back toward Jacksonville, look at this. They have this long fetch coming in, and this gets a lot more water moving in the direction of Jacksonville. Notice we're still in the tomorrow morning time frame when the strongest winds, the oranges or hurricane force gusts, get to the Orlando area, even as the storm slowly weakens. But more and more and more, the fetch pushing the water in toward the South Carolina and the Georgia coast and the North Florida coast. That's just going to continue. And now we're into noon on Thursday. This is going to be a relentless assault from what will be by then Tropical Storm Ian, but it's not going to make any difference. Back to you guys.
Brian, absolutely incredible to see that Ian is maintaining its Cat 4 strength even after making landfall. We do now want to get to Fox Weather's Robert Ray. Got to check on the flooding in Fort Myers.
Yeah, guys, it is nasty. Look at this water. This is really, the surge has come up at all these roads here in Fort Myers, the downtown area, completely covered, and the wind still coming in. You see, creating a wake here. And Rick zooming in as far as he can and showing the debris, garbage cans. You've got trees floating in here, and just unbelievable conditions still as these winds are just absolutely wrecking Fort Myers in this area right now, as trees and there's, you know, you're starting to see aluminum come off roofs, and look at how devastating this is. Unfortunately, all the surge as we've been predicting. If you go way out there, I don't know how far Rick's lens can see, but there are boats out there with vehicles, you know, cars and boats like bopping up next to each other at this point. That's where we were earlier today. We were driving on those roads, and now look at it. It's a flowing river, unfortunately, here, as the wind just continues to come in here, and at least a foot of water here, probably deeper over there, as it runs like a stream here this afternoon or this evening at this point, and just how persistent this weather still is, even though the landfall has been made, and it just continues to whip around in Fort Myers. I worry about how far up this surge is going to go and how long this is going to continue. I don't have that answer. I know you guys probably have a better answer of that from a meteorological standpoint, but this is just absolutely concerning and so devastating, so widespread from Naples to here, and then now points north. Just a terrible scene here, guys, as we continue to battle these hurricane force gusts. Back to you.
Robert, where are you now in relation to when we last spoke with you? We talked to Will Nunley. He's a little bit off to your east, but he was saying into the southern portion of this eye wall now, he was feeling some of the strongest winds through this entire landfall that he's felt. And now you've got this wind direction directly out of the west. Clearly, that's pushing that storm surge in.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Ian, I can barely hear you, but in relation to where I was when I last told you, which I believe was 2nd and Jackson, I'm about 3 blocks away from there, right into like the main downtown area where all the shops and things are. That wind gust is done, thankfully. But let me back up. Let me walk over here. Rick, show them these pictures. I want to give you exactly the street address to where I'm at, and I'm going to be careful here. It doesn't seem too deep in this pocket. That is 1st Street and 2nd, or let's see. Sorry, guys. It just takes a second to maneuver through this. It's Jackson Street and 1st Street right here, and it's getting deeper here. It's coming up to almost knee. And if I look over here, guys, I'm just gonna look down both ways. Yeah, as far as the eye can see is water. That direction, that direction. I'm going to walk back because the winds are still just pelting here, and it is way too deep to be in. Not wise as this comes in, unfortunately. And there's someone yelling out their window right now. Oh, he's waving. He's okay. He's up on the 3rd floor. So, but you see, gosh, I mean, once you think that this storm has done it, you turn another corner and here it is. Just more devastation.
Second in Jackson. That has you at about 3 blocks removed from the Caloosahatchee River. Is that correct? Can you see down to the river? You've got knee-high water that far up from the river now?
Yes. Yes. And that's what I was talking about those boats down there in the distance, those vessels, and then I can actually see vehicles that are submerged, and I saw one earlier actually float by. So yes, that's exactly where I'm at.
Yeah, Robert, just a heads up too, we're at 5:08, the high tide cycle for Fort Myers, that's coming up at 6:45. So you've got the astronomical tide rising, and you now have that westerly wind, that onshore flow pushing more water. So you're going to likely see that water continue to rise, at least for a stretch here, as we move through the next few hours.
Man, unbelievable. And to your point, when we came down here to set up our shot, our vehicles 20 minutes ago were right here. And now they are right where I'll walk all the way up to it because we had to keep backing up. That's how fast the water is coming in. And you look, Rick, check it, show them where our vehicles are. There's Rick, and his car needs to be moved again because now he's in probably 3-4 inches of water. So when we're done with this, we got to boogie. We got to move forward up this street because it's just pressing in. I mean, this is just, I can't believe how devastating this is. And I've seen a lot.
It's Fox Weather's Robert Ray showing us the water clearly still rising in Fort Myers. Robert, be safe. Thank you very much for that report. We'll be checking back in.
We do want to check in a different location now. We're going to bring in field meteorologist Brett Adair, Punta Gorda right now. Hey, Brett, how are you doing? What are you seeing?
Well, guys, it's gotten pretty active again as we're starting to go through the other side of the eye wall now. Starting to get those winds picking up again. We went down toward Cape Coral, but the highway is actually blocked by surge, which I heard Robert talking about. They're dealing with that really, really bad just to the south. So that's not to be unexpected. We're going to be watching the conditions as the winds begin to shift around in the Punta Gorda area, though, here in the next little bit to see if we have to deal with any of that severe surge coming up into Charlotte Harbor.
All right, looks like we just lost that signal. We will be checking in, though, once again. Hey, here's an update, though. We do have 1.14 million customers without power. Keep in mind, each customer is a home or a business, and we all know there are families in each home and business, which means there are millions of people right now that are dealing with no power. Ian, what's the latest on Hurricane Ian?
Let's get an update here. We talked a little bit about this 5 p.m. update from the National Hurricane Center. Still maximum sustained winds at 140 miles per hour. So this is still now at least that center of circulation almost fully onshore. We know the center of the eye moved onshore at about 305. Still a Category 4 hurricane. Max winds at 140. Its motion, that has changed slightly, and it's not a good thing. It's slowed down ever so slightly, north-northeast at 8 miles per hour. But that motion will likely see continue to drop as this just trudges across the Florida peninsula. The problem is that it's slowly weakening, and it brings those hurricane-force winds or perhaps hurricane-force wind gusts all the way up across the central part of the peninsula, up to I-4, eventually over toward the Space Coast. And that wraparound effect will generate that storm surge where we have the storm surge warnings up for the northeastern part of Florida as you move up closer to Flagler County and eventually up to Duval there in Jacksonville. So we're keeping an eye on some of those pictures. You got St. Pete Beach and Port Charlotte. Look at that satellite picture showing, yeah, you've got the eye, which is now on shore. There's actually a burst of new convection here on the northwestern side. My guess is what's going on here is there is some frictional effects causing a bit of a pileup, some convergence right here, and you get that little puff of new convection or new intense thunderstorms just off on the northwest quadrant of this system. So here's what has changed from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. Of course, there was a landfall in between that happened at 3:05. We've gone from 1:55. 3 hours later, we're still here at 1:40. An indication, though, that the center is filling up a bit. That pressure now up to 945 millibars. But this is key. And I mentioned that it will prolong the impacts of what is still a major hurricane, even though it's on shore. Those winds are still up there, and they're going to lead to considerably more power outages. Kelly just reported that we're now up over 1.1 million customers without power in Florida, so a 7-figure number, and one that is still trending upward significantly. Thankfully, the pressure is trending upward too, indicating the weakening trend of Hurricane Ian. It's a slow process, though, and because it's a slow process, you've got hurricane warnings coast to coast, from southwest Florida, where we had our landfall, now all the way over to the Space Coast and points north from there up to Daytona Beach. Keep in mind, I-4 is right about there, and then I guess up to Daytona Beach. So you go Tampa, Orlando, Daytona Beach. Hurricane warnings are up because the National Hurricane Center and the National Weather Service are expecting hurricane conditions for a period in this corridor. Hurricane conditions will take down more trees, more power lines, and lead to much more power outages. So that will be trending upward, as I mentioned. Here is the latest forecast path from the National Hurricane Center. This was a new one that came out at 5 p.m. You do see the weakening trend, but by tomorrow evening, we're talking about 24 hours from now, this is still a tropical storm somewhere in here. So this is approaching now the Space Coast or farther north from there on the Florida coastline. From there, it curves back up and perhaps brings a significant surge to Georgia and South Carolina. Katie?
All right, Ian, thanks a lot. Yeah, let's talk about what's happening as far as some of this rain goes. And I want to show you the bands right now. This is a flash flood warning, by the way, until 7:15, okay, until 7:15 tonight. It is for Charlotte, Manatee, and Sarasota counties. This is down I-75, going to be deeply impacted there near Port Charlotte. Now, as we look at the estimated rain that we've had in the last 12 hours, it is really impressive. I don't have to tell you that if you live there. I'm sure you've heard, but I hope you've evacuated. I hope you're watching this from somewhere else, okay? If you haven't, either way, near Port Charlotte there on the west side, 12 to 18 inches of rain is what we've estimated we've seen in the last 12 hours. Up towards Sarasota, 8 to 12 inches of rain. Zooming out all the way from Sarasota to Fort Myers over to Melbourne, Fort Pierce, and West Palm, you're seeing anywhere from 2 inches to about 12 inches. And listen, there's a lot of rain left to come down, so this is nowhere near over. We can't take a deep breath yet, all right, which is why we're going to track this diligently so you know what to expect. In fact, the top rain totals in the last 24 hours, they near 10 inches. Look at this, and you'll see really close to it for Coral Springs and Delray Beach, pretty close to it for Homestead and St. James City, and really just over 9 in Margate. Just over 9, that's a huge deal, okay? All of this is a huge deal. As we look here in the last 24 hours for Sunrise, University of Miami, Sanibel, Davie, and Sunny Isle Beach, we are looking at just close to 9 inches of rain. Kelly, we've really seen an enormous amount of rain. Social media proves that. The videos alone, Robert Ray's report proves that. We have got a long way to go before the residents of Florida can breathe deep again. Again, I hope most people are out of there, but if you're not, well, we're certainly praying for you.
Right. If flash flooding occurs in your location, get to higher ground immediately. This is not just a coastal threat. Hey, you're looking at Fort Myers, Florida. This is live. Look at that gauge there blowing around. That is some extreme wind, and it's not hard to see those incredible waves as well. Still an incredibly dangerous situation we've got going on. But again, I did mention this is not just a coastal threat. A lot of this is inland as well. With that, I do want to toss it over to Fox Weather reporter Katie Byrne, who's in Orlando. Katie, you look pretty wet. It's very windy out there. What's going on?
You know, I think the rain has actually died down a little bit in the last few minutes, but the wind is definitely gusting. And this is the most action really we've been seeing since early this morning, raining on and off. But now you've got the wind mixed in, and then you start to feel those hurricane conditions. But we're still not expected to really feel those hurricane level impacts until overnight and early tomorrow morning. So this just gives you an idea, being 100+ miles away from where the eye of the storm is, the impacts that we're seeing this far away, the radius that the storm has. And what's interesting about Orlando is the fact that so many people came from Southwest Florida, parts of Southwest Florida, and came over here as a bit of a safe haven to look for a place to stay, a hotel to stay at, and ride out this storm. But as it turns out, those hurricane warnings last night expanded more inland, and people ended up having to ride out the storm here in Orlando, too. I can tell you the hotel downstairs, very busy with people. People are hunkering down at the Disney resorts. People are being asked to shelter in place because the parks are closed today and tomorrow, Universal Studios as well. But I want to give you a little bit of a look of what's around me. You can see the leaves on some of these trees blowing in this wind, and so it's something we've been watching now for several hours. We're not seeing the trees snapping rather at all, but it's something that we're going to monitor, pay attention to as we continue to ride out the storm from Orlando, which really tomorrow I think will be the big story when we're talking about this city. But we've been talking about this all day. Being in a city compared to those coastal areas really only takes Category 1 strength hurricane winds to have real major damage in a city like Orlando, and we're dealing with a Category 4 storm here. Guys?
All right, let's talk about a lot of storm reports because we've got a lot coming in. We want to tell you about the most significant ones. Take a look at North Naples. The North Naples Hospital, Ambulance Bay, and helipad are under several feet of water. Now, their emergency department is still accessible through an alternate entrance, but their Ambulance Bay and helipad under several feet of water. So it's not just residents that are dealing with this, right? We also have our first responders dealing with the same conditions that people are asking for help with. This is Vanderbilt Beach. You can see Solaris Healthcare Imperial reported that water was rising rapidly within just 2 feet of their facility. 86 residents and 60 staff members are on site there right now. So we do have more reports to tell you about. Naples Fire Station is completely flooded, and almost all of the equipment is going to have significant water damage. Not hard to imagine why. Naples Municipal Airport EMS station has been evacuated due to rising water on the roadways there. In Naples, their brush fire trucks were transported to a hospital in northern Collier County. The location is just an estimate, but Naples is where most of our storm reports are coming in from right now. Of course, storm surge is the most devastating with this. The last check was 6.2 feet, but that gauge did go out. It is likely higher than 6.2 feet. I'm 5'7", I got 2-inch heels on. That makes me 5'9", which means that is over my head in Fort Myers. You can see it's not too bad on the southeast coast there, but this is record storm surge water levels for Fort Myers, Florida. Keep in mind this, normally when you break a record, you break it very closely to the previous record. Look at the second, third, fourth, and fifth place storm surge records that you can see for Fort Myers. Gabrielle was 3.36 feet. Below that was just 0.03 feet. That's just inches below that. And we drop another few inches below that for the fourth and fifth location. But look how much the new record is, folks. We are at 6.2 feet, and it's likely could potentially get higher than that. 6.2 feet when the previous records were in the 3 feet range. That is a roughly doubling of the previous record of storm surge that you saw there. So here's the current storm surge potential. You're showing me Naples. Yes, East Naples is where all the reports are. Thank you for that update. And you can see around it, on the coastal areas, you still have that potential for over 9 feet. So the record we broke was 6.2 feet. The previous records were 3 feet. We still have that potential for over 9 feet of storm surge. Remember, storm surge is not the rain falling. That's not the flash flooding that occurs from the rain falling. The storm surge is the abnormal rise of the water level due to the winds of a storm pushing on the sea surface. So you can see North Road, U.S. Highway 41 in Naples. You are all included in that over 9-foot storm surge potential. I'm trying to read some others. Fifth Avenue, Central Avenue is included in this. Closer to 4th Avenue, 2nd Avenue, you're seeing more up to 9 feet. The red is over 9 feet of storm surge. 5th Avenue is there. Este Avenue is included in that over 9-foot storm surge. So these images that we're looking at are just incredible. The top wind reports we've seen so far, Cape Coral, 135-mile-per-hour winds. You can see Redfish Pass, 126-mile-per-hour winds. Punta Gorda, 123, Cape Coral, 122, and Pelican Bay, 112-mile-per-hour winds. Now, I know it can be very difficult to try to imagine what a 135-mile-per-hour wind is like, but that's comparable to tornado-like winds we're dealing with, and a tornado moves through rather quickly, right? When it comes to hurricanes, though, and tropical systems, these are extended periods of time they're dealing with these winds, which is why, Kiana, we have so many power outages.
Yeah, we sure do. That number just continues to rise. Now looking at well over 1 million power outages throughout the state of Florida. So we'll go ahead and get to some of those now. The top list here that has the most power outages so far are just within Fort Myers, Lee County to be exact. A number of communities now in that category of 75% of the communities are without power. That stretches right along I-75 all the way down to the south of that, down south of Fort Myers, and then off further inland to the east as well. And this is just as Ian continues to work its way on land and push across parts of the peninsula. As we take a look out towards a live capture of Port Charlotte right now, you're noticing those winds just continue to be whipped around there. Those are the high winds that are whipping those trees that we're talking about. These trees are then falling on power poles, and that is what's leading to this uptick in these power outages. And we noticed that, as I mentioned, Lee County still topping that list as one of the top counties without power right now. About 72% of the county is without power. Charlotte not too far behind at around 64%. But again, overall for the state of Florida, we're looking at 1.1 million customers now without power. So again, this is going to be a long period of time where you're going to be dealing with this. As we've been mentioning, Ian is producing winds well over 100 miles per hour. Will likely continue to do so as we head into the next couple of days. And if we look at this map here, this is pretty much a forecast of who's likely possible or even within that category to see widespread outages. You'll notice that right through central Florida, we continue with that percentage of the counties that will likely see widespread outages. Further off to the north of that, now we're getting into Georgia as well as South Carolina, all under that likely risk. And this map takes us through Saturday. So we're looking at a number of days without power. And this is why we will likely continue to see these high wind gusts through the next couple of days. And remember, when we talk to Florida Power and Light, they let us know that, hey, we won't be sending crews out until we get those winds below 35 miles per hour and the storm passes by the state of Florida. Well, we're not doing that anytime soon. As we take a look at some of the winds with our Fox model here, that'll show us when we'll likely see those winds calmer than maybe 50 to 60 miles per hour. That's not anytime soon. Through the overnight hours tonight, we're still looking at winds well over 100 miles per hour a little further off to the north. That includes Tampa. Further inland out towards Palm Bay, you also have a category there where you're looking at winds at around 50 to 60 mile per hour. These are the gusts, by the way. So again, those occasional gusts that just continue to whip through these communities. Orlando, you're not too far off of that line that has this system moving further inland and bringing in winds up to 60, maybe 70, 80 miles per hour as we take a look at the gusts. Jacksonville, you'll be next. Tallahassee, you're right on the cusp of 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts heading throughout Thursday. Into Friday, Ian continues to ride up the East Coast now, moving towards areas like Savannah, Brunswick, out towards Charleston, South Carolina, Wilmington, also in that category of seeing those wind gusts up to at least 40 miles per hour. But focus in on this shading of yellow. From Jacksonville through Charleston, we're looking at wind gusts between 60 to 100 miles per hour. That will certainly continue to uptick those power outages. And this is, again, another look at some of those hurricane force gusts that we can expect, or even force winds out towards Melbourne into the overnight hours into tomorrow. So Orlando, you're looking at gusts, whereas out towards Melbourne, you're looking at winds, sustained winds to be exact. That continues through the early morning hours throughout Thursday. So charge your phones now, charge your devices now if you still have that power. As we wake up tomorrow morning, if you're in Orlando and areas off to the north, you may not have that power as we head throughout parts of our Thursday. Kelly?
I'm actually going to toss it over to Ian for the latest.
Yeah, Kelly, Kiana, thank you. Let's get you updated with where we were with the landfall of this. We're going to get to some more reports from Naples coming up in just a moment. This is where it made landfall near Cayo Costa. 150 mile per hour maximum winds. That pressure was at 940 millibars. This was still a Category 4 hurricane when it made landfall, and right now it's a Category 4 hurricane. This is more than 2 hours now beyond landfall. So again, this is a storm that's maintaining its intensity, and as it does so, it brings those hurricane conditions, perhaps major hurricane force gusts still, to interior areas. Some of that, look at that now, is spreading into southern portions of the Tampa Bay area. That's Sarasota and DeSoto counties. Look at that arc of very heavy rain, lightning within that. Venice over I-75, where it makes that curve to the east across southern parts of Sarasota County, and farther inland from there into places like Arcadia, all of which are seeing very heavy rain. We've started to see some of the power outage numbers across the southern half of the Tampa Bay area. South of I-4, those numbers have been bumped up considerably. Seth, if we can, let's widen this out a little bit. We'll show some of the impacts on the southern periphery of this, because we still have that significant onshore flow. And because of that, we've got the tide coming in still in Fort Myers with that high tide cycle. The next one is at 6:45. We're still about an hour and 15 minutes from the high astronomical tide. Plus, of course, this component of onshore wind, which is still very significant in these areas. Farther off to the south, down towards Naples, that's where earlier we showed you that video of the Naples Fire Rescue rescuing that woman. They were pulling her through what looked to be waist-deep water into the firehouse there. That was that's their Fire Station 1. That is now completely flooded. We saw that. It was up to at least about 2/3 of the way up the stairs in the first floor of their fire station, Fire Station 1. Naples Airport, the EMS office there, emergency services, that was also evacuated because of flooding. The North Naples Ambulance Bay and helipad, both of those are underwater, so that eliminates the possibility of air rescues, of course, from Naples. You couldn't do those right now anyway because of the hurricane conditions that are ongoing. But that's why in the last couple of days, when we heard from President Biden, we heard from Governor DeSantis, all of these emergency response crews had to be stationed elsewhere, and that's done strategically. Of course, we're going to see the worst of the impacts across the middle portion of the peninsula, but those crews that have come to help are staged elsewhere. So immediately, once it's safe, they can filter in and help all these folks that have been impacted by the storm. That's the video right there that I was referencing. So you've got the fire rescue teams rescuing that woman. Look at them holding their gear up over their heads. The water looks to be more than waist deep, halfway up their chest, all those people there. As they're trudging through that water, I wanted to show you the end of the video because I believe where they eventually walk into must be Fire Station 1, where we got the report of it now being completely flooding. So here we go. They walk through the door. The water is halfway up the door. As they go in, look at the stairwell. It gives you even more, a little bit more perspective of how much water has found its way into Naples Fire Station 1. They've had record storm surge, record water rise right there in Naples. It's up over 6 feet. It was more than 6 feet when the gauge failed. The previous record was Irma that made landfall very close by, Marco Island, just off to the south and east of there. That's what I was talking about. The water there is about halfway up that first stairwell. So clearly significant flooding across the whole first floor of Fire Station 1. They're still making rescues, doing the fantastic work that first responders do, heroes in situations like this. But you just have to acknowledge how much harder it is for them to do their jobs when they're facing the same elements that have put the lives in danger of all the people from Major Hurricane Ian as it's moved on shore. Here we are right now. You've got the eye. It's approaching now I-75. It's directly over I-75 in Charlotte and Lee counties, and it continues to move north-northeast at about 9 miles per hour. Look at this rain, and these numbers will go up. That's the corridor of heavy rain that the forecast models had suggested, that stripe of red, 12 to 18 inches of rain. Of course, one of the hardest hit spots, Fort Myers. Let's go back to Will Nunley in Fort Myers. Will, last time we talked to you, you were experiencing some of the strongest winds that you had throughout this entire storm. Now those winds are out of the west, and it looks like they're clearly still pretty intense.
Yeah, and just completely shift directions, which introduces, by the way, all new hazards, because things that may have held up out of the wind in one direction, boy, you can hear things falling. I don't know if you can hear that, of more parts of this roof falling around us. Things that may have been holding on from one direction, now it's essentially coming at us from the complete opposite direction. Everything, turning into a projectile. Look at, things like this metal bar from these flag poles that are coming down. We're also thinking about the 1 million people without power at this point. And I'm telling you, the next thing that's happening, because it's starting to even affect us, here's part of a roof that just came off. There's part of the siding from a nearby building taking flight. That's why we have to be blocked by our vehicle and by our own, at least, posts here. You don't want to be caught up in that. But in addition to the power outages that we have right now and the infrastructure that's being damaged, the cell phones, you have to think about people that are trying to reach loved ones and let them know that they're okay, or the people who are asking to be rescued. we've had emergency alerts going off on our phones with emergency officials saying we cannot get out and do rescues right now, and they're not sure when they're going to be able to do those rescues. You can imagine that's some terrifying news for people to get on their mobile device as they are waiting and trying to wait out this storm. But this is a constantly changing, constantly evolving, chaotic scene that's taking place all throughout this city and now numerous cities up along the coast here. We're trying to get to a point, when this storm calms down, to get to some of these areas that have seen some of this storm surge and bring you some of those images, but it's going to be very difficult because of the lack of cell phone service. And that is affecting not only us, of course, but again, all the people at home and the emergency workers trying to communicate with one another. So that's a serious piece of the infrastructure right now that is being bothered by this. We're expected to probably get an update on that type of service when we hear from Governor Ron DeSantis shortly, and he may even elaborate a little bit more on these power outages, because poweroutage.us again telling the Fox Weather Command just a few moments ago that we're looking at nearly 1 million people without power. And when you look at what it's doing here, let's just swing around, and I want to keep showing off what's happening with this intersection of all of these traffic lights crashing down. You know, when we started broadcasting from here earlier today, I thought, you know, we have some really well-built infrastructure. You can tell these are supported by concrete poles. It appears to really be well-built, but it just has not been any match for the wind, for the power that we have here with these lights, these signs, these massive signs attached to these buildings just peeling off and taking flight. Back to you.
All right, we do have the latest information on some power outages, by the way. Just saw a dramatic jump from 1.2 to nearly 1.3 million customers without power. And keep in mind, each customer is a home or a business, which means there are multiple people or family members in each home. We are, by the way, waiting right now. Of course, we'll bring it to you live when we get it. We are waiting for a press conference from Governor Ron DeSantis with any updates on what's happening around Florida. But for now, we're going to talk about Hurricane Ian. We still have those significant winds, still Category 4 strength, as we mentioned. And we've got movement around north-northeast at 8 miles per hour.
Yeah, I was actually just looking down at the power outages. I was wondering what caused that big spike up. It looks like Pinellas County, which previously only had about 30,000, is now up to about 137,000 customers without power. So a significant jump now as some of those stronger winds reach the Tampa Bay area. I believe now we have the acting director of the National Hurricane Center with us, Jamie Rome. Jamie, do we have you?
Yep, I'm here.
Thank you so much for joining us here on Fox Weather. And we've been talking the last couple of days. We had mentioned that the significant threat from Ian, among the many others, was going to be a potentially historic storm surge. It looks like that's exactly what's unfolded across parts of the Southwest Florida coastline.
Yeah, unfortunately it did, and you've seen the footage coming in on social media. Experience tells me that it's not until a day or so after the event that you really see the full extent of the disaster. So as shocking as those images are that you're seeing coming in from points Naples, points north, when the sun comes up tomorrow, I suspect it's going to be even worse.
I've got a question for you. We are still seeing that Ian is holding its Category 4 status now that it's moved over land. Is this something we were anticipating for it to last this long as a Category 4?
Yeah, it'll begin to weaken in earnest over the next several hours as it moves inland. But what will not weaken, and you can almost see it in the radar imagery here, you can see this enhancement of the reflectivity starting to the north, and this is what's going to put down the significant rainfall that we're predicting along into the north of the track, especially along the I-4 corridor. You can see these heavy rains and winds starting to move into the Tampa and Lakeland area, so things are going to go downhill quickly as the sun sets.
Jamie, I want to go back to the storm surge for a moment, and a lot of those projections are based off high tide, which we haven't seen yet in Southwest Florida. In Fort Myers, for instance, it's coming up at 6:45. We've seen that wind direction shift. There's been a little degradation of that southern eye wall, but do you think we've seen the worst of the storm surge in some of those areas, or do you think the water is still going to be rising for a stretch as we're getting closer to high tide?
In some areas, for example, Naples down here, now that it's out of the eye wall, things may start to improve over the next several hours. But you can see Naples and Fort Myers here, the winds are still shoving that water inland. And as the tide comes up, things could get even worse in the next couple hours.
And now we talked about how the storm's maintaining its intensity. You had issued the storm surge warnings for the other side of the state, the northeast Atlantic coastline of Florida, perhaps up to Georgia and South Carolina. Is that a big concern moving forward? You'll be monitoring how intense and broad this storm remains?
Yeah, so to your latter point, the size, this orange area here denotes the size of the wind field. And look how expansive it is. And if you just sort of project that wind field along, you can see it's going to impact almost all of the Florida peninsula, save the extreme panhandle over here. But then wrap back into the southeast and impact Georgia and South Carolina.
Can you speak to when we're expecting the worst of the storm surge in the Georgia and South Carolina area?
That would be out here in Friday. So as Ian moves back over land here on Friday, so early Friday, the worst storm surge on this projection would probably be during the day on Friday.
Are we anticipating any evacuation with that? Are you expecting it to be bad enough for that?
It's hard to know. The evacuations are ordered by local officials or local emergency managers. I'm sure they're poring over the forecast and information that we're putting out and making those decisions as we speak.
And just lastly, you mentioned the wind field of this. So it's maintaining itself fairly well and will all the way up into central Florida. We're already up over 1.3 million people without power. Are you expecting that number to still rise dramatically as we move through the overnight and throughout the day Thursday?
Oh yeah, as the core of the damaging winds push northward and start approaching the densely populated I-4 corridor, you're likely to see significant power outages through the night.
Jamie Rome, Acting Director with the National Hurricane Center, we appreciate your time and your expertise very much, and we certainly hope that as we move on through the next couple days, we can see this weaken a little bit faster, but we know that forecast is brutal. Thank you very much. We get some new video now in from Marco Island, just off to the southeast of Naples. Time lapse, and we're watching that water coming. If you look at one of the pilings, that gives you a little perspective. First time I'm seeing this, and this is one of those cameras placed previous to the event. You can watch that camera. Okay, this is until the camera went out, and you can clearly see why it went out as the water was coming in and the conditions were getting worse and worse in those areas. So yeah, a wild perspective to see those clouds rushing in, those rain bands, and that water getting higher and higher. Look at the dock on the right side of the screen. That's what I've been staring at, just this little gauge of the water rise. And clearly it looks like it's getting swallowed up right about there. So this is some incredible video in from Marco Island, and it is crazy to think about just the coverage of the areas that are dealing with this. Marco Island through Naples, all the way up now through into southern portions of Sarasota County, where we're seeing this very, very heavy rain right now, but that surge devastating all the way up through places like Fort Myers, Punta Gorda, Cape Coral, all of these spots seeing that significant water rise. Kelly?
Right, and you get the storm surge, and then you get the incredible amounts of rain on top of that, both of those things combining to create those horrific conditions. Here's the latest on Hurricane Ian. By the way, we're still awaiting that press conference from Governor Ron DeSantis. If that happens, you're going to hear me stop abruptly and then toss to that. But we've got 140 mile per hour winds still moving north-northeast around 8 miles per hour. Central pressure is 945 millibars. Average air pressure is closer to 1013 millibars. 945 is pretty low. Okay, let's talk about the latest with Hurricane Ian. Yes, obviously the focus right now is all across Florida, but there are a lot of locations post-Florida that are still going to get some significant impacts from Ian. So I do want to tell you about that. Ian is going to be taking a trek to the northeast across the state of Florida. So Thursday morning, this line here to the southwest of Orlando, 85 mile per hour sustained winds. By Thursday evening, afternoon, 65 mile per hour winds. Then it is going to move over the water. Now, here's the problem with that. This water is still relatively warm, so it's not going to significantly weaken post that. In fact, it's going to be staying at that strength. As I mentioned, we are going to go over now to Governor Ron DeSantis for the latest on the updates there. Let's get to that.
Florida, Lee, Charlotte, and counties even beyond that. We have seen life-threatening storm surge, as was predicted. We've also seen major flooding in places like Collier County, Sanibel, Fort Myers Beach. You're also seeing inland flooding because of the inundation that you're seeing. So some of the counties in the interior of the state are seeing major water events as well. We do know that Lee, Hendry, and Glades 911 call centers are being rerouted. Those comms are down, so calls are being answered, and teams and the people that are calling are being noted, and then those local first responders will deploy as soon as it's safe to do so. Now, obviously, local responders can make decisions, but by and large, until the storm passes, they are not going to go into a situation for rescue and put their own folks at risk. And so we know that there are folks who are in the really high risk zone A evacuation zones who did not evacuate. Some have called in, and those people are being logged, and there will be a response, but it's likely going to take a little time for this storm to move forward so that it's safe for the first responders to be able to do. We are getting reports, but it's going to take a little bit more time to know exactly in terms of structural damage, but we are getting some reports of structural damage in both Lee and Charlotte counties, but I would say overwhelmingly, it's been that surge that has been the biggest issue and the flooding that has resulted as a result of that. In some areas, we think it's hit 12 feet. Now, it is our meteorologists' view that the storm surge has likely peaked and will likely, be less in the coming hours than it has been up to this point. But we know that this has been a big storm, and it's done a lot of damage as it is. It is going to continue to move through the state of Florida. You're going to see hurricane-force winds in places in central Florida, perhaps. It's clearly a very strong tropical storm all the way until it exits the Florida Peninsula in the Atlantic Ocean. There are, as much as we're focused on Southwest Florida, very important, obviously, when you have a storm of this nature. I think at landfall, it's going to be behind only the Labor Day hurricane, Hurricane Andrew, and Hurricane Michael in terms of intensity. I think we're going to end up seeing that. It may end up being a Category 5, but at a minimum, it's going to be a very strong Category 4 that's going to rank as one of the top 5 hurricanes to ever hit the Florida Peninsula. So that damage is ongoing. It's very, very important. But the fact is, there's going to be damage throughout the whole state, and people in other parts of the state, be prepared for some impacts. And you are seeing counties in different parts of the state issue evacuation orders. Clay County in Northeast Florida, which we do anticipate some major flooding events in Northeast Florida. I think folks that are familiar with the St. Johns River know that when you have weather like this, you will see this. And so Clay County has issued mandatory evacuations of low-lying areas along the St. Johns River. Flagler County has issued mandatory evacuations of its barrier islands, low-lying areas, and mobile homes. Nassau has issued evacuation orders for low-lying areas. St. Johns County is evacuating coastal and low-lying areas, including the city of St. Augustine, as well as the city of St. Augustine Beach. Putnam County has recommended evacuation for low-lying areas and areas that have a history of flooding. And Sumter County is advising evacuations of mobile homes. And so those are places that are hundreds and hundreds of miles away from the initial impact in Southwest Florida, and yet they are having to evacuate folks that are living in vulnerable areas. We have over 1.1 million reported power outages. Now, there are crews that are still working outside of Southwest Florida, but just understand that number is going to grow. You're going to see more power outages as this storm moves through the center part of our state and before it exits into the Atlantic coast. There are 100 portable cell phone towers ready to be deployed into Southwest Florida once it is safe to enter and should that be needed. We want to make sure people are staying out of the way of emergency crews and out of floodwaters and away from all down power lines. As soon as emergency crews can get in, they are going to get in. As soon as it's safe to go and clear the roadways, Florida Department of Transportation is going to go in and clear those roadways. These are all on standby. They are ready to go. They understand the importance of a really, really quick response. As I mentioned earlier today, we have now officially sent the letter with the request to the Biden administration for a major disaster declaration for all 67 counties, requesting the federal government do 100% reimbursement up front for 60 days to ensure that we can quickly move forward into this response and recovery phase. And I know sometimes they wait till different damage assessments are made, but in this situation, you got a massive Category 4 storm that you compare Charlie to this. This is way, way, way bigger than Charlie. It was as strong as Charlie coming in, but Charlie was much smaller. So this is a big one, and I think we all know there's going to be major impacts. We are, not only are there 42,000 linemen, they are positioned all across the state of Florida. As soon as it's safe to go, those personnel are going to go in to resume power, and that's something that's very, very important. In terms of rescue efforts, obviously there's robust efforts in each of these counties. I mean, some of these are major counties in our state, like Lee County, Collier County. They've got great response teams. The state of Florida, we are providing a lot of support that's staged and ready to go. We have almost 250 aircraft, more than 1,600 high water vehicles, and more than 300 boats of all drafts and sizes, including 250 already stationed in the major impacted areas, and nearly 50 that are staged and immediately ready to come in. And so with water this high, these operations may need to be waterborne operations. Now, there are some where you're going to need to use the water to get to some of the barrier islands anyways. But you look at like Collier County, I mean, downtown Naples is flooded. That's probably going to subside as the time goes on, but they're prepared for a lot of different eventualities. We're thankful for the states that have sent us resources, and we're very, very appreciative of them stepping up and helping Florida. As this storm passes your community, understand it's still a very hazardous situation. You're going to have down power lines. You're going to have a possibility of harm's way because of standing water, misuse of generators. I asked the Department of Emergency Management, Kevin, to produce for me the rundown of the fatalities through direct impacts of storms versus the aftermath. And in Hurricane Irma, there were 7 fatalities directly because of the storm, and there were 77 that were a result of post-storm. And a lot of that is standing water, down power lines, misuse of generators. So please just take precaution. Obviously, a ferocious storm coming in, very hazardous, very ominous. We know the life-threatening nature of that. But once the storm goes, once there is apparent calm, there are still plenty of hazards out there. So just please make sure that you're taking the proper precautions. I'm happy that Volunteer Florida has now activated the Florida Disaster Fund. Sometimes people say, hey, we want to help. What can we do? And there's really two things you can do. One, send some donations, money. The other can be donate your time. What's not helpful is sending items and sending things to us. We have a lot of stuff pre-positioned. If there's a need for other stuff, Kevin and his team will work. FEMA, all these other groups can work to provide that. But if you provide money to some volunteer organizations and charity groups, they can make a big impact in people's lives. And if you're willing to volunteer your time, there's going to be ways you can be put to work, because there's going to be a lot of people that are going to need help on the back end of this thing. So if you want to contribute, you can go to floridadisasterfund.org or text disaster to 20222. For those who want to come and volunteer, we have an official volunteer portal at Volunteer Florida, www.volunteerflorida.org, to find volunteer opportunities. This storm is doing a number on the state of Florida. It is going to continue to move through this state today and through much of tomorrow. and there's going to continue to be a number of adverse effects. I can tell you that as soon as it moves beyond Southwest Florida, you're going to see a massive surge of personnel and supplies to be able to help those who are in need, get people back on their feet, and help to rebuild those communities. Kevin?
Thank you, Governor. I think everybody should know that the governor is extremely committed to being involved in this response, and he was here with me till late last night, and he was here with me early this morning, and he has not been anywhere but very near me the entire time. So, Governor, thank you so much for your leadership in that area. I mean, it means a lot to me, and it means a lot to the leadership. As the governor said, Hurricane Ian has made landfall this afternoon as a Category 4. Winds of 155 miles an hour. I'm not going to read all the statistics that the governor has mentioned, but I'll bring a couple of new ones here. 1,100 resource requests have been we've received 1,100 resource requests. We have fulfilled 900 of those. Again, the difference of the 200 is stuff that we just cannot get out on the road right now. We're working as quickly as possible to address those needs. We have well over 200 shelters open. We have 42,000 restoration personnel. We literally have, with first responders across the state and additional ones coming in, there's well over 10,000 responders statewide ready to do stuff. As the storm makes its way across Florida, I remind Floridians to stay indoors if you're in the path of the storm. If you're sheltering in place in the path of a storm and you still have power and Wi-Fi, please visit floridadisaster.org/info to fill out our shelter-in-place survey. We've had a lot of people answer that and give us that information. That helps us provide critical information to first responders about the demographics of your household so that they can aid your family as soon as possible. Please keep in mind that first responders may not be able to immediately enter impacted areas to assist you due to the safety hazards. I will say we are planning a 3-prong response to handle that specific issue. We have personnel staged to come in via ground, via vehicles. We have personnel staged to come in via air with aerial deployed search and rescue assets. And then we also have the Coast Guard and the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission ready to come in by sea for those barrier islands and beachfront properties. So we will have a response mechanism that involves all 3 of those arms. Shelter in place survey, again, I just reiterated, is floridadisaster.org/info. If you need immediate assistance, please dial 911. That site is not a replacement for 911. If it is calm outside, you may be in the eye of the storm. As the eye of the storm continues to move inland, is getting ready to enter areas such as Hendry County, Glades County. Do not go outside if all of a sudden the wind stops. In this situation, that means you're in the eye of the hurricane. Seek shelter immediately. Get into an interior room and protect yourself. Do not walk or drive through flooded areas. Floodwaters can stall your car and sweep you and your car away in the blink of an eye. We received reports of isolated tornadoes across east central Florida. If you're in a tornado warning, again, seek an interior room free of windows, get low, and put something over the top of your head to protect yourself. If a tornado warning, self-deployments. We do not want individuals self-deploying out on their own. That is very, very dangerous. Leave that to the professionals that are trained in how to do that. Do not take your personal boat out in these situations. We do not want to have to respond to yet another problem. The governor mentioned there are more deaths as a result of indirect situations than the actual direct situation of storm surge wind at the beginning of a storm. So please, what we want you to do more than anything else is stay safe. Please be careful out there. Again, Governor, thank you.
Do we have the Cajun Navy? They're on the way, right?
There are reports that they are on the way.
So I think the Cajun Navy is on the way, and okay, there we go. I mean, look, we really welcome. I mean, those are some really battle-hardened folks, and so Florida welcomes their support, and honestly, particularly Louisiana, because they've dealt with so much, and so the governor's been great. And look, we've got a long way to go before this storm exits the state, and there's going to be a lot of need to get into these communities, particularly in Southwest Florida, and offer the immediate assistance. But I do think the three-pronged strategy, we're going in by ground, air, and by sea, means that all hands are on deck, and there's going to be people that are going to be in harm's way. And what I've said is, the folks were told in these areas of the hazards. They were given time to be able to make arrangements and to leave. Some chose not to do that. They would have probably been better off doing that. Nevertheless, if people are in harm's way, we're going to go and do whatever we can to help those folks. And so that is those operations are going to commence as soon as it's safe to do so. Certainly, I would say, no later than first thing in the morning.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, no later. As soon as it's light outside and people are able to do it, and then it begins with the clearing the roads, making sure that the electrical folks can get in there. I was able to thank a number of these linemen. We went over to Lake City, where a number of them are staged. These are great folks. They're coming from all across the country. I mean, I met people from Alabama, from Texas, from Louisiana. They're all coming to Florida. When we were driving back to Tallahassee from Lake City, I saw this beautiful sight of all these electrical vehicles coming where they had all the electrical equipment on. And these are folks that are going to help put people's power back on. It was just a procession of them. So we talked about 42,000. I'll bet you after today, there's probably going to be significantly even more. So you really are seeing just a great logistical effort to put all hands on deck in this response. Okay, any questions?
Yeah, Governor, you mentioned getting calls from people who have not evacuated, calls for help. About how many calls people were we talking about here?
Kevin, you want to take that?
So right now, I don't want to give you a solid number because it'd be a guess. I know earlier today we had the initial report was 21, and then we, because of the 911 issues in that Southwest Florida area, we had one small rural county that was answering calls for the larger county, saying that they had hundreds of calls. So I can't really quantify that right now, but just go off the words that the emergency management directors at the local level told me.
Sorry. Yes.
Have you spoken to the president at all about getting that 100% coverage? I mean, has he? I know there's a lot of folks out there who are pushing for Florida to get that 100% coverage, but I know.
So when we spoke yesterday, I mean, he said, all hands on deck, that he wants to be helpful, and he said, ask whatever you need, ask us. He was inviting us to request support, and so that we think that this is probably the best thing that we can get at this juncture, given what we're dealing with, and so hopefully we'll get a favorable response on that.
Mr. Guthrie mentioned this earlier, but this is obviously a big flooding event, and a lot of these places might not have flood insurance. Do you have a sense of, how exposed a lot of these people are who don't have coverage from flood insurance?
Not yet, but I think the issue is significant in the sense that these are not people that necessarily live in a quote flood zone. They live and they're asked, the realtor says, you're not in a flood zone. Well, they're not going to get the flood insurance. And I totally understand why people don't do that. But just because you're not in a, quote, flood zone does not mean that you're not at risk of a catastrophic event like this. And so I think you're going to see some clearly. How many, that remains to be seen. Now, there are programs that FEMA has to try to provide relief for people, but it is not going to be commensurate to having had a policy. And so this is an issue that we're going to have to deal with. But I do think it will be something, because we deal with this in other storms across the country, including Florida. When you have this about the homeowners policy will cover certain things, but the flood policy covers probably the most significant risk for most homeowners in Florida, given the risk of flooding that we have in so many different parts of our state. So we're sensitive to that. There's obviously going to be some folks that are going to be in need of support and relief, and we're obviously going to work as best we can. I will say that people have been asking about some of the overall homeowners insurance with like Citizens. Citizens, I think right now they're between $6 and $7 billion of surplus. They're modeling based on paying out a lot of money in claims for this, was that they would still have between $4 and $5 billion in surplus, and so they view themselves as being able to weather this. Individual carriers, they have to go through a stress test to be able to have their policies approved, and so this year they had tested under a direct impact on Tampa Bay, and what would happen. And so they have policies, they have reinsurance, we have our RAP program, and of course the CAT fund. But for citizens, they feel very strongly that they're going to be able to handle this and still have pretty significant reserves. Okay, thanks so much. I'll see you guys.
And it is the top of the hour here on Fox Weather. You've been watching a press conference with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, and continuing coverage on Fox Weather, Hurricane Ian, that powerful Category 4 hurricane, making landfall earlier this afternoon, just after 3 o'clock Eastern time. This was near Cayo Costa. That's in southwest Florida. It had maximum sustained winds 150 miles per hour, and that's now tied for the 5th strongest hurricane on record to make landfall in the U.S.
And Stephen, just after landfall, the city of Punta Gorda, Florida, recorded a wind gust of 124 miles per hour. Those powerful winds created a record storm surge in Fort Myers, knocking out power to more than 1 million people. And the storm is not over just yet. Heavy rain and damaging winds are in the forecast for the entire state of Florida as the slow-moving storm continues to make its way further to the north. And right now, the storm, as you can see, is continuing to just churn and barrel on land. You can see there's the eye of the storm starting to get a little bit less disorganized as it's moving on land, and it's quickly losing its steam. But really just a powerful storm as we're still dealing with life-threatening storm surge, very heavy rain, and those very, very destructive winds. So we want to thank you for joining us on Fox Weather on this very active Wednesday evening. I'm Kendall Smith.
And I'm Stephen Morgan. Yeah, you've had a team of meteorologists here all afternoon long. We'll be guiding you through the evening. Of course, our coverage guided, unfortunately, by this powerful hurricane, Kendall, which made landfall earlier this afternoon. And as you had mentioned, it's now at slow movement to the north and to the northeast. That's concerning. However, we still have a powerful hurricane that's moving over land, the Florida Peninsula, as we speak.
Yes, we certainly do. And that's what we're really the most concerned with at this time. You can see those images on your screen. This is coming out of Naples, Florida. You can see that this is a fire department that is just completely submerged right now in water. And unfortunately, that means all of that equipment has suffered extensive water damage. So scenes like this we have been seeing all afternoon long. And unfortunately, it's just going to continue to increase as we head into the next few hours. So let's bring in right now Hurricane Specialist Brian Norcross for the very latest on what's going on. Brian.
Hi, Kendall, and good afternoon, everybody. Unfortunately, everything that we had been talking about the last few days is now coming to pass in a very extreme kind of way. The situation, as you've seen in Southwest Florida, is desperate in many communities, and it's only just beginning. This is going to be a multi-phase disaster as this system moves towards central Florida, and it's going to take just a long time for it to move out of the picture, and Floridians not have to deal with it. Here we are. As of the 6 o'clock advisory, top winds now estimated to be down to 130 miles per hour, moving north-northeast at 8. So the forward speed continues just to tick down, and we can see that when we look at it close up. It was moving at 10, and then 9, and then 8. And, the horrible part of that is I just did on Facebook and YouTube a long Q&A with lots of our viewers and friends. And people just want to know in Southwest Florida, when's it going to be over? How much longer? How much longer? Well, I'm going to show you that when we look at the radar here, and you can get an idea. But with it moving this slowly, it's just going to take a good while. Now, so for example, see that little bend there? First of all, we have these flash flood warnings in effect, so I should address what the green boxes are. That's flash flooding because of the tremendous amount of rain. So whenever you get a slow-moving storm with intense rain in it, you get flooding because it just rains and rains. And if you notice that one down to the bottom, which is a new one, that's including Sanibel Island here and Captiva Island here, where the storm surge has covered much of the island. So you have this flash flooding from rain, I assume, unless they're putting up a flash flood warning for storm surge. Well, anyway, it's a nightmare there for people that elected to stay, even though that was an evacuation zone. But talking about the rest of the issue, if you look at let me widen this out some. So imagine now, let me see. Hold on just 1 second. It takes the system a minute to back up. There we go. Okay. I don't know why it takes that long, but it does. Okay. So what I was going to show you is that folks in Fort Myers are asking me how long until this thing is over. Well, you have to get past this eye wall. And so the wind is actually going to pick up here pretty soon, and it's really going to blow. It's going to come in initially from the west, and then it's going to come in from the northwest, and eventually it's going to come from a more northerly direction in Fort Myers. That will at least stop the storm surge, but it's really going to blow, and in a dangerous kind of way. And it's going to take, I don't know, a couple hours at least, maybe more, into the evening, certainly. The little bit of good news for people in Southwest Florida that does not apply to people in Central Florida is the back end here has gotten eroded by dry air, and you can see the dry air actually goes up in here. So this is going to mean that it will be more over for Southwest Florida sooner than it would have been if that dry air hadn't been able to reach in there. And that also means that South Florida, Miami-Dade, Broward, Palm Beach County, is going to get less effect. The bands that are down there are going to be in that dry air. This really is going to be a north of the center kind of scenario. So here is the timing. Tomorrow morning, it's not that far away, but it should be improving in the Fort Myers, Southwest Florida metropolitan area. And then it pushes in towards Central Florida. And you see, so here's the morning, here's the evening, and here's Friday morning. So it's all the way, it's already starting in Central Florida. It gets worse tomorrow, and then it slowly lets up on Thursday. That's the schedule for Central Florida. You see the winds going down, but the gusts will go up. So with 65-mile-an-hour winds, we expect hurricane-force gusts, so hurricane warnings for Central Florida. And then moving north, and so we also have this threat here along the southeast, southern South Carolina coast and the Georgia coast. Even though the winds aren't especially daunting, the big issue here is going to be rain and storm surge, and we'll talk about the storm surge here in just 1 second. There is the core of the rain, and notice it's over the Orlando-Daytona Beach I-4 corridor, and notice that purple there, 18 to 24 inches of rain, and with some areas getting 30 inches of rain. So this is an incredible flash flood situation. So watch as it comes. These are the hurricane force gusts in the orange here. Here it comes now. We're overnight tonight. Now we're 6 o'clock in the morning on Thursday, all over Central Florida. You see hurricane force gusts, and watch it slowly move away. This is noon tomorrow, still hurricane force gusts. And now storm surge into Jacksonville and Savannah and Charleston, and slowly moving away, still there tomorrow evening. So this is going to be a long slog into Friday before the winds calm down in Central Florida. Guys, back to you.
Brian, thank you so much for that insight. And speaking of storm surge, like you just heard Brian mention, that's really what we have been the most concerned with Ian. As you can see right now, still Category 4 strength. So 130 mile per hour sustained winds. It is moving to the north-northeast, just crawling about 8 miles per hour. And pressure is holding pretty steady at 951 millibars, meaning that the lower the number in terms of our millibars, the stronger the winds, and hence the stronger the storm. So we're watching right now. It is losing its steam as it is moving further on land, and that's because these tropical systems, they need the warm sea surface temperatures to maintain their strength. And so it is going to continue to weaken some. Still, it's packing a punch, though, as you're looking in Punta Gorda, Florida, at that live video camera. You can see this is just impressive. Look at these very strong, destructive winds as they are blowing these palm trees, and also just heavy, blinding rain that's coming down. I mean, this is just incredibly threatening, especially if you are having to hunker down. And that's why we're making sure that folks are aware that this situation, it is going to last for the next 24 to 48 hours for many locations in Florida. So yes, the eye has moved on land, but it is still moving very slowly. And that means that we will be feeling the most significant effects over the next few hours. Take a look right now at our current wave heights. You can see near Fort Myers, where we saw landfall just after 3 o'clock this afternoon Eastern time, we are still dealing with 6 to 9 foot waves. That is just incredibly life-threatening. And then look right off shore. You can see that area of pink. That's indicating potentially heights about 12 to 15 feet, maybe even a little bit higher than that. So certainly we still have the worst to come for a lot of these locations. Naples, Florida, in fact, this actually stopped recording earlier this afternoon. So the station was actually wiped out. So this is our last measurement that we have received, 6.2 feet. And as of right now, Fort Myers, we're sitting just at 7 feet. So really, I mean, it's just going to show that all across the southwestern side of Florida, we are feeling very similar impacts, at least in terms of our storm surge. And as of right now, you can see where Ian is in terms of our place. So right now, top surge that we have seen ever. So this is our storm surge, and compared to dry ground, this is why it is historically the most deadly part of a tropical system. You can see Gabriel doesn't even make it even close. So we are at 7 foot here with Ian, and Gabriel 3.36 feet. Keith is on the list, 3.33 feet, and so on. Hurricane Irma coming in just over that 3 foot mark back in 2017. So certainly this is the most powerful and destructive storm that we have seen ever in southwestern Florida, and it is going to continue to impact many locations across the Sunshine State over the next several hours. And look at those strong winds. So you can see that in terms of our stations, really, I mean, having a hard time even getting any accurate measurements with these because they are being impacted by these destructive winds. And so what we're dealing with, storm surge warnings in effect all along that southwestern coastline of Florida, and then also even into portions of Georgia, even into the Carolinas. That's where we also start to see that storm surge watch take over, as we will continue tracking major Hurricane Ian as it will be impacting locations in southern Georgia and into the Carolinas over the coming days. So it is still churning, and we're watching as it's unleashing its wrath and fury all across the state of Florida. Stephen.
And Kendall, pretty good shot that we're going to see this move into the Atlantic and perhaps make another landfall. And joining us now is the acting director of the National Hurricane Center, Jamie Rome. Jamie, we know it's been busy the past several days for you all. Now that we've experienced landfall, there are other threats and hazards. What are you guys tracking closest at this hour there at the National Hurricane Center? Perhaps Jamie's having a tough time hearing us. We'll try to work back and get with Jamie again, as they certainly have been busy watching not just these storm reports that have now been coming in, but this storm as the center of Hurricane Ian continues to move over that Florida peninsula. Some of these wind reports that we have seen over the last 24 hours indicative of just how significant this storm is. And this is just one component of this volatile situation that we have going on in Florida. These wind speeds will certainly knock out power, and that's exactly what we've seen over parts of southwestern Florida this afternoon. As we head into the evening, that trend, unfortunately, is going to continue. Perhaps if folks are in Orlando watching, or even on the eastern shores of the Florida Peninsula, power could very likely go out over the next several hours. So it's good to charge up those things and be prepared in the event that that happens. Unfortunately, Friends on the western side of Florida already dealing with these effects. I mean, Cape Coral, look at that wind speed, 135 miles per hour. These are the top wind reports, including some of those gusts. We were just looking at Punta Gorda. Look at that wind, that top report there, 123 miles per hour. Pelican Bay saw winds in excess of that Category 2 strength. We were in Cat 3 strength here with 112 miles an hour. The storm reports, of course, a lot of them dense along the southwestern Florida coastline, right where we had Hurricane Ian make that landfall. These hurricane reports, and yes, speckled with these, a few tornado reports too, as there's been plenty of rotation associated with this hurricane. But right over that eye, as it's continuing to move off to the east-northeast, you heard Brian Norcross say, at a slower pace, at about 8 miles an hour, the Coral Yacht Club there, a weather stem reported a sustained wind at 112 miles per hour. That would be a Category 3 hurricane with those sustained winds. But then check out the gust. That's a Cat 4 wind gust. So occasionally, and it's often what we see with these hurricanes, those sustained winds can reach major hurricane criteria, but then we have those gusts which can exceed even the category that we have of this hurricane. But in this particular case with Hurricane Ian, a Cat 4 hurricane, certainly at landfall. We're also looking there where in Punta Rasa, where that previous report, multiple social media posts that we saw from Fort Myers Beach showing that storm surge. That's been the concerning thing. And with what Brian had mentioned as far as the overall motion of this storm, as it lifts off to the east-northeast, we still have that threat right through Fort Myers, where we could see additional storm surge. Our correspondents in southwestern Florida positioned one of thought Robert Ray, where the ground was dry, and then that storm surge began to move on in. So that's just one component of this very long night ahead that we have as Hurricane Ian moves through the state. Kendall.
Yes, a very long night ahead is exactly right. And let's send it out now to Fox Weather's Katie Byrne, who is in Orlando, Florida, live. Katie, we want to check in with you because Orlando next in the path of Hurricane Ian's fury and wrath.
Yeah, you know what? It's kind of surprising to think about that because of the conditions that we've been seeing already. And those conditions have really been progressing in the last couple hours like we knew that they would. But look around me, you're going to see that wind really gusting. These are the strongest gusts that we've had all day long. The rain, however, has let up a little bit, so the wind is really the big thing right now. But we just heard from the governor talking about how with this wind, we're going to be dealing with outages. They have now 42,000 linemen ready to respond when it's safe to help restore power, because we know that more than 1 million people across the state are without it right now, and that number is likely to grow. We've been talking to people here in Orlando because a lot of the people here actually came from parts of Southwest Florida to look for somewhere to shelter and get away from that area. But what turned out to happen was the hurricane warnings expanded inland. Now Orlando's got a warning here too, so they're riding out the storm with us. But if you look behind me, you're going to see some of the winds that we're dealing with. Whoa, almost taking off my hat, but definitely blowing those trees around. This is definitely the windiest it's been all day. And we've been talking to people who evacuated the area from Southwest Florida, came here and are now hunkering down at the hotels. Many of them prepping to ride out the storm here this morning at the grocery stores, trying to get those last-minute supplies. Orlando's International Airport, we know, it shut down earlier this morning at 10:30 a.m. When you look around, that seems like the right call. But what happened was some vacationers got into town not realizing that Disney parks decided to close today and tomorrow. So some of them, the ones that are staying at the Disney resorts, have actually been told to shelter in place.
Well, we're at a timeshare, so we're going to hunker down at the timeshare for the week. And, I came down to swim and enjoyed the sunshine at the pool and maybe go to Disney World, but it looks like we're going to just be hanging out at the timeshare and playing games, playing cards, and eating cookies.
No, the rest of the day we're in. We're not going to be out again until probably Friday.
So definitely windy here, conditions continuing to deteriorate despite the fact that we're not expecting to deal with the worst impacts from this hurricane until overnight and early this morning. And right now, we're still more than 100 miles away from the eye of Hurricane Ian. So that gives you the impact or the insight on how big the storm is, the radius that we're talking about, because these are the conditions over 100 miles away. Guys?
Katie, you're exactly right. I mean, this is a very large system, and we are going to be checking in with you later on this evening as we continue to watch Ian get closer and closer to Orlando. Katie, thank you. And we want to go now to how much rain we could potentially be dealing with, and also the power outages that we're now starting to see. Look right there, the county that is shaded in red. 75% of customers currently without power. These are customers, and that means that we could have a family of 4 that is considered just one customer. Putting this into perspective, elsewhere we can also see that about 50 to 75% of customers without power in and around the Fort Myers area, and we're continuing to watch that number tick upwards. So this is something that is a serious situation, but really it's the flooding concern, as we can see that entire zone from Orlando over to Tampa, Fort Myers, Naples. You all are under that extreme threat for flash flooding through tomorrow morning. This is a very serious situation, and this does not happen very often. The National Weather Service does not issue these kinds of outlooks very often, and so that's why we want you to heed these warnings, because we're just seeing copious amounts of rain coming down with these outer bands of Ian, and that's what we saw Katie dealing with in Orlando. Look at those bands pushing through Daytona Beach right now, Orlando, so heavy rain coming down, and then elsewhere, like you even heard Brian Norcross mention a few moments ago, we have that dry air that's kind of eroding that southeastern side of the storm, which is good news, especially for locations in far southern Florida. But still, we have that ongoing flash flood warning. And that's because estimated rain totals over the past 12 hours have been incredible. Look right along I-75, where we saw landfall occur just after 3 o'clock. Right now, at about 12 to 18 inches of rain has already fallen in as little as 12 hours. All the way up to Tampa, we've picked up about 2 to 3 inches. And so more rain is to come. Past 24 hours, Coral Springs, we picked up 9.97 inches, so just shy of that 10-inch mark. Elsewhere, Delray Beach also at that 9.97 mark. And then St. James City, 9.75. And Margate, 9.12 inches. And the list just goes on and on. Sunrise, just shy of 9 inches. Davie, 8.5 inches, a little over that. So that's why we have flood watches in effect for almost the entire state of Florida. So the peninsula is completely included in this flood watch, as you can really see that the impacts are going to be very expansive, very widespread. The rain still to come over the next 3 days, just to show you places like Dade City, Leesburg, Lakeland, potentially looking at up to a foot of rain. And then really where you see that bright shade of pink, that's equating to 18 to 24 inches of rain near Daytona Beach and Orlando. So certainly locations on the Atlantic side are definitely not out of the woods, as we are going to be feeling these effects over the next 24 to 72 hours, potentially dealing with a second landfall on our hands here as we head into the weekend. Stephen.
Got to watch it carefully, Kendall. Now let's talk more about what's been happening with Hurricane Ian. Of course, those storm reports. Joining us this evening is the former National Hurricane Center Director, Bill Reed. Bill, thank you for joining us this evening on Fox Weather. We've been watching and also watching those forecasters at the Hurricane Center do a phenomenal job as this storm made landfall. As you've been watching it, has there been anything that surprised you about this hurricane since it's made landfall?
No, since landfall, it's behaving pretty much as it was called. I think the biggest surprise to me was the incredible intensity it got to just offshore, and the turbulent conditions that both the NOAA and Air Force Hurricane Hunter crews had to fly through during that.
And yeah, speaking even to those hurricane hunters that have been in several flights over the years, saying this was one of the roughest that they have been a part of. And yeah, let's talk a little more about that rapid strengthening of Hurricane Ian right before it made landfall. Those intensity forecasts, among some of the toughest to make at the Hurricane Center. I mean, being there, we thought, especially with these consensus models, that seeing this reach Cat 4 status might be on the high side. So was that at all alarming as you watched this eye wall replacement cycle go on and then immediately saw that those winds strengthened right after that pressure deepened?
Not really, because that is kind of expected. I mean, I was more amazed by all the lightning and turbulence aspect, but the advances that have been made in the hurricane modeling since I retired 10 years ago to me is quite spectacular. I know the folks still say there's a lot of work to do, and sure, there is, but it wasn't too many years ago that this was not a possibility to forecast this. You pretty much reacted to the observations.
How about that storm surge? I mean, we're looking at some of this video from Marco Island as those waves just continue to move on through. As we head toward 6:45, we have that expected high tide around Fort Myers, where we've already seen that storm surge. Are you expecting or thinking that things could probably get a little worse before they improve?
No, I think I think several people, including Brian earlier, was saying it'll take a while before the surge recedes, of course, but as the system moves farther inland and the winds decrease, I think we're getting close to the peak. There may be a little area in there where the backside of the eye wall pushes the water a little farther up. It really looked pretty much what I expected. Some video I saw over the Naples area, where the whole area looked like it was inundated. That's been one of our big areas of concern over the years.
Yeah, some of the video that we've seen too out of Naples, as far as that storm surge, those first floor homes, seeing the water all the way up to the roof, it's alarming. Bill, and correct me if I'm wrong, you were the National Hurricane Center director from 2008 to 2012, and during that time, are there any storms that you think back to? Of course, each storm is unique, but during that time frame that you would say, yeah, this kind of reminds me of Hurricane Ian, or is Ian going to be one that will be remembered in a class of its own?
Well, it's strange, but the ice storms seem to follow me around. I'm over in the Galveston Bay area, still had a house here when Hurricane Ike came in, and it was a not as strong a storm, but it may have I think it was even a little larger as far as its wind field, and produced up to a 15-foot storm surge, I believe, as it came across Galveston Bay in there. So that one I'll always remember. And Irene, of course, but it was a very different type of storm racing up the East Coast.
There's something about those I names. And even when we talk about, Hurricane Ike back there in 2008, some of those shops there in Galveston on the Strand, they have that mark where that storm surge reached, and it was excessive, as you mentioned. Well, Bill Reed, thank you for joining us this evening on a pretty active night as we continue to watch Hurricane Ian make its way through the Florida Peninsula. Thank you for your time again.
Thanks for having me.
All right, sure thing. Kendall.
Very insightful to hear from Bill Reed, the former NHC director. All right, well, let's head out now to Fort Myers, Florida, with our very own Will Nunley, as he has been in Fort Myers all day long. Will, what are conditions like now this evening?
The wind just unceasing. And I'll tell you what, I'm very concerned about the coming hours because we still have so many of these impacts to get through here in Fort Myers. This is not over for us here yet. And now we have nightfall. We have electricity out. We have rescues, people that are waiting to be rescued. And now we have cell phone service giving out. But because of so much damage happening to the towers around here, the wind has shifted directions completely. When we started reporting this morning, and we had essentially hurricane strength conditions by 10 or 11 o'clock this morning, everything was coming from this direction, right? And so we had trees down, lots of damage coming from this way. Now, as the storm has moved and migrated, everything is coming at us from this direction. It's knocking all kinds of things loose. We're having, of course, parts of these flagpoles that are coming down. They're metal, by the way. We have seen all of these traffic lights come crashing down. Utility poles, we've had some of the street lights come down. We have debris hitting the sides of buildings, knocking out glass. And again, I'm concerned about the hours to come. We understand in the briefing that we just had a moment ago from Governor Ron DeSantis that there are people waiting in queue to be rescued. How long are their cell phones going to hold out? How are they going to be able to have enough coverage to make those calls in the coming hours? These are all things that we are thinking about here on the ground, that emergency officials are thinking about on the ground as we approach nightfall. These conditions are not in a place where any rescue workers can get out. We are routinely getting alerts on our cell phones from emergency authorities saying we can't get out and do any rescues. Until this wind gets down to a level where we can safely get out, there's no point. We can't get the trucks out. We can't get the boats out. And that is a terrifying prospect to think about with so many people likely waiting rescue very close to us at this point, especially on these barrier islands, not far from Fort Myers. Back to you.
Well, it's just heartbreaking to hear, and it's just too dangerous for those emergency personnel to be out in conditions like this evening, especially with nightfall that is going to be approaching here very shortly. Well, Will and Emily will be checking in with you later on. Thank you. Ian.
And as we continue to watch Hurricane Ian, Kendall, we've got this storm that's still moving through the Florida Peninsula, right through central Florida, and we're going to still watch. Unfortunately, these rain bands move through, and it's closer to the center that's most concerning. Of course, that's where the winds have been strongest. In fact, extreme wind warnings remain in effect for parts of central Florida right through the immediate coast. But you can see just how this monster of a storm, we are beginning to watch as that eye, and it certainly will do this. It'll collapse on itself. We'll lose that eye as the overall organization of Hurricane Ian's going to begin to weaken. But still, this storm has some powerful characteristics to it. Very heavy rain as far as its movement is concerned. It's down 1 mile per hour, which might not sound like a lot, but certainly is significant, especially when we're dealing with those relentless conditions that Will Nunley has been showing us all afternoon and our correspondents throughout the storm. That pressure beginning to increase, a sign that, yes, maybe a little bit of weakening, and then certainly the winds. But 130 mile per hour winds, we're still talking about a Category 4 hurricane right through central Florida. So this is still a significant event. And throughout the evening, where we have some of those stronger wind gusts, it's not going to take much to drop that power and certainly produce some significant damage. We've already seen that, and that's not even talking about the storm surge. The storm surge, certainly a different threat, right? Looking at the winds that we have associated with Ian, the strongest winds that we saw as we had that hurricane strengthen, as we were just talking to the former National Hurricane Center director, Bill Reed, saying that rapid intensification before landfall. A little surprising to see that, and seeing those winds almost reach that Cat 5 status. I mean, we were within 2 miles per hour, so close enough, but now we're seeing those winds come down, but still a Category 4 hurricane. Here's that high wind warning, that polygon, we have it in blue here. That's going to run until 7:30, but where we've seen those maximum winds in Punta Gorda, 124 miles an hour. These extreme wind warnings are very rare. We see them often only with hurricanes, and that's when we could see those surface winds be at 115 miles per hour or greater. And we have seen evidence of that, those wind gusts, and that's going to continue to remain a threat as long as this hurricane remains a major one. And all signs point to it maintaining that status maybe for the next couple of hours. It's going to weaken eventually, but looking at some of these winds that we have currently, you can understand that a lot of these gauges, a lot of these reporting stations are now out as we've seen just too much. And that sort of is a story in and of itself, too. Port Charlotte in Arcadia. And these are a little farther inland. In Sebring, we have a tropical storm force sustained wind, 44 miles an hour. That gust up to 59 miles an hour. Farther to the north, up in Sarasota, look at that hurricane force gust, 78 miles an hour. And these are current reports. So as long as we have Ian moving on shore and moving through, we're going to continue to see, unfortunately, those hurricane wind gusts, and the ones that we've already, of course, lost. We won't be able to get any additional data. Speaking of, down in Naples, this station was knocked out after we clocked that 6.2 foot storm surge as that wall of water was moving on in. So no telling how high it got at this particular reporting station in Fort Myers. Keep in mind, this is right along the Caloosahatchee River, and in Fort Myers, over 7 foot of storm surge. This is downtown Fort Myers, as we're looking at right now. HurricaneTrack.com with these images, you can see how that water just over perhaps the road, that tree, part of that building off in the distance, dealing with the water, but also you have the waves and the wind. And in Fort Myers at about 6:45, I believe that's our high tide time. So that's when the tide will be the highest, astronomically speaking, and then we'll start to see going back to that low tide cycle. But yeah, this video, Kendall, is just one of the signs that we're currently looking at as Hurricane Ian continues its assault on the Florida Florida peninsula.
Yeah, I mean, just incredible to see that video right there, downtown Fort Myers, Florida. And really, the water is making its way up to the first floor of many homes and businesses. And that's exactly what we're seeing right there in that video. And that is what is so dangerous, as we have officially had landfall near Cayo Costa in Florida. However, many locations in Florida are still bracing for the impacts of Hurricane Ian. And so to speak to us a little bit more on what's to come in the next several hours, we're going to bring back in now Fox Weather Hurricane Specialist Brian Norcross to walk us through what the next 24 hours will bring. Brian.
Hi, Kendall. Yeah, so you know about the catastrophic situation in Southwest Florida, of course. I want to just give you the highlights of what the National Weather Service in Melbourne has published for the folks in Central Florida. They describe the potential impacts of Ian when it gets to Central Florida, when it might be a low-end hurricane or a tropical storm, as devastating to catastrophic. Extreme rainfall flooding may prompt numerous evacuations and rescues. Rivers and tributaries may overwhelmingly overflow their banks in many places with deep moving water, and that includes roads and parking garages and any place the water can go. So this is, by all accounts, an extreme situation for Central Florida. All right, let's take a look at the satellite picture here, because what I wanted to show you on the satellite, and first of all, let me just remind you of the top winds at 130, and the top winds are offshore here. They're in this area over here, and a couple of things to see on the satellite. First of all, you can see the size of the circulation here. So you can see how the winds come around like this and are pushing water into the Naples area and into the Fort Myers area from a long way off the Gulf. So that's on the west side of the state. Then on the east side of the state, look how big the circulation is here. And now we're already going to start getting water pushed against the North Florida coastline and eventually the Georgia and South Carolina coastline. So that's the water, around the state, the ocean water and the Gulf water coming over the land. And then you have the incredible rain situation. So what we see in terms of the structure of this system is torrential doesn't even describe it, rain up in here on the north side of the circulation. So here's the eye down here. That kind of characteristic is going to be extended as the system moves north. So there's going to be this corridor of super intense rain, and that's what the Melbourne National Weather Service office was concerned about for Central Florida. The other thing, while we're looking at this, let's try and imagine here how long it's going to take to clear for Fort Myers. And I think they've only got a couple hours left to go when it will get significantly better. Because as this eye moves on away, then all that's left is this tail here of the back of the eye wall. So a couple things are going to happen. First thing is they're still getting the push of water in here on the back side of the eye, and that's pushing the water up the Caloosahatchee River into downtown Fort Myers and well beyond, by the way. The water will go 10 miles or so inland up the Caloosahatchee and flood all along the way. So it's going to do that for a while, but as it is starting to let up, because as the eye moves away, the wind will become from a more northerly direction, and that will stop pushing the water up the river. Now, it'll take a while for that water to drain back down, but that should stop the storm surge. How high it will be when that happens, I don't know, but it's going to be higher than it is right now by at least a little bit, but then it should let up. So this evening, it should get better, and slowly from west to east over the Fort Myers metropolitan area. Now, on the wider view, we talked about this area here of intense rainfall now, and then as the system goes up like this, that area eventually ends up here in Central Florida. And then before that happens, we have these bands moving in, and some of those are going to be quite heavy. So it looks like what we can hope here is some of this dry air filters in here, and that kind of cuts off some of this. But this down here is so incredibly intense. That's what the concern is at the National Weather Service. So now, looking at the timing it's in this area here tomorrow morning and only there tomorrow evening, and then only there Friday morning. So this is an increasing tomorrow through Friday, so getting better Friday night in Central Florida sort of thing. It's a long duration slog, and there is the bullseye based on the current forecast for where the flooding rain is going to be. As a matter of fact, the National Weather Service indicates this flash flood potential, it's called, and look at it, goes from Naples to Melbourne, on up to north of Daytona, over to Tampa. That's today and tonight. Okay, so in that area, parts of that area can expect flooding, flash flooding, I mean, extreme flash flooding. And then it moves north. But did you notice? Orlando, the metropolitan area, is in it again on Friday. This is Thursday into Friday morning, or tomorrow, I mean, and into Friday morning. And it's only slowly moving to the north, and then finally Friday into Saturday morning. Then we're going to eventually start talking about Georgia and the Carolinas here, not just for rain, but for storm surge as well. And they have watches up and high rainfall rates in their forecast there as well. All right, guys, back to you.
All right, Brian. Yeah, you were talking about the Caloosahatchee River and Fort Myers, in addition to Cape Coral, located right there along the Caloosahatchee. And as we're dealing with some of that storm surge, it's thanks in part to these winds, that wind bringing in this significant amount of just water from the Gulf of Mexico. Look at this recent report that we have now. A gust there in Cape Coral. Here's the Caloosahatchee right there, the river, right along the river, a 140 mile per hour wind gust. That is a significant one, and really, I think one of the highest wind gusts that we have seen so far with the local storm report. 140 miles an hour as that storm was moving on through. Farther to the south, and we've seen some video of that fire station where it also was taking on some water, not so much because of the flooding, but because of the storm surge. Any of these communities and locations along the immediate coast are prone to that significant, that catastrophic storm surge that we're dealing with. There in Naples, you could see a fire rescue helping people who needed rescued from those waters. But in addition to it, as the storm report had said, the Naples Hospital, the North Naples Hospital, the ambulance bay, and the helipad, they were under several feet of water. The emergency department accessible through an alternate entrance. So part of the hospital was dealing with some of that storm surge and just flooding. The Naples fire station completely flooded. Almost all of the equipment will have significant water damage. That was from one of the local storm reports there in Naples. So some of the worst, I think, footage that we have seen, and this is perhaps that exact fire station that we're talking about, as you see some of those guys wading through the water, and it was up to their hips, thinking 3 feet or so, 4 feet perhaps. That's a lot of water. And of course, with the winds that moved in, especially that one gust report that we just showed you from Cape Coral, 140 miles per hour, that will push in a lot of water. And when we talk about elevation, one thing with Florida, especially that western coast, we're not dealing with a mountainous region here or one that has a higher elevation. All of that water is eventually going to have to flow back out into the Gulf of Mexico. But since we don't have a huge change in the elevation here, unfortunately, it might take some time. And even as we're still dealing with Hurricane Ian, moving now off to the north and to the northeast, we still have that onshore flow associated with this hurricane, and it's still a major hurricane. So those were a couple of the reports that we were seeing. And then we have the power outage. Several counties throughout Florida, throughout central Florida, without power. Those customers, some of them exceeding 75% of the customers in these particular counties, we have power outage, and that just continues to tick on up too. More than 1 million, I think, was the last count. And as this storm, as Hurricane Ian continues to move off to the east-northeast, we're going to see, unfortunately, more power outages throughout the central part of the state. This storm is still a powerful one, this hurricane, and even the winds, perhaps some folks living right along the coast, maybe in Fort Myers, down in Naples, if they still have power, that threat of losing the power is still going to be there. Watch as just these numbers exponentially increased as we worked through. 3 o'clock is right around when we had landfall occur. And when that landfall occurred, of course, the eye began to move through, and the various eye walls, the eastern and the western, some of the strongest winds observed there, in fact, on the western eye wall, certainly. And by 5 o'clock, we're talking about more than 1 million customers throughout the state of Florida right now without that power. 1.5 to be exact, throughout parts of southwestern and, central part of the state. Charlotte, Lee, DeSoto, Sarasota counties, those are the top counties in the state of Florida where we're dealing with power outage. Significant amount, too. And then down in Collier, too, 70% of the customers. This is only the beginning, though, Kendall, of these power outages, and that's what is not a good sign. And especially when we rely on those first responders, emergency personnel. When a hurricane like this is moving through, they're not going to be able to help. And then they're dealing with what we're seeing, some of that video out of Naples, Florida, with that significant surge that moved on through. And that's unfortunately what they're dealing with just in their own department.
Yeah, Stephen, I mean, it's going to be several more hours before those first responders are able to get out and start rescuing stranded individuals. And we want to check in with our very own Robert Ray, who has been in Fort Myers, Florida all day long because he has really experienced some of the worst of the storm. We want to show you some of what he saw.
What we are seeing is massive storm surge coming into the downtown area, flooding all of these historic here in Fort Myers. You see as these hurricane force gusts continue, and look at this river in this downtown area. It is so unfortunate, and I want to turn the camera so you can see exactly what is happening. It's block after block of the water that has come in from the river over there. There is debris floating and flying. Boats are untangled. Vehicles are submerged at this point. And you see the wind just pushing the water all around the surge in. It is phenomenal. The power of Hurricane Ian, even at this point, right now, you see in the water, parts of palm trees and other things are flying around right now. As we go into the night, we are losing light here in Fort Myers. And yet this storm just continues to wreak havoc here with these gusts. Look at this. Hard to even walk. All these storefronts are taking it. And this town of Fort Myers, look at that. The wind just pushing. It looks like white caps out here. It is not safe by any means. The power of this storm just being unleashed, the energy, and it's nowhere near over. As it will continue up the peninsula, there are over 1 million power outages here this evening, and it's not even dark yet. We're going to hunker down here somewhere, but it is difficult to traverse because of the storm surge. Right now, reporting in Fort Myers, Robert Ray, Fox Weather.
Wow, some of the most captivating footage that we have seen all day long from our own Robert Ray as he rode out the storm in Fort Myers. And we're still watching as Hurricane Ian remains a very powerful storm, still as a Category 4 major hurricane with sustained winds at 130 miles per hour. That's as of that 6 o'clock Eastern advisory. It is moving to the north-northeast at 8 miles per hour. So it is just crawling, which is leading to all of that excessive rain that is coming down, those strong damaging winds. And really just notice all of that very impressive convection, all those stronger thunderstorms in the eye wall. The eye wall is where we find those strongest winds and the strongest storms. And that's what we're going to be dealing with over the next several hours in southwestern Florida. So this is the anticipated track of Ian as we head later on tonight and into tomorrow. Notice that it is going to lose its steam very quickly as it moves further on land, but still, nonetheless, it will be packing a punch for many locations. Orlando, heads up, you are directly in the path next, as well as Daytona Beach. But then notice Thursday evening, it is going to emerge back into the Atlantic, and then it could potentially start start to re-strengthen again as we are dealing with potentially a second landfall on our hands sometime by Friday evening near Savannah, Georgia, over to Charleston. And then we will watch as it kind of takes a little bit of a curve and heads due north. It makes its way into much of the state of South Carolina, as well as into portions of North Carolina, even feeling the effects in southwestern Virginia and portions of northeastern Tennessee. So millions of Americans are going to be really feeling the wrath of Ian over the coming days. And so this system, it is going to be packing a punch. It's going to be bringing very heavy rain, destructive winds, even for locations further inland. So that is what I want individuals to understand, that even if you do not live in southwestern Florida, that does not mean that you are not going to be feeling those significant impacts from this storm, because this system has certainly Sarasota.